Chapter 4753. Do you have the right to speak in front of me, the Star Master? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian turned around and glanced at Long Huai, who had a fawning expression on his face. He curled his lips and continued with disdain, "If you want to establish a friendship or have a conversation with me, you have to call Dir over. As for you, who do you think you are?" Swish. Peng. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian retracted his gaze with a look of disgust. He raised his hand and pointed at Long Huai from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void. After an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air, it was closely followed by a loud explosion. Long Huai did not even have the chance to make another sound. His entire body directly exploded, and his body and soul were annihilated. A powerful universe supreme being was annihilated just like that. However, Yi Xian merely extended a finger and pointed it at him from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void of the universe from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in the void of the universe. This scene frightened everyone. Countless gasps resounded in the void, but no one dared to cry out in alarm. No matter how shocked they were, they kept their mouths tightly shut, for fear of angering this demon god and causing him to point his finger in their direction and point it at them. With Yi Xian's current level, it was obvious that he had long since lost interest in killing Long Huai. However, this old fellow had always been at odds with him back then, and the grudge between them was too deep. What happened back then ultimately needed to be settled. It was not a bad idea to point a finger and point it at him, and it could be considered as ending everything that happened back then. Moreover, he was also the commander-in-chief of the fleet that led the Human Federation's army of 10 million fortresses to attack the Sky River sector previously. In that battle, even Xue Chan, who was a supreme being of the primordial era, had fallen. The entire army of 10 million fortresses of the Human Federation had been captured, and only Long Huai alone had managed to escape. Now that he had killed him with a single finger, it could be considered as Yi Xian's declaration and explanation to his subordinates and old friends in the Sky River sector. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, it had only happened in a short span of a few breaths. Raw. Just as Yi Xian's gaze swept past the higher-ups in front of the three Great Alliances camp, and at the same time he effortlessly killed Long Huai with a finger from several 100 million kilometers away, his flesh and blood clone that had returned to the center of the battlefield from several billion kilometers to the left, which was also the violent star ape, had already raised its head and let out a furious roar before pouncing several billion kilometers to the right. On the other side, one of the three Blood Sea clones of the Master of Magic Hall was still fighting fiercely with the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile. Of course, the battle here was almost exactly the same as the battle on the other side of the void billions of kilometers to the left. Although the skeleton avatar's cultivation was also at the 5th order Desolate Venerable Realm, its massive body contained boundless vitality that boosted its strength by 1 order. Its true battle strength was comparable to a 6th order Desolate Venerable Realm expert. The 9 Serenity Demon Alligator had only recovered to rank 5 Desolate Venerable. Naturally, it was no match for the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator. Until now, it had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. However, on one hand, it was because the distance was too far. On the other hand, it was because the aura in the battlefield was too chaotic. Those inside couldn't see what was happening outside, and those outside couldn't see what was happening inside. In addition, the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator was at an absolute disadvantage and didn't have the time to care about anything else. Therefore, he didn't know that on the other side of the void battlefield, the Blood Unicorn had already torn through the void and escaped. At this time, the Starry Sky Violent Ape pounced in that direction in order to join forces with the skeleton avatar to see if they could seriously injure the 9 Serenity Demon Alligator and then kill it. Of course, Yi Xian, who was formed by the Black Mist avatar, couldn't stay out of this. Just as the demon ape pretended to raise its head and roar to remind him, he had already turned his head to look at the void to the left. With a shake of his shoulders, his figure turned into a weak light and instantly shot out. Boom! Ka-cha-cha! Puff! In the distance to the right, in the bloody battlefield billions of miles away, the moment the huge Starry Sky Violent Ape and the inconspicuous Yi Xian rushed into the chaotic battlefield, there was an earth-shattering explosion. At the same time, there was also the clear sound of bones cracking, and finally, there was a muffled puff sound. This was clearly the rhythm of the 9 Serenity Demon alligator being hit and opening its mouth to spit out a blood arrow, which directly caused the chaotic void to be covered with a faint layer of blood mist in an instant. In fact, this was indeed the case. Yi Xian, who had just rushed into the battlefield, had already made his move. With a flip of his hand, he took out the big-headed black stick transformed from the divine medicine pestle and smashed it on the back of the blood unicorn. Not only was the blood demon alligator smashed into the void on the spot, but there was also a huge crack in the middle of its back, with blood bursting out. This attack was too ruthless. The 9 Serenity Demon alligator's back was covered in scales, which could be said to be incomparably thick. However, it was still blasted open, and the surroundings quickly swelled up. Strands of bloodlight shot out, and it was a ghastly sight. This old fellow did not know that the violent ape and Yi Xian had already finished their battle and rushed over. He did not even know that the master of the magic hall had invited Yi Xian as a helper. At this moment, he was suddenly injured. Enduring the pain, he immediately roared in bewilderment, "Human race? You're actually a rank 5 desolate supremacy? Who exactly are you? Why do you all like to ask this kind of question? If you want to fight, so be it. Why do you care so much? Could it be that you don't need to be beaten up if you know who I am? I've never seen someone so close to you." Boom. Rumble. As he spoke, Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Before he finished speaking, the big-headed black stick in his right hand had already struck out once again. He still used all of his strength in this attack, and did not hold back at all. With a swing of the staff, the originally chaotic qi in the air became even more chaotic, and the sound of thunder resounded incessantly. Phut! Before the staff could reach him, the 9 Serenity Demon alligator opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, it was because of anger. Yi Xian's words were simply too hurtful. Even the dead could be angered to life. What did he mean by saying that he had never seen someone so close to him? This was simply outrageous. This was too hateful. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 9 Serenity Demon alligator's heart was filled with hatred. An incomparably burning resentment flashed through the depths of his eyes, but he did not dare to stop for even a moment. He gritted his teeth and moved sideways, barely dodging the black stick that was flying towards him once again. This big-headed black stick was too ferocious. It was heavy and powerful. It was unknown how this fellow, who looked like an ordinary human, was able to hold it in his hands. Such a huge black stick was like an ant swinging a huge tree in his hands. However, it was incomparably light, as if it was weightless. It was simply infuriating. Unfortunately, although he had avoided the attack on his head, the momentum of the big-headed black stick was too ferocious. In a split second, it directly landed on his thick crocodile tail. Bam! Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, an earth-shattering sound rang out, followed closely by the clear sound of bones cracking, causing one's hair to stand on end. Although this blow missed, it still hit the 9 Hell Demon crocodile. The thick tail of the 9 Hell Demon crocodile was almost broken in half. The pain was so excruciating that it immediately reacted as if it was a conditioned reflex. It raised its head and let out an incomparably miserable howl. Chapter 4754. Bang! Bang! Awoo! Poof! Before he could finish howling, he was hit twice more. Since Yi Xian joined the battle, the flesh doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger, who had been silent, finally found an opportunity to attack. While the 9 demon crocodile was dodging Yi Xian's big-headed black stick, they rushed to the left and right at the same time and attacked. On the left, the flesh doppelganger threw a punch, which was extremely solid. It directly hit the back of the 9 demon crocodile, breaking several of his vertebrae in an instant. After a loud bang, he subconsciously raised his head and howled again in pain. On the right, the skeleton clone punched the back of the 9 netherworld demon alligator's head. The latter's head swelled up like a small hill, which was painful to look at. These two heavy punches were too ruthless. Before the 9 demon crocodile could finish his first howl, he felt a tightness in his chest and opened his mouth to spit out another arrow of blood. Hualala, dense splashes sounded. At this time, his body was hundreds of millions of feet tall. Just a mouthful of old blood from his mouth was like a heavy rain outside. The void was instantly filled with an extremely strong smell of blood, and a faint layer of blood mist rose. 3 against 1, you are going too far. After spitting out the second arrow of blood, the 9U demon crocodile's injury was close to serious injury. Although the anger and unwillingness in his chest were surging, he did not dare to continue fighting. If it dragged on for too long, he would definitely die here. Xiao, with a face full of grief and indignation, he raised his head and let out a roar. After roaring, he no longer hesitated and immediately activated the bloodline secret technique with all his strength. His body instantly shrank, turning into a black light, and escaped hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian had already expected this, but there was nothing he could do. This old guy was the same as the bloody unicorn. After all, he had lived from the early days of the ancient times to the present. Back then, he was even a late-stage 7th-stage desolate master. How could an existence at this level not have a life-saving trump card? Now that he was going all out, even Yi Xian wasn't able to stop him for a moment. Unless he used a supreme secret technique like the heaven-falling bow, there was no way he could stop the other party. The reason why he decided to make a move earlier was merely because he was unwilling to give up and wanted to give it a try. Hiss! The 9U demon crocodile instantly disappeared with a miserable howl. Before his voice faded away, there was a clear sound of tearing silk hundreds of millions of miles away in this direction. Just like the blood-colored Chelene, this guy wanted to run away. He tore a crack in the void and changed his direction abruptly. He headed straight for the crack in the void high up in the void. 3 against 1, Master of the Magic Hall, you are truly shameless. Just you wait, my cultivation will return to normal one day. I will definitely avenge today's grievances. Just as the 9 Netherworld demon alligator rushed into the void crack, a divine sense voice filled with endless resentment was heard clearly in the vast void. Roar. But even then, he still seemed to be unwilling to give up. At the same instant that his figure charged into the spatial rift, he let out a shocking roar of rage and his figure vanished. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, the flesh doppelganger, and the skeleton doppelganger shook their heads and sighed. They turned their heads and exchanged a look. Their eyes were filled with strong disappointment. This time, Yi Xian not only took out the big-headed black stick, but also the flesh doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger. At the last moment, the 3 of them joined forces to attack the 9U demon crocodile. Even so, this old guy still escaped in the end. This battle was still a failure. It was a pity. These existences who had truly stepped into the primordial supreme realm, especially the old monsters who had lived from the untainted age to the present, were really too difficult to kill. However, under the joint attack of the 3 of them, although the 9U demon crocodile was not seriously injured, it was definitely not as simple as a light injury. If the scarlet unicorn who had escaped before could recover soon, then the 9U demon crocodile would take at least a year and a half to recover the battle strength of a 5th-order desolate master before this battle. As for the peak state of the 7th order in the untainted age, it would not be possible to become a reality in a short period of time. It was the same for the scarlet unicorn. In other words, at least for a short period of time, Yi Xian did not have to worry about these 2 old guys. After suffering such a big loss twice in a row, they would definitely not dare to appear easily again. They would definitely find a place to heal their injuries first. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh, Yi Xian, at this time, at the edge of the rising sun forbidden land, billions of miles behind them, there was suddenly a sharp and weak sound of something breaking through the air. It seemed that there was someone shouting, and it was Yi Xian's name. Yi Xian transformed from the black fog doppelganger, the skeleton doppelganger, and the flesh doppelganger trembled at the same time, because they were all the same person, Yi Xian. In their line of sight, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wentian, the Demon Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle Tribe, Ming Ju, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector. Including Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Body, and other high-level members of small idol forces and families, they all left the flagship star fortress of the Sky River Army and rushed out of the rising sun forbidden land by crossing the void with their physical bodies. Dozens of figures, without exception, were all Yi Xian's old acquaintances, and they were the kind of people who had a good relationship with each other. There was no doubt that at the front of the dozens of people were the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiacha, and Zhao Qianru. However, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the others were flushed with excitement. These 3 girls, however, were full of anger, and it felt like they were roaring like lions from her dome. They were clearly going to settle accounts with Yi Xian. All this time, they had been worried about Yi Xian, and they didn't even know whether he was dead or alive. Today, they saw him suddenly appear, and he was so powerful that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the master of the magic hall. He was so strong that it made their hair stand on end. The 3 girls were very relieved about this, and it could even be said that they were so happy that they almost burst into tears. They had been worried for so long, and they had been uneasy all this time. Now that the stone in their hearts had finally fallen to the ground, it was only natural that they would cry tears of joy. However, at this time, the 3 girls obviously couldn't cry. At least, they definitely didn't have the intention to cry tears of joy, because they were all very angry. They had been on tenterhooks for so long, but this guy had been living a carefree life outside. His cultivation was so strong, but he had never returned to the Sky River sector to take a look. Even when the Human Federation launched a crusade against the Sky River sector, he didn't appear. At most, he used the name of the Void Giant Tortoise to ask the master of the Magic Hall to help. This was obviously a guilty conscience. He had 7 peerless beauties accompanying him, so of course he would be so happy that he didn't want to go home. Thinking of this, the 3 girls became even angrier, and they even wanted to strangle him on the spot. Chapter 4755. Yi Xian, stop right there. If you don't explain yourself clearly, I'm not done with you. It doesn't matter whether you play or not. Not to mention Zi Ying and Sister Qianru, even Xiao Cha, who is usually the most considerate, can't help you this time. You've gone too far. In the distance, at the edge of the forbidden land of the rising sun, the 3 girls, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, rushed out from the forbidden land of the rising sun. Their expressions were very unfriendly, and they were roaring like lions from the east. Behind the 3 girls were the Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Demon King Mo Wentian, the imperial uncle of the demon, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Ming Ju, the Mad Mosquito King, and the other high-level members of various forces in the Sky River sector. The senior members of the small forces and families in the Sky River sector, including Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Master Body, and the others, all had bitter smiles on their faces, but none of them dared to step forward to stop them. This time, everyone could see that the 3 girls had been stepped on. No matter who they were, if they dared to stop them, they would definitely be dragged down with them. This scene made countless experts in the void around them dumbfounded. No one had expected that Yi Xian, the lord of the Sky River sector, who had been so powerful just now, could only run away with his tail between his legs. Even the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile had been so powerful that they could only run away with their tails between their legs. Now, they had encountered such a scene. Moreover, in the face of Shenyuan Ziying and the other two's flirtatious attacks, he seemed to be feeling rather guilty and had subconsciously shrunk his neck. This was simply shocking, and they could not believe it. Roar. Screech. At the same time, the Starry Sky Violent Ape and the Skeleton Avatar raised their heads and roared. Then, with a shake of their shoulders, their entire bodies turned into a ray of light and directly shot into the black magic hall in the sky above the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. She had no intention of staying behind to be a peacemaker. Seeing that the situation was bad, even the 2 Bloodsea clones of the Magic Hall Master had fled. At this moment, everyone was completely convinced by the terrifying power of the 3 purplish warbler girls. Who said that this void belonged to the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian? At the end of the day, he was afraid that it would still belong to these 3 girls. At the very least, whether it was the Star of Heavenly River, Yi Xian, or the Master of Magic Hall, none of them dared to provoke them. On the other side, the 2 Bloodsea clones of the Master of Magic Hall Master had already seen that the situation was bad and fled. On the other side, the Star of Heavenly River, Yi Xian's face was even more miserable. He turned around and greeted the 7 gorgeous cultivators who were still madly torturing the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era. All right, you're all a bunch of old bones, and there are 1 or 2 old acquaintances among you. That's all for today. Don't accidentally kill them, and they won't die. Waving his hand, Yi Xian immediately pointed to the demonic dragon chariot not far from his right. The situation is not good, quickly go back. This star of heavenly river still has some matters to attend to, so I'll be back soon. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Roar. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the 7 gorgeous cultivators stopped attacking at the same time. They turned around and coldly glanced at the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era who were beaten black and blue by them. They snorted coldly and turned around to return to the demonic dragon chariot not far away. Even the 9 black demonic dragons roaming around in the surrounding space raised their heads and let loose a long roar before instantly shrinking back to their original sizes. They then returned to their original sizes, each of which was around 1,000 feet tall, and stood by the demonic dragon's side, awaiting orders. There was 1 demonic dragon on each side, 1 at the back, and 6 demonic dragons in front. It was obvious that they were ready to escape at any time. Suddenly regaining their freedom, the 7 powerful beings of the primordial era felt as if they had been given a new lease on life. Their faces were all bruised and swollen, and they looked embarrassed. After exchanging glances, they turned around and fled back to the primordial era battleship army of the Human Federation. They didn't dare to show their faces outside and directly returned to their respective flagship star fortresses. However, they didn't dare to order the army to retreat. If they really did so, not to mention Yi Xian of the Heavenly River Federation, at least the master of the Magic Hall would definitely do something about it. Everyone, it's been a long time. At this time, Yi Xian had turned around and looked at the dozens of figures who had rushed out of the Heavenly River sector. His expression was awkward and helpless. Shaking his head, his eyes finally fell on the front of the dozens of people who were rushing toward him angrily, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. With a bitter smile, he continued, "It's really hard to explain what happened all these years. Anyway, I didn't mean to hide from you. It's a long story. Besides, even now, I don't have much time left. I'm going to leave soon, but we should be able to meet again soon. Xiao." At this point, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light instantly shot out. At the same time, Yi Xian's voice rang out again. "These are some cultivation resources I've prepared for you. If there are no accidents, I dare not say for the others, but just the hundreds of you should all be able to become Universe Supremes within a few years." This was the key. Originally, Yi Xian didn't plan on showing himself so early. The reason he made such a decision this time was actually to hand over the batch of cultivation resources that he had already prepared to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the others. Although he could have passed them to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher through the Master of the Magic Hall, that would obviously arouse unnecessary suspicion. It wasn't that Yi Xian didn't want to reunite with his old subordinates and old friends from Sky River sector immediately, but they were still too weak at the moment. It wasn't a good thing to bring them over too early to be with him. What the major forces and legions of the Sky River Starfield needed the most was bloody battles and tempering. In order to help them grow as quickly as possible, the only thing Yi Xian could do was to provide them with all kinds of top-notch resources that they needed to improve their cultivation. In fact, he could do more. At least, the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was a big backing for Sky River sector. Now that the Magic Hall's relationship with Yi Xian was made public, there were probably not many powers who dared to go against Sky River sector. At this moment, in the batch of resources that Yi Xian had sent out, there were purple gold elixirs, 9-colored divine elixirs, and chaos elixirs. As for elixirs of various levels, there were quite a few of them, ranging from level 24 Emperor elixirs to level 27 Supreme elixirs. There were even 10 level 28 Supreme elixirs. All of these were stored in a storage magic treasure. At this moment, he waved his hand and sent them out, shooting them toward Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. Then, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher distributed them. Regarding this matter, Yi Xian had long since instructed him to leave a jade slip in his storage magic treasure. There were some instructions within it. It could be said that Yi Xian had given a lot of thought to these old friends and subordinates of Sky River sector. At this moment, as his words spread out, the various experts in the surrounding void who clearly heard him were first stunned, then they all gasped in unison. Their faces were all filled with dense envy that couldn't be dispelled. Chapter 4756. Whoosh. I still have some important matters to attend to. Time is almost up, so I won't stay any longer. Everyone, let's catch up later. Following an incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air, the voice of the heavenly river star master, Yi Xian, rang out. The entire vast and boundless universe was clearly visible. 3-1 Of course, everyone knew that his words were directed at the nearly 100 high-level members of the various forces of the Sky River Star region who were rushing out of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Even the reason Yi Xian had left was because of the hundreds of high-level members of the Sky River Star region. To be precise, it was because of the 3 girls who were rushing at the forefront of the hundreds of high-level members. With this voice, Yi Xian's figure also turned into a ray of light. With a speed faster than lightning, he rushed into the front yard of the luxurious carriage hanging in the distance in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, almost at the same time his figure rushed in, the fog-like curtain in the front yard of the luxurious carriage fell down, completely covering it. Moreover, it was no longer like before, where one could still faintly see the hazy figure inside. This time, nothing could be seen. Even if one extended their divine senses, the result would most likely be the same. Roar. Roar. The moment the fog-like curtain was put down, although the 3 black demonic dragons on the left, right, and rear of the luxurious carriage did not move, the 6 demonic dragons at the front raised their heads and let out a long roar at the first moment. At this moment, the power in the 6 demonic dragons was pushed to the extreme. 6 powerful auras of ancient mighty figures spread out. The void trembled slightly with a low buzzing sound, which made people not dare to look at it directly. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the 6 black demonic dragons exerted force at the same time and rushed forward. In an instant, they took the entire carriage and turned into a ray of extremely fast black light, disappearing into the end of the void in front of them. This scene made old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, the Demon Emperor Uncle, the clan leader of the Dark Turtle tribe, Ming Ju, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and other high-level members of the various forces of the Sky River Star region. Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Body, and the rest of the higher-ups of the smaller forces and clans all had a helpless expression on their faces. Their figures that were originally shooting over also came to an abrupt halt in midair. Since Yi Xian had already left, there was no point in them rushing over. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were furious and flew into a rage. It was fine that they had not met Yi Xian since they had arrived at the Eldritch World fragment. Now that they had met, he was still acting like this. He was clearly looking for an excuse to sneak away. This was driving them crazy. Damned guy, he's too bad, too fickle. How long has it been, and his heart has been stolen by those 7 vixens. The next time I see him, I can't let him escape. I'll catch him, bring him home, and keep him in a cage. Let's see if he can escape again. Yes or no, we have to castrate him. Extremely furious, the 3 girls stood in midair, gritting their teeth and waving their fists. The words they said made one's hair stand on end. Not only Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wentian, Imperial Uncle Mo Ren, clan leader Ming Ju of the Netherworld Turtle tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River domain, but they were also terrified. Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Body, and the rest of the higher-ups of the smaller forces and clans all turned pale with fright. Countless experts of the various alliances and idol forces in the surrounding void subconsciously clamped their legs together, and a look of extreme dread appeared on their faces. They naturally could tell that the Sky River Star Master had only found an excuse before he left. In fact, he was simply afraid of the 3 girls, so he had hurriedly fled. This was really not an ordinary kind of ferocity. Even the Supreme Master of the Ancients was so scared that he fled. This showed how terrifying the 3 girls were. At this moment, all the higher-ups of the various large alliances and idol powers in the surroundings had inwardly added Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru into the list of danger. They were existences that they couldn't rashly offend no matter what. After shouting for a while, the 3 girls also felt bored. Although they were still angry, the Yi Xian people had already fled, so it was useless to shout and shout. Soon, they met up with Old Man Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Demon King Mo Wentian, Imperial Uncle Mo Ren, clan leader Ming Ju of the Netherworld Turtle tribe, Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the various forces in the Sky River domain. Under the persuasion of Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Body, and the rest of the higher-ups of the small forces and clans, They returned to the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun and entered the main flagship of the Sky River Domain Army. With their departure, the 1 billion square kilometers of cosmic void outside the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun between the two armies instantly became empty again. On the opposite side, the hearts of all the experts of the four alliances once again rose to their throats at this moment, and the eyes of countless experts of the four major armies of the Magic Hall also pressed forward at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere in the void once again became heavy and oppressive. An incomparably tense atmosphere invisibly shrouded the entire cosmic void. By now, this battle could basically be considered to have ended early. The four powerful supreme masters of the ancients, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 secret demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, and the cyan sky rock had all fled. The late-stage 7th Order powerhouse of the Beast Alliance had also fallen. As for the Survivors Alliance, although the late-stage 7th Order expert had managed to escape, and even took the opportunity to slip away with the entire army of the Survivors Alliance. However, he had been seriously injured, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short period of time. The Human Race Alliance suffered the most. Of the 10 great beings of the ancients, 3 of them had fallen and were completely blown up. The remaining 7 were all badly battered and were too ashamed to see anyone, so they directly fled back to their respective flagship star fortresses. Of the 5 major armies, only 4 were still here, and none of the commanders above the level of a great being of the ancients were left. Except for the 7 fellows of the Human Federation, who had been beaten to a pulp, the strongest among the other 3 alliances was only at the level of Universe Supreme. This level of strength was simply not enough for the Master of the Magic Hall to casually torment them. Only one of the 3 bloody sea bodies would be needed to annihilate them in a short period of time, and they would all be wiped out. It could be said that this time, the army of the 5 alliances had absolutely suffered a crushing defeat. However, although the high-end combat power of the army had either died or fled, and now they could not be counted on at all, there were still 4 enormous armies of the alliance. No one knew how the Master of the Magic Hall would deal with the mess that followed. Therefore, at this moment, no matter who it was, they all felt uneasy and did not even dare to make the slightest move, fearing that they would infuriate the Master of the Magic Hall and bring the disaster of death upon them. All of you. Will you fight or surrender? Just at this moment, while countless great beings in the void space were terrified and completely uncertain, an extremely low voice suddenly came from the black magic hall that was suspended above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun billions of miles away. It was the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall. Chapter 4757. You. Are you going to fight or surrender? Just as the great beings in the void space were terrified and uncertain, the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall suddenly came from the Black Magic Hall, which was suspended above the 4 armies of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. All the experts in the army of the 4 great alliances shuddered, and the higher-ups of the various idol forces who were watching from afar in the void were also trembling. At this moment, their intestines were green with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have entered the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun earlier, just like the army of the Sky River Star Sector had done. Now, the result was still the same. They still had to submit to the Master of the Magic Hall, but now, they submitted because they were intimidated by his supreme power. The meaning was different, and the treatment in the future would definitely be different. We are willing to surrender. From now on, the ferocious Beast Alliance will never invade the Magic Hall again. Howl. Howl, howl, howl. As soon as the voice of the Master of the Magic Hall faded away, a Universe Supreme at the later stage in the army of ferocious beasts on the left side expressed his stance. As his voice spread out, a large number of ferocious beasts in the army of ferocious beasts also roared in low voices, revealing a strong sense of unwillingness and fear. Immediately after, the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts in the army slowly retreated under the voice of this Universe Supreme. This was clearly the rhythm of leaving the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. In his opinion, when the powerful remnant people left with the entire army of the Alliance, the Master of the Magic Hall also didn't stop them. Moreover, now that he had expressed his submission on behalf of the ferocious Beast Alliance, he would never invade the Magic Hall again in the future. Since he had expressed his stance, there should be no problem for him to leave now. Did I allow you to leave? Almost at the same time, The voice of the master of the magic hall was heard again from the black magic hall. It was extremely low, but there was not much anger in it. For him, the most powerful being in this army of ferocious beasts was only a universe supreme at the later stage. It was simply an ant, and it was not qualified to make him attack. Humph! At this moment, the six-headed blood dragon rushed out. It didn't say anything, but it turned around and glanced at the 4 legions in the magic hall. This was clearly the rhythm of punishing the ferocious beast army. Realizing this, the hearts of everyone in the void rose to their throats. Among the army of ferocious beasts that had begun to retreat, roars and howls rang out. The speed of the ferocious beasts' retreat suddenly increased. This kind of thing should be left to the war army of the Demonkin. Right at this moment, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tien dashed out of the flagship star fortress of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. As Mo Wen-Tien waved his hand, 100,000 blood-red battle towers with a diameter of 300,000 meters rushed out of the army of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. Over the years, the Devil race had been inspired by Yi Xian. They gave up their original Starry Sky battleships and developed their own space battle towers, forming an assembly line. The Spirit War talismans they produced were all guarded by the Devil Cultivator and were able to launch the Devil Cultivator's mental attacks. Although their power was far inferior to the Spirit War talisman in Yi Xian's hands, they were much stronger than ordinary strongholds. Yi Xian, who was guarding the magic hall, had already seen this before. He was quite looking forward to it. At this moment, seeing that the Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tien had taken the initiative to show up, it was obvious that he wanted to take this opportunity to establish the prestige of the Heavenly River Star Cluster army. After all, they had been developing in the Heavenly River Star Cluster all this time and basically did not go out for expeditions. The outside world really did not know the battle strength of the Heavenly River Star Cluster army. This appearance could be regarded as a small deterrent. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately transmitted a message to the 6-headed blood dragon. The latter glanced at Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tien and did not say anything more. He turned around and returned to the fortress battleship that he was guarding. Boom! Boom! In the void, soon, this army of 100,000 spiritual battle towers, which were 300,000 meters in diameter, rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The huge mouths of all the battle towers slowly turned and aimed at the retreating army of the Fierce Beast Alliance across the void of the universe billions of miles away. At this moment, countless experts in the void had their hearts in their throats. Many people even had suspicious looks in their eyes. Obviously, they did not understand the actions of the Devil Race Army of the Heavenly River Star Cluster. It should be known that in the rapidly retreating army of the Fierce Beast Alliance, there were hundreds of millions of fierce beasts. However, the Devil Race Army only sent out 100,000 Scarlet Battle Towers. Although they all looked quite amazing, and the mouths of the battle towers were 300,000 meters in diameter, the number was too small. 100,000 against hundreds of millions. What kind of deterrent force could this form? Of course, those who had this idea were those who had not seen the power of the demon race spiritual battle towers with their own eyes. Almost none of the experts in the 3 main starry sky planes would think so. Soon, as the current generation Devil Emperor Mo Wen-Tien roared in anger and gave the order, the 100,000 huge spiritual battle towers suddenly stopped. Thousands of honeycomb nodes slowly lit up, and energy was transmitted through the densely packed connecting pipes. In the thousands of honeycomb node battleships of the spiritual battle towers, there were a large number of demon race experts. In each honeycomb node, there would be a high priest of the demon race or a high-level member of the royal family who was proficient in spiritual power secret techniques. If they were divided up, there would be tens of thousands of demonic dweller powerhouses in each 3,000-meter diameter beehive-shaped node battleship. Under the command of the high priest or royal demonic dweller powerhouses in the node battleship, they would fully activate the demonic cores in their heads and unleash their mental powers. In the end, all the spiritual power would gather together and turn into a powerful spiritual power pulse. It would go through the huge tube-shaped objects made of special materials and converge towards the smallest inner circle of the trumpet. After everything was completed, All of the spiritual power pulses gathered from the thousands of nodes would be blasted out by the 9 royal demon experts sitting in the smallest inner circle of the horn, the 9 nodes of the beehive. The moment this invisible spiritual power wave rushed out, it would be enlarged by the 9 layers of the trumpet and turn into a terrifying and invisible starry sky-level spiritual hurricane, which would destroy the enemy battleships in the opposite camp. This was definitely a great killing weapon. Although the Demonkin army had only mobilized 100,000 spiritual battle trolls this time, each of them could kill a large number of Demonkin soldiers. Moreover, the spiritual battle trolls that were launched were invisible and intangible. There was no way to defend against them. Even the energy shields of the battleships, fortresses were useless against them. At this moment, the 100,000 spiritual battle towers finally let out a shocking roar. In the thousands of honeycomb nodes, thousands of spiritual power streams flowed through the pipes and rushed to the core node of the core circle. Like a tsunami, they all rushed out in an instant. Chapter 4758. Roar. The terrifying sound waves were deafening, and an invisible tidal wave like the Sea of Stars suddenly leaked out from the core node. The 9 outer rings of the spiritual war claws continued to expand, and finally turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, and suddenly blasted out in an instant. Whoosh, boom, rumble. In an instant, a large number of dense and clear tearing sounds like rain rang out in front of them, covering the sky and the earth. The void hundreds of millions of miles away was torn inch by inch, and a large amount of void turbulence was shot out. This kind of power, if it was the spiritual war claws of the past, would definitely not be able to do it. At least the effective attack range would definitely not reach the level of hundreds of millions of miles. This was also the reason why Yi Xian was curious and decided to let the demon army have a try. The spiritual war claws in his hand had been modified time and time again, so its power was naturally terrifying. But the demon race had been developing the spiritual war claws for decades, and just from the appearance, these 100,000 spiritual war claws were very different from before, but he was not sure about the specific effect. But at this moment, after seeing this kind of power, Yi Xian was quite pleased. Although it was still not comparable to the spiritual war claws that he personally modified, compared to a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, it was at a completely different level, and its power was absolutely terrifying. It was only a single volley, but the void of the universe hundreds of millions of miles away crumbled inch by inch. In some of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence even formed a void vortex that looked like a black hole. With the sudden appearance of these void vortexes, an invisible and terrifying suction force spread out in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of space beasts that were retreating at high speed were swallowed up, fell into the void turbulence, and were completely exiled, and completely disappeared. Not long after, the demon army's spiritual war claws showed its power again, and with just one attack, tens of millions of space beasts of the enemy camp were destroyed. Although the overall battle strength was not affected much, the key was that the army's morale was shaken. If it was in the past, once the spirit battle cry was activated, the demon dwellers would have to pay a heavy price. Under a full force attack, the tens of millions of demon dweller experts, who were the driving force of the battle cry, had almost all of the mental energy in their bodies depleted. Under such circumstances, the spirit warriors had to retreat immediately after unleashing a powerful spirit storm. However, this didn't happen this time. In less than 3 minutes, the Devil King Mo Wen-Tian, who was standing at the back of the army, waved his hand again. Buzz, 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 buzz. A series of low buzzing sounds rang out as the 100,000 spiritual battle towers suspended in mid-air began to recharge once again. It was clear that they could continue to launch attacks in unison. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up in surprise. There were only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either that the demon dwellers in the beehive nodes of the battle cry were divided into 2 or more groups, so they could take turns to attack. Or that the demon dwellers had made some important changes to the battle cry in the past few decades, which solved the drawback of needing a large amount of mental energy, so the demon dwellers in the beehive nodes of the battle cry didn't pour all of their mental energy into the battle cry every time they launched attacks. That was why they could launch the battle cry twice in a row, or even multiple times. No matter what the result was, it was gratifying. At least the facts in front of them couldn't be changed, and the battle cry army of the demon dwellers could indeed launch attacks many times. This was only the 100,000 spiritual battle cry army. If there were more, 1 million spiritual battle cry army would launch attacks at the same time. That kind of scene would be so shocking that even Yi Xian would be shocked. Roar. Demon dwellers, please have mercy. At this moment, in the army of the ferocious beast alliance that was retreating quickly 1 billion miles ahead, a 7th-level universe supreme star beast suddenly transmitted his voice with his divine consciousness. Demon Master, I was reckless just now. I didn't mean to do anything else. As his divine consciousness transmitted, the entire army of the ferocious beast alliance stopped and didn't dare to make any moves. Just now, the battle cry army of the demon dwellers had only launched one attack, but it had already caused such a heavy loss to the ferocious beast alliance. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful attack could be launched from 100,000 strange starboats that looked like trumpets. It could be said that although it was only one attack, the name of the Sky River sector and the demon dwellers' army would definitely resound throughout the entire fragment of the untainted land. The other alliances wouldn't dare to attack them again. After all, in addition to their own strength, they had the support of Yi Xian, the master of the Sky River sector, who was as strong as the master of the Magic Hall and seemed to be even more ferocious. Although Yi Xian wasn't stationed in the Sky River sector for a long time, at least he was wandering in the fragment of the untainted land. If any power dared to cause trouble in the Sky River sector, he would probably jump out to protect them. Then, what about you? As the army of the ferocious beast alliance stopped and didn't dare to make any moves, the master of the Magic Hall slowly transmitted his divine consciousness from the Black Palace. Vaguely, there seemed to be an invisible but terrifying force locking on the three armies of the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Federation of the Human Race. These words were clearly directed at them. Wang. Hong Long Long. As the master of the Magic Hall transmitted his divine consciousness, the 100,000 spirit battle cry army of the demon dwellers slowly turned around and aimed their trumpets at the armies of the three alliances. Clearly, they were going to launch an attack at the slightest disagreement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next moment, the higher-ups of the armies of the three alliances all rushed out. In the Star Alliance, except for the Blood Dragon tribe, the Cyan Rock tribe, and the Warrior Lion tribe, the higher-ups of the other 6 tribes, including the Enji tribe, the Barbarian Bull tribe, the Golden Eagle tribe, the Colorful Python tribe, the Greedy Wolf tribe, and the Tree Spirit tribe, all showed up. On the other side of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the higher-ups of the former slave tribes of the First Universe also showed up. There were many familiar faces, such as Big Tooth Jin of the Space Rat tribe, Old Monster Yi Shueqiong of the Hellant tribe, and an old guy of the Giant Ferocious tribe. They were all Yi Xian's acquaintances. On the side of the Human Federation, there were the fallen demon prince, Zhao Lingyang, Xiao Yaozi, and Yin Xiaoferi, Emperor Yuan of the Heavenly Battle Empire, Zhon Wuzi, Crown Prince Zhon Lingfeng, and the monarch of the Heavenly Chen Empire, Crown Prince Xu Biqing. Long Ziwen of the Imperial Dynasty, who had a conflict with Yi Xian in the Death Star Field, Huai Dongzi, Tian Qianzi of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong all showed up. Only the 7 higher-ups of the Human Federation who had been humiliated to the point of being too ashamed to show up still didn't show up. However, they had already secretly expressed their stance. At this moment, the 4 alliances all showed their allegiance. The master of the Magic Hall had the momentum to rule the world in this eldritch world fragment, and no one could stop him. Chapter 4759. Boom. Rumble, swish, swish, swish. In the distant void, smaller battleships, and ferocious beasts were converging without exception. These guys were all the idle tribes and forces in the untainted land, except for the Big Five Alliance and the Milky Way star area. Initially, he wanted to be an opportunist and stay in the distant void and watch from afar. But now, seeing that the 4 alliances including the Human Federation had surrendered, he dared not delay any longer and hurried over as soon as possible. Although they were all small forces and clans, and the scale of each troop was not large, there were too many of these small forces. At this moment, they had all gathered together, and instantly surrounded the rear of the army of the 4 alliances. They were so densely packed that not even a drop of water could pass through. As the battleships came to a halt in midair, One figure after another charged out of the battleships, including the beasts. Every one of them was at least at the level of an emperor or above. Among them, there were many universe knights, universe masters, and universe supremes. These idle powers were weak to begin with. If they didn't have one or two universe knights in charge, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Hence, this was understandable. As these fellows charged out and arrived in front of the forbidden land of the rising sun, figures began to appear from within the armies of the four great alliances. Similarly, they were all above the emperor level. Those below the emperor level didn't even have the right to greet the magic hall leader. 31 In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, a large number of figures darted out of the vast void with a radius of 1 billion miles. The aura in their bodies was very strong, but all of them were like eggplants that had been hit by frost. Their heads were drooping, and they looked listless and pitiful. In the end, even the 7 powerful figures from the remote antiquity era who had been hiding in their flagship fortresses also showed up in a bashful manner and worshipped the head of the demon palace together with all the others. At this moment, countless heavenly emperors and above congratulated in unison. The master of the magic hall had officially descended upon the chaos fragment to rule the world. From now on, the 5 alliances will be under the jurisdiction of the magic hall. Normally, the magic hall will not interfere with the internal affairs of your alliances. However, during critical moments, you will have to accept the command. When the large group of emperors and above were done with their worship, the magic hall master's voice resounded once more from the Black Palace ahead. From now on, every year, the Big 5 Alliance and all the other small forces and races will have to pay their annual tribute to the magic hall. The 6-headed blood dragon will send the specific list to the various races and forces later. In addition, as members of the 5 foreign alliances under the magic hall, you can also enjoy the benefits of being a direct subordinate of the magic hall. However, the merit points you need to exchange for resources and elixirs must be doubled. The specific exchange standards will be announced together with the annual payment list. As for today's matter, since you dared to disobey my summons, you will naturally be punished. All races and forces will leave behind 10% of their battleships as compensation. As for the Beast Army, leave behind 10% of them and keep them within the magic hall. Hong. The moment the voice was heard, the Black Palace that towered above the 4 armies of the magic hall suddenly flew up and disappeared into the depths of the forbidden ground in the blink of an eye. Seeing the master of the magic hall leave with the Black Palace, the countless great beings in the vast battlefield in front of them all let out a sigh of relief. Although giving up 10% of their battleships as compensation was painful, it wasn't completely unacceptable. At least, they wouldn't be like the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion armies who were all captured and forced to stay in the forbidden ground of the rising sun for eternity. In addition, although the 5 alliances would become one of the 5 foreign alliances under the magic hall from now on, they had to accept the orders of the magic hall at critical times and accept the unified dispatch. However, at least on normal days, the magic hall wouldn't interfere with the internal affairs of their alliances. As for the annual payment, it might be a heavy burden, but now that they were under someone else's roof, they had no choice but to lower their heads. At least they had won some time and opportunity for peaceful development. As for the so-called exchange of merit points for all kinds of top-grade cultivation resources and elixirs of various levels from the magic hall, although they had heard about it, they didn't take it to heart at all. These guys were just temporarily accommodating. Don't forget that in their ancestral lands, there were still a large number of core ancestors who hadn't awakened. Apart from the Primordial Age, there were also Primordial Age Supreme Masters. Moreover, the Bloody Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock had only retreated temporarily and hadn't died yet. Today, the 4 Primordial Age Supreme Masters and the 12 Primordial Age Supreme Masters couldn't defeat the combined forces of the Master of the Magic Hall and the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian. However, this didn't mean that in the future, when the Primordial Age Supreme Masters of their respective tribes woke up one after another, they wouldn't be a match for them either. If the 4 Primordial Age Supreme Masters and the 12 Primordial Age Supreme Masters weren't a match for them, then they would double, triple. One day, they would be able to overthrow the Magic Hall. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, The various high-ranking officials in the Void battleground exchanged glances and gave orders one after another. According to the master of the Magic Hall's request, they would circumcise themselves as a form of apology. Then, the leaders of the three alliances and all the other small and idle forces and races returned to their respective flagship fortresses, and the armies left one after another. In just one day, this Void battleground was empty. Even the four major armies of the Magic Hall had retreated to the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. After that, the six-headed blood dragon and the other high-ranking officials and generals of the Magic Hall still had to follow the Demon Master's instructions and prepare the annual payment list of the 5 foreign forces and the other small and idle factions and tribes, as well as the various data lists of the top-level resources that were exchanged for merits. After the 5 foreign forces and the other small and idle factions were sent out, they were finally done with their work. They could calm down and begin to cultivate in seclusion to improve their cultivation and strength. At this moment, as the various forces left, the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall also returned. Under the leadership of Old Demon Mosquito Butcher, Naples, and the other high-ranking officials, the army of the Sky River Star Zone slowly moved out of the forbidden land of Rising Sun and toward the Sky River Star Zone. In the center of the army, there was a 1,000,000-meter-wide flagship main control hall. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wen-Tien, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Tortoise Clan Leader Ming Ju, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Body, and other higher-ups of small forces and families. The 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiacha, and Zhao Qianru, were also present. Chapter 4760. The Sky River Army slowly drove out of the forbidden land of Rising and headed toward Sky River Star Zone. At this time, in the center of the army, in the flagship control hall of a superstar fortress with a diameter of 1,000,000 meters, all the higher-ups were gathered. This included Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wen-Tien, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dark Turtle Clan Leader Ming Ju, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Body, and other higher-ups of small sects and clans. Of course, there were also Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiacha, and Zhao Qianru. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat stifling and oppressive, because there were still some traces of anger on the faces of the 3 girls. Obviously, they had not yet vented their anger. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, and the other higher-ups looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. That's enough, girls. Yi Xian is not that kind of person. He must have his reasons for doing this. Don't you believe him? That's right. That guy's cultivation has reached the supreme master of the remote antiquity realm, which is shocking. He must have had a very different experience. Naturally, he can't stay in the Sky River Star area all the time. You have to understand this. Besides, didn't he just explain it himself? He has important things to do, so he can't leave now. The most important thing is that he is fine. That is the most important thing. Although he left immediately after showing his face, since he has reached such a high level, he should be able to return soon. Even if you have many questions in your hearts, you can just interrogate him when the time comes. Is there a need to be so angry now? As the others tried to persuade them, the 3 girls gradually calmed down, and the atmosphere in the hall relaxed a bit. Everyone then remembered what they had to do and turned to look at Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. They were gathered here because of the training resources that Yi Xian had given to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher before he left. There were close to 100 upper echelons present, and all of them were on good terms with Yi Xian. Before he left, he actually said that he could help these close to 100 people break through to the level of Universe Supreme within a short period of time. This was simply shocking, and it also aroused everyone's curiosity. This time, Yi Xian had left behind a batch of resources for Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher. There were purple gold medicines, 9-colored medicines, and chaos medicines. As for the various grades of treasure pills, from the 24th grade Emperor Sealing Treasure Pill to the 27th grade Supreme Treasure Pill, there were quite a few of them. There were even 10 level 28 Supreme Elixir Pellets. All of this was stored in a storage Dharma treasure. He waved his hand and handed it over to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, meaning that Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher would distribute it. Besides, regarding this matter, Yi Xian had other instructions. He had specially left a jade scroll in the storage Dharma treasure with some instructions. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had already taken this jade scroll, but he had not checked it yet. Now that everyone was gathered here, he wanted to take out the various resources that Yi Xian had given him in public and verify them together. Show. With a wave of his hand, this storage Dharma treasure was taken out by Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, and it hung in the middle of the hall. He did not take out everything inside, because even a fool would know that there would be a huge amount of things inside. Although this hall was spacious, it might not be able to accommodate all of them. Besides, the storage Dharma treasure had not been refined at all. Anyone could extend their spirit consciousness into it and instantly find out what was inside. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher had obviously already checked it. At this moment, his expression was extremely strange. He turned around and looked at everyone, then pointed at the storage Dharma treasure hanging in the middle of the hall. There was no doubt about what he meant. Everyone looked at each other, and there was a look of anticipation on their faces. Then, one after another, they extended their spirit consciousness into the storage Dharma treasure and began to investigate. Almost in the next moment, there was a loud gasp. Everyone's expression changed greatly, and there was a wave of horrified exclamations. They had been in this fragment of the untainted land for decades and had come into contact with fierce beasts and survivors. Therefore, they had obviously heard of the purple gold elixir and the 9-colored divine elixir. Of course, they had only heard of them. After all, in this fragment of the untainted land, these things originally belonged to the legends. What? Purple crystal elixir? There are so many of them. That's nothing. Didn't you see the 9-colored divine elixir? No wonder that guy's cultivation improved so quickly. He actually has this legendary top-level resource. We're really rich this time. What's that grey thing? It doesn't disperse much energy, and it gives people a feeling of returning to nature. It seems to be of a higher level than the 9-colored divine elixir. This is something that doesn't even exist in legends. Treasure elixir, so many treasure elixirs. They all emit different auras. There are untainted emperors, universe knights, universe masters, and universe supremes. There are even 10 elixirs that emit strong ancient auras. Will these treasure elixirs have the same effect as the gene cultivation fluid? One elixir can make an existence at the pinnacle of the 9th level enter the next realm in a short time. That guy is known as the 3 masters of medicine, weapon, and array. Only he can make such things. My God, even a powerful being in the ancient era can achieve success with just one treasure elixir. This is unbelievable. Seclusion. After we go back, the entire Sky River sector will enter seclusion. We must improve our cultivation in a short time. Screech. Yi Xian didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Now, he had returned to the cave star and was sitting in the magic hall. Yi Xian, who was transformed by the black fog body, had also returned. The 7 gorgeous cultivators had entered seclusion again. After putting away the demonic dragon imperial carriage, the black fog body had also returned to its original body. Yi Xian was going to enter seclusion again. After so many battles, he had fully integrated what he had gained from the last breakthrough into his body and spirit. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Long, after making the decision, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the Shunnong cauldron. It floated behind the giant mountain where the magic hall was located. Then he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Shio. Then, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the air rang out. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. There was also a pot of chaos great herbs, which were all cultivation resources he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After all this was done, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shunnong cauldron's field and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed the nascent soul fist-sized round bead, which quickly dissolved. Chapter 4761. Hua. Hong Long Long. All of the cultivation resources melted as soon as they entered his mouth. Yi Xian's body instantly emitted the sound of chains and thunder that covered the sky and earth. In less than half a breath of time, all of the resources that he had swallowed earlier had turned into a large river of energy that was filled with boundless power. Everything that followed was a walk in the park. Yi Xian focused and fully activated the river of energy that had formed in his body. It continued to circulate in his meridians until it was completely refined. Not long after, as the river of energy disappeared, it had completely integrated into his godly soul and body. Yi Xian had only gathered his strength to launch a single attack before the shackles snapped. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, Primordial Age Level 5. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of blood energy. Current realm, Primordial Age Level 5. Primordial Age Level 5. Previously, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level was at the Primordial Age Level 4. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could instantly reach the Primordial Age Level 5. Using the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to the Primordial Age Level 5. If the majestic blood energy in his body was added to his cultivation level, his actual battle power would be comparable to a Desolate Master Level 6. And this time, with his successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly possess the strength of a Primordial Age Level 6 after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a Primordial Age Level 6 Universe Supreme. If he was in the form of a 60 million miles long fleshly body, the overwhelming power of blood essence would add another level to his actual combat prowess. At that time, the strongest battle power he could display would be comparable to a Primordial Age Level 7 Desolate Master. Primordial Age Level 7, this was the late Desolate Master level. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would be invincible under the late Desolate Master level. Even if he had the Blood Sea Secret Technique, once he activated the Blood Sea Secret Technique's clone power, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle power that was comparable to a Rank 6 Desolate Supremacy. In a situation where it was 3 against 1, even if it was a 9th rank Desolate Venerable, they would be able to fight him. Of course, it would at most be a draw. However, if he used the Heaven-Falling Bow, even the peak Desolate Supremacy of the 9th rank perfection, which was also a half-step way of heaven like the Void Giant Tortoise, would be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard. Thus, it would perish. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart surged like never before. 5th rank Almighty. After the breakthrough was completed, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, a bright light flashed and disappeared. He murmured softly, "There are only 4 small breakthroughs away from the Desolate Antiquity Great Perfection Stage 9 that is required to take a Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill." From the looks of it, the refinement of the Level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill is becoming more and more urgent. Furthermore, I have also obtained a large amount of Almighty Blood Essence this time. But no matter what, the refinement of the Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill cannot be delayed any longer. It must be started immediately. At this point, his eyes flashed. Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He would not delay any longer. Taking advantage of the current situation, he would first refine the Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill that would be used to officially break through to the Supreme Desolate Antiquity realm in the future. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the almighty blood essence that had already been condensed appeared in the palm of his right hand. After the previous battle, the number of almighty blood essences that Yi Xian used to refine the Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill had reached a huge amount of 15. Furthermore, among these 15 almighty blood essences, there were actually 2 supreme grade items. It was almost as if one was equivalent to 2 supreme grade items. Including the 2 supreme grade items, there were a total of 15 almighty blood essences in his hands. According to his calculations, with Yi Xian's current attainments in alchemy, once he opened the furnace, refining 13 Level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills was already a foregone conclusion. There was no longer any suspense. Even the probability of producing 14 pills was not completely zero. Although it was not high, it was at least around 40%. If not for this, he would not have decided to start the refinement now. The level 29 treasure pill was also known as the Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one pill would allow the existence of the Great Perfection Stage 9 of the Desolate Antiquity realm to smoothly break through the bottleneck of the Great Perfection Stage 9 in a short period of time. Right now, Yi Xian's own cultivation base had already reached the 5th stage of the Desolate Antiquity realm. In other words, he only needed to break through 4 small stages before he could consume a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. And with this, it was time to become a true Desolate Supreme. To him, this was extremely important. Therefore, this pill could not be delayed any longer. It had to be refined as soon as possible. However, as for how many Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills could be produced in this furnace, it was still unknown. However, one thing was certain. 13 pills was the minimum guarantee, but there was a possibility of 14 or even 15 pills being produced. It was just that the probability was relatively small. As for more than 16 pills, that was basically impossible. It was an unrealistic wish. Right now, the 15 almighty blood essences in his hands would be used together with a large number of other top-grade treasures and treasured bodies of desolate antiquity creatures as the basic ingredients for Yi Xian's refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Of course, in addition to these 2 most important basic ingredients, Yi Xian would also add in some of the all-evil origin liquid, as well as the top-grade resources he found in the primordial chaos void. After finishing all the preparations for the refinement, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-grade treasures required for the formula. Then, he closed his eyes, Shunnong Cauldron, inside the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. Swish, 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 swish. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. Densely packed lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano and directly appeared above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. All the lights suddenly paused for a moment. These were the top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Whoosh! Then, a sound like the howling of the wind rang out. Almost in the next instant, a majestic Shunnong 9-colored flame whizzed up from the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored flame pool condensed into a 9-colored cauldron. It was small and simple, and it exuded an extraordinary aura. In the next instant, the almighty blood essences and other materials and resources that had been prepared flew up automatically and entered this small flame cauldron. At this moment, the refinement of the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill in Yi Xian's hands officially began. Chapter 4762. A level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one pill was enough to make a Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill a Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill become a Desolation Supreme Treasure in an instant. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. Now, it was Yi Xian's first time refining a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. The raw materials used were all blood essence of a powerful Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. Each pill represented a powerful Desolation Supreme Treasure. It was too precious. If it failed, the loss would be so heavy that he didn't dare to imagine it. Therefore, this time he didn't dare to take it lightly at all. He wholeheartedly controlled everything and focused on it like never before. Soon, as he chanted, a series of alchemy techniques were formed in Yi Xian's hands. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they turned into obscure mysterious runes and went into the 9-color cauldron at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano. From this moment on, the refinement of this cauldron of level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pills officially began. Unknowingly, a month passed in the blink of an eye. But Yi Xian didn't feel it at all. His whole mind had been immersed in the refining of this Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill, completely forgetting the existence of time. Boom! It was at this moment, above the flame pool at the bottom of the Central Territory volcano in the cauldron space, a huge roar sounded. As the rumble descended, the cauldron formed purely from the Shunnong 9-colored flames instantly dissipated, and the river of 9 colored flames roared back into the fire pool below. And what was left above the flame pool were 15 round beads the size of nascent soul fist. These 15 round beads were all purple in color. The surface was full of dense 9-color mist, and there was a layer of dreamy halo, revealing a simple and heavy aura. It was the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one of them was enough to make a peak level 9 cultivator of the Desolation Supreme realm break through to level 29 of the Supreme Realm of the Desolation Supreme in a short period of time. It was the Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill. There are actually 15 pills. After the refinement was completed, Yi Xian opened his eyes. When he saw the 16 supreme pellets floating in front of him that emitted a dense aura of the Desolate Sovereign, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, Yi Xian only had a total of 15 supreme being blood essences that were used to refine the Desolate Sovereign's treasure pill. Although 2 of them were of the highest quality, they were used to kill the half-step Desolate Sovereign of the Primordial Era, who was at the Great Perfection Stage 9, and obtain the boundless blood and chi from his body after his body exploded. It was condensed. But before this, 13 pills of level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill was the minimum guarantee according to Yi Xian's calculation. Although there was a possibility of 14 or even 15 pills, the probability was very small. As for obtaining more than 16, that was basically impossible. It was an unrealistic wish. He didn't expect that this 30% chance would become a reality. It could only be said that his luck was too good. It was simply good luck. After a moment of joy, Yi Xian suddenly thought of the 7 girls. His face froze, and he immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. The 15 level 29 Desolate Sovereign pellets he obtained this time seemed to be quite a lot, but to Yi Xian, it was far from enough. Aside from the one he kept for himself, there were only 14 left. Among them, the 7 girls, Corpse Ancestor Hanba, definitely had one each. After all, they were already mid-stage almighty beings, and breaking through to the peak of the 9th step in his previous life was simply impossible. It wouldn't take long. The next time they woke up, they would definitely reach it. Previously, when their cultivation strength was constantly rising, even if they were to cross a large realm, they didn't need to use the various levels of treasure pills. That was because they had already reached the Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill of the 9th level in their previous life. However, in this life, after reaching the Primordial Great Perfection Stage 9, if they wanted to make another breakthrough and become a Desolate Supremacy expert, they had to consume a level 29 Desolate Supremacy Treasure Pill. Otherwise, if they had to rely on themselves, they would have to wait for an extremely long time. As a result, there were only 7 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pills left. However, Yi Xian had a lot of trusted subordinates. For example, the old pig spirit, the 6-headed blood dragon, the elephant fox ferret, Ying Tai, the flying centipede, the old monster Yin Ji, the 3-clawed flood dragon, Longshan Tang, as well as Elder Sang Ji, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, the green ox and Yu Linglong, the dragon centipede, Gong Jun, the black wind tiger, the howling moon mastiff, and the others. There was also the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial turtle that had yet to arrive. There was also the mosquito butcher, Naples, the demon emperor Mo Wentian, the demon uncle, the dark turtle clan's patriarch Mingju, the mad mosquito emperor, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, and so on. Don't be fooled by the fact that the cultivation levels of these fellows were uneven. However, that was only in the past. As Yi Xian gradually gathered the great beings from the various camps and armies under his command, large amounts of purple gold treasured medicines, 9-colored godly medicines, and even chaos great medicines and treasured pills of various levels were poured into them. Their cultivation levels, which were now very different from each other, would become closer and closer to each other. This was what it was supposed to be. The lower one's cultivation level, the faster one's cultivation level would rise after using these top-notch cultivation resources. In the future, Yi Xian would most likely have a large number of universe supreme beings and even powerful beings from the primordial era under his command. Just based on the 7 level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pills in his hands, it would not be good to give them to anyone. Moreover, Yi Xian had already promised one to the powerful being in a grey robe from the alliance of the survivors under his command not long ago. In this way, there were actually only 6 level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pills left in his hands. Sigh, it seems that I still have to continue hunting the space beasts of the powerful beings from the primordial era. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. Without a doubt, he still had to continue hunting the space beasts of the powerful beings from the primordial era. However, this was not urgent. After all, these fellows still needed some time to grow up. As for Yi Xian himself, there was another matter that was more important and urgent. That was the derivation of the perfect level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill formula. After the derivation of the level 29 Desolation Supreme Treasure Pill the last time, Yi Xian immediately issued an order to the devouring system in his body to fully derive the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill formula. The derivation of the perfect level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill formula obviously required more time. If the Great Wilderness Era were to fully descend, Yi Xian would have to deal with many things at that time. He was afraid that he would not be able to take the time to concentrate on deriving the pill formula. Therefore, this matter had to be completed now. The level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill was extremely important to him. If this pill was refined, Yi Xian would be able to guarantee that he would enter the Heavenly Dao realm. When that happened, even if he were to encounter the Heavenly Dao's Eye or that old fogey, Xingbua, he would not be afraid. These two fellows had long become two thorns in Yi Xian's heart. He would have to face them sooner or later. Regarding this, he did not wish to avoid it, nor would he avoid it. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4763. Although he still had the 9 transformations Devil-Ape bloodline ability, according to past practice, even if he was only at the Desolate Venerable Realm, he would still have the cultivation of the Heavenly Dao realm. However, the Heavenly Dao realm was different. Whether the 9 transformations Devil-Ape bloodline ability could reach that level, Yi Xian had no idea. Therefore, the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill had to be refined successfully no matter what. What he had to do now was to deduce the perfect pill formula. With that in mind, he no longer hesitated. Yi Xian instantly executed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability. At the same time, he also executed the Blood Sea secret technique. Therefore, his cross-legged figure at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron did not change. He was still about 3 meters tall, but his cultivation had already reached the 6th Order Desolate Venerable Realm. The 6th Order Desolate Venerable Realm was already the peak of the initial stage. One more step and he would enter the late-stage Desolate Venerable Realm. His divine sense could be said to be extremely powerful. In addition to the full cooperation of the system's calculation ability, according to Yi Xian's deduction, it was very likely that he would reach level 30 this time. The perfect pill formula of the Heavenly Dao treasure pill had been deduced in one go. However, he had no idea how long it would take. After all, it was the Heavenly Dao treasure pill. One pill could allow a 9th Order Desolate Venerable Realm existence to enter the Heavenly Dao realm. It was definitely not an ordinary pill. Naturally, one could imagine how difficult it would be. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian adjusted his state of mind and quickly collected his thoughts. He combined with the devouring system in his body and pushed the system's calculation and deduction ability to the limit. Then, with the help of the 6th Order Desolate Venerable Divine Sense, he began to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Not long ago, he had spent more than half a year to deduce the perfect pill formula of the level 29 Desolate Venerable Realm treasure pill. But this time, on one hand, Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the 6th Order Desolate Venerable Realm, and his divine sense was much more powerful. Too much. On the other hand, because of the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill, he had already instructed the devouring system in his body to deduce it at full speed. It was more or less a prototype. Therefore, even though the Heavenly Path treasure pill was no small matter, Yi Xian only used 2 years to successfully complete everything. 2 years later, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes glowed with excitement. Phew, level 30 Heavenly Dao treasure pill. Finally, we've successfully completed it. At this moment, Yi Xian muttered softly as he heaved a long sigh of relief, and his heart suddenly relaxed. Moreover, his voice even carried a form of excitement and happiness that couldn't be concealed. Boom! Rumble! Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing in his heart, in the universe void outside the cave star under his feet, there was an earth-shattering sound of thunder in an instant, and a large number of black tribulation clouds surged over. When he turned around to look, he saw dense and pitch-black tribulation clouds gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath of time, there was already an area of over 100 million kilometers high in the sky that was completely filled with pitch-black tribulation clouds. This scene caused Yi Xian to be stunned, and confusion surfaced in his heart. Even in the desolate ancient great expert realm, if it was only a small breakthrough, there would definitely not be a lightning tribulation, unless it was a breakthrough of a large realm. But now, Yi Xian didn't even cultivate at all. Although he had refined a batch of desolate sovereign pellets, he didn't take them out and instead left them in the Shunnong cauldron. The qi of heaven and earth was isolated, so the pill tribulation that should have arrived was definitely pushed back. Only when he took out this batch of desolate supreme treasure pills in the future would the desolate supreme pill tribulation come. After all, it was the desolate supreme pellet. Just one pellet was enough to allow a desolate supreme realm cultivator to break through to the supreme realm of the ancients in a short period of time after swallowing it. It would be strange if there was no pill tribulation. The reason why Yi Xian didn't take it out now was because he was worried that it would attract unnecessary trouble. After all, it was too eye-catching. That was all. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a desolate supreme treasure pill to descend without taking out the Shunnong furnace. Furthermore, it had been 2 years since Yi Xian refined this batch of desolate supreme treasure pills. If there really was a desolate supreme treasure pill, it wouldn't have waited until now. Could it be? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart suddenly stirred, and his expression instantly changed. At that moment, he instantly understood everything. What attracted the heavenly tribulation was not the 15 desolate supreme treasure pills that he had left in the Shunnong furnace after refining, but the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill that he had just deduced. After all, it was the heavenly Tao treasure pill. A single pill could allow a desolate supreme treasure pill to step into the heavenly Tao realm. It was definitely not an ordinary item. However, Yi Xian had yet to refine the heavenly Tao treasure pill. Just by deducing the perfect pill formula, it caused a desolate supreme treasure pill to descend. Attracting the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, this really made people speechless. It's normal when you think about it. The heavenly Tao represents the profound meaning of the great Tao that operates in the world. A single treasure pill can allow one to step into this realm. Naturally, it's heaven-defying. It's inevitable that the heavens will be jealous. After a moment of depression, a bitter smile appeared on Yi Xian's face as he muttered softly, although the heavenly Tao treasure pill has yet to be refined, the perfect pill formula for the treasure pill was deduced by me. Therefore, if there are no accidents, the target of this wave of heavenly tribulation is me. At this point, a bright light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Shunnong furnace. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of the terrifying tribulation clouds in the void, the huge forbidden land of rising sun was already in an uproar. The green ox, the six-headed blood-flood dragon, Jiao Dong, and the other upper echelons all walked out of seclusion with a look of surprise on their faces. Color. However, when they saw that the center of all the tribulation clouds was the Demon Master's cave star, they heaved a long sigh of relief, and joy appeared on their faces. This was clearly the rhythm of the Demon Master's breakthrough. With his powerful cultivation of the sixth order remote ancient supreme, how could he be afraid of this small heavenly tribulation? At this moment, a ray of light rushed out from inside the star at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it left the forbidden land of rising Sunday. The vast tribulation clouds that originally enveloped the cave star followed like a shadow and chased after it. The green ox, the six-headed blood-flood dragon, Jiao Dong, and the others understood that the Demon Master did not want to undergo heavenly tribulation in the forbidden land of rising sun to avoid being implicated. Immediately, they flew together with the other upper echelons of the magic hall and followed the vast tribulation clouds. Behind them, looking from afar, whoosh, rumble, after a short while, Yi Xian came to a remote void nearly 10 billion miles away from the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Behind him, the vast tribulation clouds that covered a radius of 1 billion miles followed closely behind, and astonishing rumbling sounds were constantly heard. After all, this was a strange heavenly tribulation triggered by the heavenly Tao treasure pills pill formula. It was no small matter, so the number of tribulation clouds was outrageous. Although Yi Xian was completely fearless, he had to consider the safety of his subordinates. Now that the tribulation clouds had been lured away, he was completely relieved. To him, the next wave of heavenly tribulation was just a baptism of heavenly tribulation. In the face of the heavenly tribulation that made cultivators pale, he had never taken it seriously. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4764. Hong Long Long, Catcher. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure abruptly stopped in this secluded void, the vast tribulation cloud that had been following behind him once again enveloped the sky above his head, and at the first moment, a purple-gold lightning bolt descended. It was too thick, at least 30,000 meters in size. Judging from its power, even an ordinary star would be split apart with one strike. Roar. However, Yi Xian did not take it to heart. At this moment, he was still in the form of a violent ape that was about 3 meters tall. He raised his head and let out a violent roar. The aura in his body was completely activated, and his entire person was like the most blazing small star. Within the body of the violent ape that was only about 3 meters tall, endless treasure light seemed to erupt in an instant, bursting out through the 1.08 billion pores on the surface of his body. Catcher. An ear-piercing crisp sound was heard, and the tribulation cloud in the sky surged even more violently in an instant. After a short breath, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt had already struck down. Rai Di seal. Almost at the same time, Yi Xian softly called out, and the Rai Di seal that was suspended above the sea of consciousness in his mind shot out. Screech. The moment it was released, the Rai Di seal immediately flew up, and an incomparably high-pitched screech resounded from within the Emperor's seal. This was the Emperor's seal thunder spirit rejoicing. To it, this kind of tribulation lightning was the best opportunity for it to temper itself. The thunder spirit within the Emperor's seal had long since broken through to the universe master level during Yi Xian's tribulation. And after this period of nurturing and absorbing, the moment it appeared, its body was filled with a strong pressure of a universe supreme master. Aura. And this time, after sensing the powerful aura of the tribulation lightning, the Emperor's seal thunder spirit rejoiced again, because this tribulation lightning was not only an opportunity for Yi Xian, it was also an opportunity for itself. After the baptism of the tribulation lightning, the Rai Di seal would become even more powerful, and the Emperor's seal thunder spirit would most likely break through to the primordial master level. This was a great opportunity, so naturally, it was extremely excited, and it had a feeling that it could not hold back long ago. The feeling of coming. It has actually reached the universe supreme level. Seeing the appearance of the thunder spirit, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said with certainty, "This wave of tribulation lightning is a little special. I wonder how many bolts of lightning will descend. Let's stick to the rules from before. I'll let you swallow the first 2 bolts, and whether you can take this opportunity to break through to the primordial master level will depend on your luck." Just as he finished speaking, the first wave of tribulation lightning above his head smashed down. Although it descended towards Yi Xian's head, it didn't leak out at all and was completely absorbed by the Thunder Emperor seal. Screech. Immediately, the Thunder Spirit's cheers came from the Emperor's seal again. This time, it was very satisfied. After all, this was a special tribulation lightning attracted by the Heavenly Path treasure pill, and the tribulation lightning contained a special kind of energy that was very beneficial to the Thunder Spirit. However, no matter how powerful the tribulation lightning was, it would not cause any harm to the Thunder Spirit. It was the Thunder Spirit, and it had always been nurtured in the Rai Di seal, which was the origin of all the lightning in the world. Rumble. Catcher. The Thunder Spirit's cheers had just ended when the second loud crack came from the sky above. This time, a thicker bolt of purple gold lightning, reaching a height of 20,000 feet, suddenly rushed over. Facing this wave of tribulation lightning, Yi Xian still did not do anything. He put his hands behind his back and let the Rai Di seal above his head absorb the second bolt of lightning. Almost at the next moment, an even more cheerful and violent sound came from the Emperor's seal, revealing an even more powerful aura. It was the primordial master. Your luck is not bad, you actually really stepped into the realm of supreme expert. Feeling the powerful aura emitted from the Rai Di seal, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, and a look of joy appeared on his face. This time, the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal had a great fortune. Even though it was only at the first stage of the primordial era, it possessed the lightning spirit body, granting it fearsome battle prowess. Most likely, even a mid-4th stage cultivator would be no match for it. If they were to encounter it, they would have no choice but to flee in fear. Swish, overjoyed, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the Rai Di seal hanging above his head instantly disappeared. It turned into a purple-gold light that entered between his eyebrows, and once again hung above his sea of consciousness. The thunder spirit had only absorbed the energy of the 2 terrifying waves of tribulation lightning just now. Now that it was quietly nurturing it, it should be able to increase its strength by a few small levels. Crack. On this side, just as the Rai Di seal was put away by Yi Xian, an incomparably clear explosive sound came from the void above his head once again. In his line of sight, the vast tribulation cloud surged even more violently in an instant. In a short breath of time, an incomparably thick purple-gold lightning bolt smashed down. Its might had actually increased explosively by several times compared to before. The diameter of the tribulation lightning had reached 300,000 meters. Moreover, as this bolt of lightning struck down, the jet-black tribulation cloud that enveloped an area of 1 billion kilometers in the sky instantly dissipated. It could be seen that all the power in the tribulation cloud had gathered in this bolt of tribulation lightning, and its might was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It was stronger than any of the lightning tribulations that Yi Xian had passed in the past. There was no comparison at all. It emitted an endless aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, Yi Xian was still fearless in the face of this. He currently had the terrifying strength of a 6th-order desolate elder, and his physical body had always been strong. Even if it was a terrifying tribulation lightning with a diameter of 100,000 feet, it would at most temper his physical body. After curling his lips, his figure flashed, and he directly rushed towards the terrifying tribulation cloud that covered the endless void above his head. Screech. At this moment, under the agitation of his emotions, the violent ape let out a long howl. It did not dodge, but instead, its figure shot out amidst the howl. In the blink of an eye, it entered the tribulation lightning and was completely submerged. Rumble. The next scene that occurred was too shocking. Within the extremely vast violet-gold tribulation cloud, numerous terrifying rumbling and explosions resounded incessantly from the beginning until the end. A lightning bolt with a diameter of 100,000 feet exploded. A vast expanse of space within billions of miles was enveloped by a sea of purple-gold lightning. The space trembled slightly, as if it could collapse at any moment. Although this was only a single bolt of lightning, it raged for dozens of breaths. Then, this vast sea of lightning that covered billions of miles of space completely disappeared. The vast expanse of space was thus cleared. Whoosh! As the entire sea of lightning disappeared, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was quickly heard. In the next moment, the violent ape walked out of the void high in the sky. There was not a single wound on its precious body. It was shining brightly, and it emitted an endless aura of an eternity lord. Its might spread in all directions. This wave of tribulation lightning made him feel extremely happy, unprecedentedly comfortable. Moreover, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested and integrated into his physical body and divine soul. In other words, if Yi Xian was willing, he could immediately start a new round of seclusion to break through again. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4765. Xiao. As the tribulation clouds dispersed, the violet gold sea of lightning that raged in the void and enveloped a vast area of several billion kilometers disappeared as well. Bao Yuan's figure flashed, and he instantly shot over from afar, arriving at the edge of the forbidden land of sunrise. Within his line of sight were the six-headed blood Wm, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sangji, the azure ox, Yu Linglong, Long Ao, Gong Jun, the black-winged tiger, the howling moon mastiff, the three-clawed flood dragon, Long Shan Tang, the blood Wam ancestor, and the azure rock ancestor. Blood dragon, green rock, and battle lion were all emperors. There were a total of 1,000 figures, all of whom were emperors or above. They were all the higher-ups of the magic hall of the forbidden land of rising sun, and they were all gathered here. Now, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, everyone's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Six-headed blood dragon was still a universe supreme, but he had reached the late stage of that level. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, the four beasts, blood dragon ancestor, and green rock ancestor were all universe knights, but now they had all become universe masters. Even green cow, Yu Linglong, dragon centipede, Gong Jun, black-winged tiger, howling moon mastiff, three-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the elders of the Sangji remnant race, who were originally only undying emperors, had now become universe knights. Other than that, there were many new faces amongst the emperors. They must have broken through from emperor level to emperor level in the past 2 years, leaping into the upper echelon of emperor level. It could be said that in the past 2 years, all the higher-ups of the magic hall of the forbidden land of rising sun had improved by a huge level, which was a joyous occasion. The reason why they were all gathered here was because of the huge commotion caused by the Thunder trial. Some of them were in seclusion, but they were all alarmed and rushed over to watch from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun. The scale and might of this wave of lightning tribulation were terrifying. They had never seen anything like it before in their lives. Shock appeared on their faces as they were guessing in their hearts what level Yi Xian's cultivation had reached after transcending the tribulation. This was to be expected. If he hadn't broken through, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't have come for no reason. Besides, the Lord Devil Lord's talent was amazing. In the past 2 years, their cultivation had increased by a large realm. Even if the Lord Devil Lord's cultivation was too high and it was impossible for him to increase his strength by such a large margin, he could still make 1 or 2 small breakthroughs. But it was still very possible. 2 years ago, he was already a rank 5 Desolate Venerable. If he were to break through another 2 small ranks, he would be a rank 7 Desolate Venerable. He would only be 2 ranks away from the half-step heavenly way. Furthermore, the heavenly tribulation from before was so astounding that many of them were guessing if Yi Xian had broken through to the heavenly Tao realm in one fell swoop. This was not surprising. Generally speaking, the breakthrough of a small realm would not cause heavenly tribulation to descend. Heavenly tribulation would only descend when breaking through a large realm. In their impression, Yi Xian was already a late-stage Desolate Venerable. If he broke through a large realm, he would naturally be in the heavenly Tao realm. However, at this moment, Yi Xian, in the form of a violent ape, shot over from afar and arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The cultivation aura emitted from his body was clearly only a rank 1 Desolate Venerable. Everyone was stunned, and a dull expression appeared on their faces. In 2 years, he had only broken through a small realm. Moreover, it was only a small realm breakthrough, yet it attracted such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. What should they say? Was he a monstrous talent or something else? It was really hard to judge. Disperse. Those who should be in seclusion continue. It's just a small heavenly tribulation, what's there to watch? Yi Xian grinned. He understood what these fellows were muttering in their hearts, so he didn't delay any longer. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he directly headed towards the cave star. This lightning tribulation allowed him to fully integrate the gains he had gained from his breakthrough 2 years ago into his body and soul. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Yi Xian naturally would not let it go. He decided to return to the cave-dwelling star and begin another seclusion to break through again. At the same time, hundreds of billions of miles away from the rising sun forbidden land, in a secluded starfield near the starfield where the Fierce Beast Alliance was located. This starfield was extremely remote, and there were no races or forces stationed here. This was because there was not a single life star in the vast universe void that spanned tens of billions of miles. All of them were worthless abandoned stars. There was not even a single plant on them, only some barren minerals. Even the fierce beasts of the starry sky hated them. However, The fierce beast alliance of the Great Five Alliances was not far from the right side of this star field. The edge was only a little more than 20 billion miles away. Because it was too barren, there were only some minerals, and there was not even a single life star that grew plants. Therefore, in this remote star field, there were basically no starry sky powerhouses, unless they were deliberately looking for such an area to find a place for seclusion. Hiss. At this moment, in the deepest part of such a desolate and remote star field without any life, there was suddenly a clear sound of ripping silk, and the movement was not small at all. Looking carefully, in the depths of the universe void of this remote star field, a huge void crack had been torn open at this moment. It was thousands of miles long from top to bottom and hundreds of miles in diameter. It was like a vertical eye in the void, and it was horrifying. Boom. Rumble. This void crack was not the end, and everything was just the beginning. Almost in the next instant, rumbling sounds of thunder came from this crack in the void. It continued without end, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. And with these muffled sounds of thunder, this void crack that suddenly appeared was obviously expanding in all directions. Although the speed was very slow, it continued without stopping for a moment. At a glance, it was as if a small hole had been broken in the void, and then, an invisible force was spreading out from this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. This scene was too strange, and the commotion caused by it wasn't small at all. If it was any other stellar region and not this remote stellar region where it was usually difficult to find, then it would have probably alarmed countless powers and experts from all over by now. But now, no one was aware of all of this. And this void crack, which was originally only 1,000 miles long and only about 100 miles in diameter, was constantly expanding amidst the rumbling sound of thunder, growing larger and larger. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this time, the void crack that was originally 1,000 miles long had turned into a huge black hole. It was oval in shape, about 1,000,000 miles in diameter, and was about the size of a star. However, this huge black hole that had just been formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura emitted from the black hole was vaguely similar to the planar-level wormholes that connected the three main planes of space. Similar. Unknowingly, a stable wormhole had appeared in this void fragment of the primordial world. No one knew what this meant, and no one could judge. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4766. In less than half a day, the void crack, which was only about 1,000 miles long, expanded into a huge black hole. It was oval-shaped, with a diameter of about 1,000,000 miles. It was about the size of a star. The aura emitted from the black hole was vaguely similar to the plane-level wormhole that connected the three main planes of the starry sky. At this point, the black hole finally stopped expanding outward and completely stabilized. The low rumbling that had been going on for a long time had also disappeared. This originally extremely remote part of the universe had completely fallen into a deathly silence. It was exactly the same as it had been half a day ago. However, this deathly silence didn't last for long. In merely the time it took to eat a meal, it was shattered by the world-shaking roar of a ferocious beast that revealed boundless joy. Roar. Look, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of us. It seems to be emitting the aura of a wormhole, extremely stable. Old pig, this turtle suddenly has a very strange intuition. There seems to be a voice in the black hole, calling me. Could it be my ancestor of the archaic turtle clan? I finally opened my eyes. The opportunity has come, I must not miss it. Come on, what ancestor opened his eyes? Could it be that your ancestor is buried in the same place as this pig's ancestor? This pig also felt the call. No matter what, let's go in first. Anyway, we have no way to go with this group of people behind us. I don't know if that kid surnamed Yi ran away or not, but we can't find his shadow. That's right, we have been searching for so many years. This is already the 17th fragment void that we have descended to, and we haven't found anything. Maybe there is really some opportunity in this black hole. Little ones, cheer up, there is a fat sheep in front, follow closely. Roar. Roar, screech. As soon as the two voices finished speaking, there were overwhelming roars and howls of fierce beasts coming from the black hole. There were too many to count, and all of them revealed endless ferocity in their excitement. Only just by hearing the roars of these fierce beasts, one could judge that the army of fierce beasts on the other side of the wormhole was definitely fierce and cruel. Swoosh! In the next moment, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a figure rushed out of the wormhole. To be precise, there were two figures, but it seemed that there was only one. It was a black boar and a green turtle. The black boar was enormous, over 1,000 jong long. However, the green-haired tortoise on its back was only the size of a palm. It looked like a silhouette, more like a green-haired tortoise riding a huge black boar. But, in fact, this possibility was almost impossible, because the cultivation strength of the two was basically equal. No, whether it was the enormous black boar or the palm-sized green-haired tortoise, the aura emanating from their bodies was at the first level of the Desolation era. These two guys were the archaic turtle and the archaic porcupine. Not long after the Cage Star Field, which was connected to the ancestral land of the Demon Kin in the Demon Emperor Star, replaced the Demon Emperor Star Field and arrived in the first universe, the primordial turtle and the primordial porcupine led the army of ferocious beasts from the source of all evil Starfield into the Cage Starfield. In the Cage Starfield, there were a large number of bloodline descendants of ancient creatures, and from time to time, there would be some bloodline atavism. For many fierce beasts in the source of all evil Starfield, this was the best delicacy. The fierce beasts in the starry sky originally relied on devouring each other to improve their bloodline and cultivation strength. In order to quickly improve the cultivation of the fierce beasts they led from the source of all evil Starfield, the archaic turtle and the archaic porcupine finally all entered the Cage Starfield. From after that, they never saw Yi Xian again. Even when Yi Xian had left the third universe and entered the second universe, he had gone through the enormous spatial rift in the Shadow Devil Star region and entered the void of this fragment of the great desolate world. The primordial porcupine, the primordial turtle, and the entire army of evil beasts under their command were still trapped in the Cage Star region and had yet to come out. Calculating the time, that was something that happened almost 100 years ago. In fact, as early as 20 years ago, the primordial tortoise and the primordial porcupine had already led their army of ferocious beasts out of the forbidden land of confinement. First, in the past few decades, the army of fierce beasts had unified the Cage Starfield, and almost all the fierce beasts in the Cage Starfield were eaten. Therefore, the strength of all the fierce beasts in the army of fierce beasts was greatly improved, not much slower than that of Yi Xian. After all, these fierce beasts had devoured a large number of descendants of primordial creatures, and the bloodlines in their bodies had been undergoing transformation and evolution time and time again. Originally, there was a doppelganger of the green eyes of the Way of Heaven in the Untainted Land, guarding all the ferocious beasts in the Cage Starfield. However, more than 20 years ago, something happened to the green eyes of the Way of Heaven in the Untainted Land, or there was a different arrangement. Unexpectedly, the doppelganger of the Primeval Heaven's Eye that was guarding the Cage Starfield was suddenly summoned away. Taking advantage of that opportunity, the archaic porcupine and the archaic turtle led the entire army of fierce beasts out of the Cage Starfield. Following that, after that, they went to the Shadow Devil Starfield in the second universe, and entered a wormhole that connected to the void fragment of the Chaos Starfield. Unfortunately, although the wormhole was connected to the void fragment of the Untainted Land, it was rather winding. As a result, the army of ferocious beasts had passed through more than a dozen void fragments of various sizes in the following 20 years. Among them, some of the void fragments were barren, and there was not a single strand of hair. However, there were also some fragments of void fragments with the remains of primordial creatures. It was these remains of primordial creatures that allowed the strength of the entire army of fierce beasts to rise to another level. More than 20 years ago, when archaic porcupine and archaic porcupine led the army of fierce beasts out of the Cage Starfield, they were only universe supreme beings. However, after more than 20 years, their strength had skyrocketed to the level of supreme beings in the Chaos Starfield. In addition, the army of fierce beasts led by the two of them still had more than a dozen universe supreme beasts, close to 100 universe masters, hundreds of universe knights, and thousands of undying emperors. Their overall strength was absolutely terrifying. However, as the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise charged out of the wormhole that had suddenly appeared, the the massive and powerful army of 10,000 ferocious beasts under their command would not be left behind. If nothing unexpected happened, they would soon be following closely behind the two of them, swarming over like a swarm that would cover the sky and cover the earth. The army of ferocious beasts that had walked out of the star area, the source of all evil, was finally going to descend on this fragment of the untainted land. Moreover, all the ferocious beasts that had survived in the army were far more powerful than before. They were extremely violent. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4767. Roar. Roar, screech, rumble. In the void, the wormhole that looked like a gap in the void still existed, and it was extremely stable. As the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise shot out of the wormhole, there was a brief silence in the wormhole, and in an instant, there was an earth-shattering roar, and rumbling sound. A small part of the void was in an uproar, and the void was slightly trembling because the aura from the wormhole was too majestic. There were countless ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion, and every one of them was extremely powerful. At this moment, as they passed through the wormhole, the aura in their bodies surged to the extreme, and the aura gathered together to form this incomparably terrifying aura that even made the void tremble. Soon, some figures of ferocious beasts appeared in the wormhole. They were of different races, different bloodlines, and even their sizes were different. But without exception, the aura emitted from every ferocious beast revealed an incomparably fierce and ruthless intent of blood and iron. This army of ferocious beasts had already experienced endless slaughter in the depths of the source of all evil star region. Later, when they entered the Cage Star region, which replaced the Demon Emperor Star region, they killed endlessly and devoured the countless caged ferocious beasts in the entire Cage Star region. Then, after leaving the Cage Star region, this army of ferocious beasts wandered in the void fragments of different sizes, experiencing countless dangers and victories, and had long been tempered into a true iron-blooded army. In the distance, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise had retreated hundreds of millions of miles away, and they turned around to look. In the wormhole, ferocious beasts roared and rushed out, and gathered in the void of the universe outside the wormhole. This scene lasted for an entire day. A day later, the wormhole was still as stable as before, but there were no more ferocious beasts rushing out from it. All the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion had finally gathered. As far as the eye could see, there was a large black mass spread out in the void, and the total number was at least hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts. This number was far less than the Big Five Alliance's Ferocious Beast Alliance. After all, the ferocious beasts in the Ferocious Beast Alliance had reached billions. However, the entire army of evil was superior in terms of its elites. Everywhere that met the eye, the aura of every single ferocious beast within the army was extremely violent, ferocious, and oppressive, of which, there were more than a dozen Universe Supreme Beasts, close to 100 Universe Masters, hundreds of Universe Knights, and over 1,000 Emperors. Their overall strength was terrifying. Putting aside the core combat strength of the Primordial Age Almighties and above, just the ordinary combat strength of the Almighties and below was definitely not weaker than any of the Great Five Alliances. Even the Demonic Palace couldn't compare to it. Roar. Screech. As the army gathered, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise raised their heads and let out a ferocious roar. Shortly after, a voice was transmitted through the spirit consciousness, and it spread throughout a small part of the void. All the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil legion could hear it clearly. Little ones, this void is very lively, and there are countless energies. It's not like the fragments of the void we encountered before. After so long, we've finally come to an end. There's a large amount of life energy in the void on the right in front of us. I've already detected it. Little ones, it's time to hunt. When the locusts pass through, leave nothing behind. When the locusts pass through, leave nothing behind. Little ones, sing the battle song. It's time to eat. The last sentence came out of the primordial hairy tortoise's mouth. It was extremely sharp, and there was endless excitement in it. It was as if this damn tortoise had just been injected with chicken blood. As soon as the shriek ended, it immediately took the lead in singing the battle song of the all-evil legion. We are pests. We are pests. On this side, as one of the two commanders of the legion, primordial hairy tortoise, had already started singing. Naturally, the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts in the void in front of them were not willing to be left behind. Besides, this so-called battle song of the Legion had been practiced countless times, and they had great chemistry with each other. Almost in the next instant, the battle song resounded in this part of the void. We are pests, hong, long, long. As the battle song continued to resound, the entire all-evil legion instantly moved. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise, they rumbled through the void toward the void on the right where the life energy was coming from, Luo Kuan star area. This was originally a senior forbidden land, and the most powerful being in charge of this forbidden land of ferocious beasts was a Luo Kuan at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme, which was also a half-step supreme being. This Luo Kuan had the bloodline of the Luo demon and the Kuan fish in his body, and he was extremely powerful. Even when the various races and powers of the 3 main planes of the universe invaded this void fragment of the universe several times, Luo Kuan star area did not fall into enemy hands. Later on, when the magic hall appeared, under pressure, Luo Kuan, who was in charge of this place, had no choice but to form the Ferocious Beasts Alliance with the other remaining Ferocious Beasts Forbidden Lands. Since then, Luo Kuan star area had become a member of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance, and Luo Kuan, who was a half-step supreme being, had become one of the representatives of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance. This time, in the Battle of the Magic Hall, the only 7th-level supreme being of the Ferocious Beasts Alliance had been killed, and now, like the other 4 alliances, they had become an external power of the Magic Hall. All of this was infuriating. Luo Kuan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After returning from the Forbidden Land of Rising where the Magic Hall was located, he went straight to the Lair Star in the depths of Luo Kuan Forbidden Land. Originally, he wanted to go into seclusion and try to break through to the primordial great power in one fell swoop. However, just as he prepared everything and was about to go into seclusion, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the outer void of Luo Kuan star area. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar of thunder, there was also an extremely strange, ballad-like roar of ferocious beasts. We are pests, Luo Kuan was stunned. It was clearly the roar of ferocious beasts, so why did it call itself a pests? Then, his expression changed dramatically, because at this moment, 2 extremely powerful auras passed through the atmosphere of the star area and descended with a boom. They instantly locked onto him, and his aura was firmly locked on. Primordial great power? There are actually 2 of them. What is going on? Luo Kuan suddenly exclaimed in shock. Without any hesitation, his shoulders shook, and he immediately rushed out of the Lair Star under his feet and came to the outer void of the universe. As far as the eye could see, a huge army of ferocious beasts was swarming in from outside Luo Kuan star area. The leader was clearly a pitch-black space porcupine, and on its back was a palm-sized green-haired turtle. Chapter 4768. Who are you? Seeing the army of ferocious beasts swarming into the star field with terrifying killing intent, the first thing they did was to start a frenzied slaughter. As for himself, his aura was locked onto by the space porcupine and the green-haired tortoise, who both had terrifying cultivation at the level of a great being from the primordial era. An incomparably shocked expression immediately appeared on Yu Kuan's face. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted out, revealing a deep sense of confusion. I didn't see any of you in the army of the Demon Palace, even in the void space of this fragment of the universe. I've never heard of such a group of ferocious beasts. Where are you from? You're all ferocious beasts from forbidden lands. Why are you slaughtering my Yi Kuan starfield? Howl. You talk too much. A mere half-step great being is not qualified to talk to me like that. Li. Old pig, swallow him. The moment Yi Kuan's voice was heard, the primordial porcupine let out a furious roar, and the primordial tortoise on its back let out a shrill shriek. The next moment, the primordial porcupine's body expanded to 100 million feet in the blink of an eye. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Yi Kuan, whose expression had changed drastically, into its belly. After a round of chewing, blood splattered everywhere. Yi Kuan, a half-step great being at the level of a 9th-level universe supreme being, was caught off guard and didn't even have the chance to escape. Within a few breaths of time, he was reduced to a pile of crushed bones and flesh, which was swallowed by the primordial porcupine. Li. This scene was too bloody. Countless ferocious beasts from Rock-Stellar region witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and all of them were terrified to the point of trembling. They instinctively raised their heads and howled fiercely while revealing boundless terror. Apart from this half-step great being Yi Kuan, there were several other ferocious beasts at the level of Universe Supreme level in this starfield, including some Universe Masters and Universe Knights. However, almost all of them were targeted. After all, apart from the two supreme beings, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, there were many Universe Supreme beings and Universe Masters in the all-evil army. The higher-ups of the ferocious beasts in Lun Kuan star area were the main targets of their attention, and their auras were locked down immediately. Other than a few Universe Masters who were the furthest away, the rest were all targeted and caught in a bloody battle. The entire Ying Kuan star area used to be extraordinarily powerful. They had more than 200 million beasts, which was more than the 10,000 Evil Legion. However, their individual strength was far weaker than the Ying Kuan star area, and their ferocious chi couldn't be compared to the Ying Kuan star area. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. The entire Yong Kuan galaxy was transformed into an underworld because of this. Space was filled with various kinds of ferocious beasts of different bloodlines. It was impossible to tell which side they belonged to. Only they knew that a bloody battle had broken out. Primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise only attacked occasionally, and they spent most of their time searching for treasures within the giant stars. Even though the most powerful beings within Luo Kuan starfield were only a few Universe Supremes, they were still extremely powerful. However, this fragment of space was extremely vast, and it was rich in all kinds of resources. Primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise had been to a dozen smaller fragments of space that were relatively barren, so they didn't have enough resources at hand. Hence, at this moment, even though they were great beings of the primordial era, they still couldn't be satisfied. They raised their heads and roared excitedly. The fierce battle lasted for 2 whole days. Only about 10% of the over 200 million ferocious beasts of the Yu Kuan Forbidden Land managed to escape. The remaining 90% were all killed and eaten by the brutal ferocious beasts of the all-evil army on the spot. More than 200 million ferocious beasts sounded like a lot, but there were nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Evil Legion. On average, each ferocious beast ate less than 2 ferocious beasts, so it wasn't full at all. At this level, they didn't feel hungry, but the feeling of hunger was even more torturous. After devouring the remains of the nearly 200 million ferocious beasts, the 10,000 Evil Legion's ferocious beast army ransacked all the life stars in Ying Kuan Galaxy. Whether it was the flesh and blood resources, all kinds of precious materials, or other treasures, without exception, they took everything and kept it for themselves. 2 days later, when the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise led the rest of the 10,000 Evil Legion and set off again, the entire vast Ying Kuan galaxy had been completely transformed into a desolate dead zone. Even if the real Space Locust clan army had passed through, they probably wouldn't have been able to do this. On the surface of countless life stars, there wasn't a single bit of green left. All the plants had been eaten up. This was really an army of pests. Wherever they went, the place turned into a barren land. In the core star of the Human Clan Federation where Devour was in charge. At this time, Devour and the other 8 primordial great powers of the Human Clan Federation, a total of 9 high-level great powers, were gathered together. Their expressions were extremely solemn and revealed a hint of confusion. The change in Ying Kuan Galaxy was immediately known to the 5 alliances. Now, Devour had summoned the other 8 primordial great powers of the Human Clan Federation precisely because of this. In the past 2 years, whether it was the Human Clan Federation or the other 4 alliances, they had been extremely quiet and didn't continue to jump out. On the surface, it seemed that they were really willing to submit to the Magic Hall and become its subordinates. But in fact, this was obviously impossible. Whether it was the Human Clan Federation or the other 4 alliances, they all had their own plans. Among them, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance had already made arrangements to try to summon the Great Powers' ancestors who were still in hibernation in their respective ancestral lands, and even the desolate Venerable Ancestor. The major clans and forces of the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, and the Human Clan Federation all had their ancestral lands in the 3 main star planes. There were also many great powers and even desolate venerable bloodline ancestors who were in hibernation in their ancestral lands. Almost all of the major clans and forces of the three alliances had used secret methods to send messages to their respective ancestral lands, requesting the higher-ups of the clans to stay in their ancestral lands to try to awaken the great powers and even the desolate venerable ancestors. However, it was obvious that this level of existence couldn't be awakened at any time. That would cause accidents. Therefore, 2 years had passed, and the major clans and forces of the 5 alliances hadn't had a single desolate venerable ancestor descend. But calculating the time, it should be soon, if there are no accidents. The desolate venerable ancestor of the human clan and the Senate of the Federation will descend here within a year. Turning his head to look at the other 8 great powers of the ancients, a cold light flashed in Dir's eyes. He then said, "But in the past 2 years, the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, have been quiet and haven't made any moves. This isn't a good thing, it makes people uneasy. Now that this beast army has appeared, we can use them to test the Master of the Magic Hall's current cultivation and state." Chapter 4769. Hearing this, the eyes of the 8 human powerhouses lit up at the same time. Dong Zhaotian from the Federation Senate nodded and said, "This is a good idea. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. According to the latest report, the strongest beings in this army of beasts are a space porcupine and a green-furred tortoise. They're both primordial rank 1 almighties. Do you still remember? Back in the origin of all Evil Star region, when that Yi guy transformed into the primordial little ape demon, he had a primordial porcupine and a primordial tortoise with him. Later on, those 2 fellows led the entire army of evil into the Cage Star region of the first universe. If I'm not mistaken, this army of beasts that suddenly appeared should be the army of evil that entered the Cage Star region of the first universe. In other words, this army of beasts is in cahoots with that Yi guy. But now, that Yi guy is hiding somewhere and enjoying himself. This army of evil doesn't know what happened before, and they don't know that the Master of the Magic Hall and that Yi guy are in cahoots. If we can lure them to the Magic Hall and start a fight with the 4 armies under the Magic Hall, hehe." At this point, a ferocious look appeared on Dong Zhaotian's face. He paused for a moment before continuing, "In that case, not only has there been no news of the Master of the Magic Hall for the past 2 years, but we also don't know what his current cultivation base and condition is. It's even very likely that he'll fall out with the Master of the Sky River planet, Yi Xian. After all, back in the origin of all Evil Star region, the Master of the Sky River planet, Yi Xian, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise had an unusual relationship. Moreover, this person is very protective of his own people." At this point, Dong Zhaotian stopped talking and turned to look at Dir and the rest. It had to be said that this plan was perfect. Although the bad idea was originally from Dir, he had only mentioned it briefly. The rest of the plan was thoroughly deduced by Dong Zhaotian. Everyone looked at each other, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement. The host's plan is indeed perfect. Seeing this, Dir immediately nodded and glanced at Dong Zhaotian. "In that case, I'll leave the task of luring this army of evil to the Magic Hall to fellow cultivator Dong. After all, you didn't show your face in the forbidden land of Rising Sun battle. Even if you're exposed, don't worry about the Human Federation." "Of course, I didn't show my face. But I can't be in the Federation headquarters but is. Jar." There were 7 great beings from both sides of the human tribe. They were in a disadvantageous position. Even if they raised their hands to vote, it wouldn't change anything. Thinking of this, Dong Zhaotian glanced at Dir and did not say anything else. He snorted coldly and immediately stood up. Whoosh! Dong Zhaotian merely shook his shoulders before his figure disappeared, disappearing without a trace. Roar! Screech! We're pests! We're pests! In the void, a huge army of ferocious beasts was advancing slowly. From time to time, roars and howls could be heard. The army's battle song was even more ridiculous. The tragedy in the Ying Kuan galaxy had spread throughout half of the Eldritch universe fragment. Therefore, all the great beings in the surrounding galaxies hid their auras in fear. They were afraid of being detected by this army of ferocious beasts, which was like a swarm of ferocious beasts. Coincidentally, The all-evil army was advancing in the direction of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. This was because the Ying Kuan galaxy was not too far away from the forbidden land of rising Sunday. They were in the same galaxy. However, Dong Zhaotian was still worried. After leaving the Human Tribe Federation, he used his great power to capture a large number of ferocious beasts from the ferocious beasts he passed by. There were more than 10 million of them. Although their cultivation was weak, they were all ferocious beasts with vigorous vitality and rich qi. These 10 million weak but vigorous ferocious beasts were the bait that Dong Zhaotian had prepared for the all-evil army. He had imprisoned all the ferocious beasts in a storage Dharma treasure. However, Dong Zhaotian could change the power field of the storage Dharma treasure at any time. He could magnify the qi and blood of these 10 million ferocious beasts and spread it out. The all-evil army was a powerful ferocious beast army. Since they were ferocious beasts, they were very sensitive to the qi and blood of various ferocious beasts. They were eager to devour the ferocious beasts because this was the main way to improve their bloodline and cultivation. Although the two commanders of the all-evil army, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, were extremely powerful and were also primordial great beings, they were only rank 1 great beings. However, Dong Zhaotian was a rank 8 great being. He was only 1 step away from becoming a complete rank 9 great being and a half-step desolate supremacy. In addition, he had deliberately made ample preparations and used the 10 million ferocious beasts as bait to lure the primordial porcupine, the primordial tortoise, and the entire all-evil army to the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. It was not difficult at all. In fact, everything was progressing smoothly. Dong Zhaotian first concealed himself. After restraining the qi and blood in his body, he waited in the void in front of the all-evil army. When the entire army was a certain distance away, he suddenly activated the storage magic treasure in his body and changed the power field of the storage magic treasure. He magnified the vigorous qi and blood of the 10 million ferocious beasts and spread it out. Although it did not last long, only a few breaths, it was enough for the countless ferocious beasts of the all-evil army to sense it. Roar. Screech. In the void in the distance, the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise raised their heads and let out an angry roar and a violent howl respectively. Then, their divine sense voices were transmitted, revealing a strong sense of joy and brutality. Over there, to the right in front, there is a large amount of ferocious beasts. The qi and blood are too vigorous. There must be a powerful forbidden land in this direction. I'm afraid its scale is not inferior to the one that was just massacred. Little ones, a new hunt is about to begin. Cheer, full speed ahead, roar, roar. Screech, screech, screech. Almost in the next moment, the cheers and howls of the ferocious beasts that covered the sky and earth sounded one after another. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise, the entire all-evil army instantly accelerated. All the ferocious beasts seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they roared excitedly and set off toward the forbidden land of rising sun where the magic hall was located. Chapter 4770. Roar, 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 roar. For 2 whole days, the void was filled with the roars and cries of the ferocious beasts. Under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the entire army of evil sped up in these 2 days. All the ferocious beasts seemed to have been given a shot of adrenaline as they roared excitedly and charged toward the forbidden land of rising sun where the magic hall was located. Far in front of them, Dong Zhaotian had been concealing himself. From time to time, he would activate the storage treasure in his body to change the power field of this storage treasure. He would amplify the vigorous aura of the ferocious beasts and spread it out to attract the ferocious beasts behind him. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise were not idiots. They had vaguely sensed that something was amiss, but because their cultivation base was too weak compared to Dong Zhaotian's, they were unable to find out the truth in a short period of time no matter how attentive they were. This ignited the flames of anger in their hearts. Almost all the ferocious beasts in the army of evil felt the same way. After 2 days of rapid attacks, all the ferocious beasts' patience had been worn thin. They had been excited for so long, but they had not seen a single prey. However, the dense aura of the ferocious beasts in front of them would occasionally spread out. This made them go crazy. As the ferocious beasts of the stars, the ferocious beasts in the army of evil, including the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, were on the verge of going berserk. At this moment, if an army appeared in front of them, whether it was ferocious beasts, humans, or other star races, the army of evil would definitely charge forward and tear it to pieces. At this moment, after 2 days of rapid attacks, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, as well as the army of evil behind them, were only 10 billion miles away from the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Whoosh, 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 just 10 billion miles away. The roars of the ferocious beasts of the army of evil were loud enough for the powerhouses in the magic hall in the forbidden land of rising sun to hear. At this moment, with the faint sound of breaking through the air, several figures shot out from the edge of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. For the past 2 years, Yi Xian had been deducing the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Path pellet. Half a month ago, he had just completed the terrifying heavenly tribulation triggered by the pill formula. The higher-ups of the 4 armies in the magic hall were all in seclusion and did not come out at all. It was as if the entire magic hall was sealed off from the world. Therefore, the higher-ups in the magic hall were unaware of the happenings in the outside world over the past few days. At this moment, the figures that rushed out of the forbidden land of rising sun were the higher-ups of the magic hall who had just been alarmed by the commotion caused by Yi Xian's heavenly tribulation half a month ago and hadn't had the time to enter seclusion again. In his line of sight were the 6-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sangji, and the other survivors. There were also Green Cow, Yu Linglong, Long Xiao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, and Green Rock Ancestor. There were also the Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the Battle Lion Ancestor. There were a total of more than 1,000 figures, and all of them were at least emperors. They were also the higher-ups of the magic hall in the forbidden land of rising Sunday. They were all alarmed by the commotion caused by the commotion 10 billion miles away. At this moment, after the higher-ups of the devil halls rushed out of the forbidden land of rising sun, they immediately looked towards the direction where the evil army was rumbling towards. Their faces were filled with a wisp of dense suspicion that couldn't be dispelled. For the past 2 years, the entire void space of this vast fragment of the universe had been peaceful. The magic hall was a powerful force, and it had the Sky River Sector as its ally. Behind the Sky River Sector, there was the Sky River Sector Master, Yi Xian, whose battle strength was not weaker than the Master of the Magic Hall. Under the alliance of these powerful forces, the Magic Hall and the Sky River Sector had become existences that no one dared to provoke in this fragment of the universe. At least until the powerful beings of the ancestral lands and the desolate venerables of the 5 alliances woke up from their deep slumber and gathered here one after another. Under such circumstances, for the past 2 years, the Magic Hall seemed to have closed itself off from the outside world. All the subordinates of the Magic Hall, from top to bottom, were trying their best to improve their cultivation. 3.1 Quick update. But now, the peace that had persisted for 2 years had been broken. In the distant void of the universe 10 billion kilometers away, there was actually an army of ferocious beasts with extremely violent auras and monstrous baleful auras that were charging over here. There were close to 100 million ferocious beasts in the entire army, and they were all roaring and roaring. They were in a frenzied state, and their auras were bloodthirsty and violent. This was clearly the sign of a new battle in the forbidden land of the rising sun. But, where did this army of ferocious beasts come from? Who gave them the guts to come to the Magic Hall, which had long ruled the world, and behave atrociously at such a time? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 6-headed blood dragon, Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other higher-ups of the Magic Hall were all dumbfounded. When they turned to look at each other, they were all extremely confused. Then, all kinds of soft exclamations and discussions rang out like a tide. What happened? Where did this army of ferocious beasts come from? It's definitely not the Ferocious Beast Alliance. Those guys definitely don't have such a fierce aura. Although this army of ferocious beasts is not large, only about 100 million of them, every ferocious beast in the army is as if they have just crawled out of the blood sea of hell. Their auras are so violent that it makes one's hair stand on end. What's the use of having a violent aura? Combat power is what gives confidence. The two existences at the front of this army of ferocious beasts are clearly only stage 1 mighty figures. They have just entered this realm, but they dare to be so arrogant and bring an army of 100 million ferocious beasts to suppress the magic hall. Are these two fellows crazy? Hey! These two fellows are a starry sky porcupine and a starry sky hairy turtle. This combination seems a little familiar. Have I seen them somewhere before? Let's not care about this. No matter whether we've seen them before or not, since they dare to suppress the forbidden land of the rising sun, they are the enemies of the magic hall. Now that the demon master is still in seclusion, there's no need to alarm him. Although the two stage 1 mighty figures are more troublesome, the reputation of the magic hall is not just for show. That's right. Mobilize all 4 armies and kill all the invading ferocious beasts. These two stage 1 mighty figures might not dare to continue acting presumptuously in fear. At this point, the higher-ups of the magic hall did not hesitate any longer. They immediately used their divine senses to convey the order for the army to assemble. Boom! Rumble, roar! Violent, 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 violent. Almost in the next instant, from the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun behind everyone, the rumbling of thunder could be heard. There was also the sound of a large number of ferocious beasts roaring and roaring. The forbidden land of the rising sun had been peaceful for 2 years. Now that an army of ferocious beasts dared to invade, all the subordinates of the magic hall were enraged. The 4 armies quickly assembled and prepared for battle. Chapter 4771. Hong. Hong long long, howl. Ruthless ruthless ruthless, deep within the forbidden land of rising sun, the rumbling of thunder resounded, and a large number of ferocious beasts roared and howled, following the orders of the higher-ups of the magic hall, including 6-headed blood dragon, Green Ox, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei. The 4 armies of the magic hall were fully assembled. As far as the eye could see, countless battleships, and massive beasts could be seen everywhere in the vast void of the forbidden land. Everything was tense but orderly. All the subordinates of the demon hall were brimming with fighting spirit. The ferocious beast army was the first to assemble, and with a shocking roar, a huge army of ferocious beasts rushed out from the right side of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. This army of ferocious beasts was made up of ferocious beasts that had been living in the space fragment of this desolate land, including the ferocious beast army of the original space nomadic army and the space beasts of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. The current commanders were Green Ox, Yu Ling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and a few other emperors of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. There were a total of 40 of them. As for the space beasts of different levels within the army, there were about 100 million of them. At this moment, as the army arrived, Green Ox, Yu Ling Long, and the other higher-ups of the ferocious beast army immediately flew out and stood in front of the army. Hong. Hong long long. In less than half an incense's time, the second army arrived, and its aura was extraordinary, causing the space to tremble slightly. This time, it was the remnant army of the 4 armies of the magic hall, and it was made up of the Sangji tribe and the remnant tribes of the forbidden land of rising Sunday. The commanders of the army were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the other 3 universe knights, as well as the over 20 undying emperors of the Sangji tribe. The total number of the remnant tribes in the army was also about 100 million, but there were only about 10 million battleships. However, all of them were extremely huge, with a volume of over 300,000 feet. As the army of battleships arrived, the elders of the Sangji tribe immediately flew up and rushed into their flagship battleships. As for Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, they stayed behind and stood in the space before the 2 legions. Half an hour later, the last 2 legions of the magic hall arrived at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. The size of the legion was even larger, and as far as the eye could see, endless battleships of all kinds stretched as far as the eye could see. These 2 armies were the nomadic army and the captive army under the magic hall. The composition of the members of the 2 armies was very mixed. All of them were experts from the 3 main planes of the current universe. There were humans, the second universe, and even some of the servant races from the first universe, as well as experts from the original WN Luo Federation. The current commanders of the nomadic army were the 3-clawed dragon, Enchanting, and the other representatives of the council who had been captured. They had all become Universe Knights. The number of soldiers in the army was shocking, with a total of more than 1 billion. The battleships were all huge fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Originally, there were only 50 million of them, but now there were more than 100 million of them, covering a large area of space. As for the captive army, although it was only made up of captives from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races, it was the largest army in the Magic Hall. However, their total military strength was the largest among the 4 Demon Hall's armies, numbering more than 20 billion. They had all kinds of battleships and fortresses of various sizes, as well as small fortresses of 50,000 meters in length. The current commanders were Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and hundreds of Undying Emperors from the 3 races, as well as a small number of Universe Knights, Hong, Long. At this moment, with the arrival of the 2 battleships, the entire space was in an uproar. More than 1 billion battleships of all kinds started to charge their cannons at the same time. The rumbling sound of thunder shook the space slightly. Within the time it took to eat a meal, the 4 battleships under the command of the Magic Hall had all assembled and arrived at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun. They lined up in a row and were ready for battle. In the space opposite them, the all-evil army, which was still close to 10 billion miles away, had rushed forward at an extremely fast speed during this period of time. Now, it was already more than 1 billion miles away. The atmosphere in the space immediately froze, and it was incomparably heavy. An earth-shattering battle in space was about to break out at any moment. One had to admit that, in terms of the scale of the battle, the 4 battleships of the Magic Hall were indeed much larger than the all-evil army. The all-evil army only had close to 100 million ferocious beasts in total. However, in the 4 battleships of the Magic Hall, which were lined up in a row at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, there were more than 100 million ferocious beasts, more than 10 million gigantic battleships, and more than 100 million fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters. Even the smaller fortresses with diameters of 50,000 meters and the smaller fortresses and star-level battleships with diameters of less than 10,000 meters were more than 1 billion, the ferocious beasts, the battleships of the survivors, and the 2 battleship armies of different levels. Their attack patterns were all different, but their advantages complemented each other. Now that they were lined up in a row and coordinated with each other, their battle power was definitely not to be underestimated. As for the high-end battle power, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall army were far from what they used to be. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the 4 ferocious beasts, as well as Blood Dragon Ancestor and Green Rock Ancestor, were originally only Universe Knights, but now they had all become Universe Masters. Even Green Cow, Yu Ling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the elders of the Sangji remnant race were originally only Undying Emperors, but now they had all become Universe Knights. With the addition of close to 1,000 Undying Emperors, it could be said that the high-end battle power of these 3 levels was almost negligible compared to the ferocious beast army. Only at the high-end level of the Universe Supreme Beings and the Great Beings of the Primordial Era, the Magic Hall army was still in an awkward position. There was not a single Great Being of the Primordial Era, but the all-evil army had Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise, 2 Great Beings of the first stage. As for the level of Universe Supreme Beings, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall army only had 6-headed Blood Dragon, who had reached the late stage of this level. However, the all-evil army had dozens of ferocious beasts with supreme-level battle power, hence, 6-headed Blood Dragon, Green Cow, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and the rest of the higher-ups of the Magic Hall army would definitely not give the top-tier battle power of the enemy a chance to make a move. Although the all-evil army had 2 great beings, they were only at the first stage of this level. In addition, there were dozens of Universe Supreme Masters. Although their combat power was terrifying, their numbers were of little significance in such a large-scale battle in the starry sky. More than 1 billion battleships, big and small, launched their attacks at the same time. Countless battleships roared, and the energy light beams intertwined to form a net. Even the void space of the universe was about to be torn apart, inch by inch. The dozens of Universe Supreme beings and the two great beings of the first stage definitely did not dare to recklessly take the attack head-on. They could only retreat temporarily. At this moment, the last to arrive was the nomadic army and the captive army. The cannons of more than 1 billion battleships of various types had clearly been fully charged. Chapter 4772. Howl. Howl, 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 screech. The army's camp is not bad. I didn't expect there to be a battleship army from the 3 main planes. It's a pity that there's only one Universe Supreme being in such a large force, and it's the 6-headed blood dragon from the Blood Dragon clan. Since that's the case, all of you will die here today. Little ones, it's time to hunt. Devour all of you. Leave nothing behind. We're pests. We are pests. With the roar of the ferocious beasts, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise's voice came out. Through the warship fleet in front of them, they had basically guessed who their opponent was this time, and the strongest person in the front of the opposite camp. Their opponent was clearly a 6-headed blood dragon. Hence, immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise were certain that this huge enemy force was most likely related to the top 10 races of the second universe. Previously, Yi Xian had been on bad terms with the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. When they were in the origin of all evil starfield, immemorial porcupine and immemorial tortoise led the ferocious beasts in the depths of the origin of all evil to engage in fierce battles with various powers. They had fought many battles with the Blood Dragon clan. Hence, at this moment, old hatred welled up in their hearts, causing their killing intent to become even stronger. They immediately issued the order to annihilate all the enemies. As their godly consciousness transmitted their voices, almost in the next instant, the ferocious beasts in the entire all-evil army roared the battle song of the all-evil army at the same time. Their aura was too brutal, and the degree of their iron-bloodedness was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, this army of ferocious beasts, which was so dense that it was almost impossible to disperse, had once again traveled hundreds of millions of miles and arrived at the 4 great armies of the Magic Hall, which were arrayed at the edge of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. In the void space about 300 to 400 million miles away, this was considered to be within the shooting range of the large and small fortresses and the giant starships. Although the cannons on the stellar-level battleships with a diameter of 3,000 meters and the large and small fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters couldn't reach this shooting range, the aura of this army of ferocious beasts was too brutal. They couldn't let them get too close. A safe distance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 6-headed blood dragon. The voice of his divine sense was immediately transmitted: ferocious beast army, captive army, standby. Nomadic army, remnant army, fire the first wave. Boom. Boom. Rumble. As soon as the last word was roared out, an earth-shattering explosion rang out in the void. More than 10 million giant battleships of the remnant army, each with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters, and more than 100 million nomadic army, each with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters. At this moment, all the cannons on the ships were activated at the same time. As they fired, countless energy light pillars whizzed out, weaving into a net in the void. In an instant, the momentum of the army of evil, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, stagnated, and they all dodged, roaring furiously. Xiao. In the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun, inside Yi Xian's abode star. Rumble. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian instantly took out the Shenong cauldron. It hung behind the giant peak where the magic hall was located, floating in mid-air. Then, with a flash of his body, he stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he sat down cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. In the past 2 years, he had been deducing the perfect elixir formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. During this process, his state of mind had unknowingly reached perfection. Moreover, he had just experienced a strange and shocking lightning tribulation. Although his physical body had not directly broken through under the baptism of the last terrifying lightning tribulation, he was not far away. This was the best time to take the opportunity to go into seclusion and start a breakthrough. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a wave of his hand, a large number of faint air-breaking sounds could be heard. Rays of light shot out from Yi Xian's body and hovered in front of him. This included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. There was even a large canopy of grey chaos herbs. They were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to start this breakthrough. Immediately after, Yi Xian activated the power of the Shunnong Cauldron's domain and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian swallowed this nascent soul fist-sized round pearl into his stomach and rapidly dissolved. Whoosh! Rumble! Almost in the next instant, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from his body. All the cultivation resources melted in his mouth and gathered into a majestic river of energy. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it continued to circulate in the 100 meridians of his body until it was completely refined. When the great river of energy disappeared and completely fused with his soul and body, Yi Xian had only accumulated enough energy to launch a single attack before the shackles snapped. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 6th order primordial god. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 6th order primordial god. 6th order primordial god. Before this breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body was at the first level of the primordial era. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape's bloodline in his body, he was able to instantly rise to the 6th level of the primordial era. After using the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reaching the 9th transformation, his battle strength would immediately soar to the 6th order primordial god level. Only with the addition of his physical body's boundless qi and blood to his cultivation level, could his true battle strength reach the level of a 7th rank desolate supremacy. This time, with the arrival of a new breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly have the strength of a 7th order primordial god level after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. Once he used the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline power and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would instantly reach the 7th order universe supremacy level. If he was in the form of a 60 million miles long fleshly body, the tremendous power of blood essence would add another level to his actual combat prowess. At that time, the strongest battle strength he could display would reach the unprecedented level of a 8th order desolate master. And he still had the Blood Sea secret technique. If he used the Blood Sea secret technique's power of clones, he could instantly condense 3 Blood Sea clones, all of which had terrifying battle strength comparable to a 8th order desolate master. In the situation of 3 against 1, even a 9th order desolate master would be able to fight head-on. Although there was almost no chance of winning, it would not be a loss. However, if he were to use the Fallen Sky Bow and other ultimate abilities and trump cards, even the peak desolate supremacy of the 9th rank, which was the Void Tortoise, who was a half-step heavenly path existence, could be killed by his arrow if it was caught off guard. Just like that, he would fall. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly agitated. There are only 3 small levels of breakthrough away from the 9th order desolate master level required to consume the level 29 desolate master level treasure pill. Muttering softly, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of light. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4773. This closed-door training only took 17 days. It's not too long. It must be because of the baptism of the lightning tribulation earlier. I'm not far from the edge of the breakthrough. After calming down, Yi Xian let out a long sigh and murmured softly. Now, ever since he finished refining the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill and even successfully deduced the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill, his heart that had been tense all this time suddenly relaxed by half. Now that he had broken through again, there were only 3 small breakthroughs left before he swallowed a level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill and officially stepped into the Primordial Supreme Realm. Therefore, his mood could be said to be incomparably happy. However, although 3 small breakthroughs did not sound like much, this was the Primordial Supreme Realm after all, and it was the late stage of this realm. Previously, because of the baptism of the lightning tribulation, he was already close to breaking through, so it would be difficult to easily break through after a short period of closed-door training. If there were no accidents, the last 3 small breakthroughs before swallowing the level 29 Desolate Supreme Treasure Pill would not be achieved in the near future. It was very likely that it was only a small breakthrough, and the time it would take to calculate in years. After all, from the 7th level onwards, one would enter the late stage of the Primordial Supreme Realm. It was far from the middle stage of the Primordial Supreme Realm. Boom. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian was thinking, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from outside the star, resounding endlessly. Not only was the movement loud, but it also seemed to be endless. It seemed to be coming from the edge of the void outside the rising sun forbidden land. Could it be that the ancestors of the various clans in the Great Five Alliance have descended again, so they have formed a group to invade again? As he frowned and whispered, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his body was instantly filled with a thick killing intent. This is just right, I can kill some more powerful beasts, and I can go back and refine some more desolate supreme treasure pills. In addition, the perfect pill formula of the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill has been successfully deduced. Although the refining materials required for the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill are more complicated than the previous level of treasure pills, the blood essence of the Desolate Supreme is still a necessary item. I hope that this time, there will be a few more powerful beasts of the Primordial Supreme Realm. Swish. Shoo. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand and stored the Farmer God's cauldron into his body. With a shake of his shoulders, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. At the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun. Boom. Rumble, roar, roar, screech. As the 6-headed blood dragon gave the order, the more than 10 million battleships of the Magic Hall's remnant army, each with a diameter of more than 300,000 meters, and the large fortresses of the nomadic army, each with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters, instantly moved. At this moment, all the cannons of the 2 legions were activated at the same time. Countless energy beams whizzed out and interweaved into a net in the void. In an instant, the 100 million ferocious beasts in the army of evil that were hundreds of millions of kilometers away froze in their tracks, and they dodged while roaring furiously. The giant battleships of the remnant army were extremely large, more than 300,000 meters in size. They were about the same size as the superstar fortresses of 1 million meters in diameter that the Human Federation and the Sky River sector had developed in recent years and had achieved mass production. Under the activation of the power of the domain, even if it was just a single energy beam, it was tens of thousands of feet in diameter. If a small star was hit by it, it would instantly turn into nothingness and turn into ashes. The remnant army had a total of 10 million such giant battleships, each with 10 main cannons. When they fired at the same time, 100 million energy beams whizzed out. The black antimatter energy beams fired by the large fortresses of the nomadic army were only about 30,000 to 40,000 meters in diameter, and each large fortress only had one of these giant main cannons. However, the large fortresses of the nomadic army had the advantage of more than 100 million of them. At this moment, more than 100 million energy beams were fired at the same time, and all of them were terrifyingly powerful black antimatter energy beams. Even if the mighty beings of the Desolation era were hit, although they would not be seriously injured, they would still cry out in pain. Under such circumstances, the roaring all-evil army that was roaring in the void hundreds of millions of kilometers away naturally did not dare to face them head-on. At this moment, with a series of earth-shattering roars and howls, the nearly 100 million ferocious beasts in the all-evil army all moved and dodged. As ferocious beasts in space, this was where they had the most advantage in a large-scale space battle. In the face of the energy beams fired by countless enemy battleships at the same time, it was basically very difficult for a spaceship to dodge. They could only activate void jump or activate their energy shields to resist the energy beams. However, the ferocious beasts were different. They directly exposed their physical bodies to battle in space, so in the face of the interweaving energy beams of the battleships, they were naturally very agile in dodging. Even so, when the first wave of more than 200 million energy beams of the battleship's cannons reached them, many ferocious beasts still failed to dodge in time. It was too dense, and the speed was too fast. Such a result was expected. In a short period of time, hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts were hit. Although most of them were only injured, more than 200,000 ferocious beasts died because of this. Seeing this scene, the various upper echelons in the Magic Hall's Array Palace were immediately invigorated. This was only the first wave of fire, and it had already caused the invading enemy to panic. It seemed that as long as a few more waves of fire were fired, they would be utterly defeated. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the six-headed blood-flood dragon. The voice of his divine sense immediately sounded again, the ferocious beast army, the captive army, still on standby, the nomadic army, the remnant army, all members bombard, the second wave of fire. Boom, boom, rumble. As soon as the voice of the divine sense fell, an earth-shattering roar once again sounded in the void. More than 10 million giant battleships of the remnant army, as well as the hundreds of millions of large fortresses in the nomadic army, once again fired hundreds of millions of cannons in unison. More than 200 beams of energy poured out, interweaving into an incomparably dazzling energy light net in the void. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, in the cosmic void above the 4 legions of the forbidden land of rising sun, a faint sound of breaking through the air suddenly came. Under the flash of a dim light, a figure appeared. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape. As soon as Yi Xian descended, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the void in the distance opposite the forbidden land of rising Sunday. At this moment, an extremely familiar army of ferocious beasts entered his line of sight. There were clearly 2 figures at the front. They were the primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise that he had not seen for a long time. Suddenly seeing these 2 fellows, Yi Xian was caught off guard and immediately froze. Then his expression suddenly changed. He rolled his eyes and cursed softly, "A bunch of idiots." Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4774. Originally, Yi Xian thought that it would be the Great Five Alliance that would invade this time. He was even prepared to kill a few more powerful beasts of the Desolate Era or even the Desolate Supremacy level. However, he never expected that what would appear in front of him at this moment was actually such a scene. The army of evil beasts that had entered the Cage Starfield had actually come out and came to this void fragment of the desolate world. Furthermore, when he was in seclusion, they invaded the forbidden land of rising sun and fought with the 4 legions of the Magic Hall. What the hell was going on? Yi Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, now was clearly not the time to be depressed and entangled. The battle between the 2 sides was already in full swing. If he did not stop it, the losses and casualties would only increase. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately sent a voice transmission to the 6-headed blood dragon, asking him to retreat. The 4 legions of the Magic Hall, as well as all the higher-ups, were to retreat to the forbidden land of rising Sunday. It was not until he heard the voice of his divine sense that the 6-headed blood dragon realized that the demon master had come out of seclusion. He subconsciously turned his head to look and was stunned. Although he was puzzled, he did not dare to disobey. He immediately ordered all the troops to retreat. The order to return to the camp, boom, rumble, in the void, an earth-shattering roar instantly sounded. The 4 legions moved together. All the beasts, the battleships of the survivors, and all kinds of starships, without exception, began to retreat in an orderly manner, heading toward the forbidden land of rising sun behind them. Even the higher-ups of the Magic Hall, such as the 6-headed blood dragon, did not stay any longer after exchanging glances. They all turned around and followed the army back to the base camp. Roar, roar, in the void hundreds of millions of miles ahead, the nearly 100 million beasts in the entire evil army were still roaring like thunder. The vast void of the universe trembled slightly because of this, and their ferocity was monstrous. This second wave of attacks caused the all-evil army to lose another 200,000 vicious beasts. Although this amount of damage was nothing compared to the army of nearly 100 million, it had been a long time since they had suffered such a loss. Now, the ferocity in their hearts had been ignited. Aroused, all the ferocious beasts only wanted to choose a person to devour. Right at this moment, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise raised their heads and let out a few angry roars. They turned their heads and looked over, just in time to witness the scene of the 4 Magic Hall legions retreating. The 2 old fellows instantly became ferocious, and their eyes burst out with a blazing bloody light that seemed to have materialized. "We've only fired 2 volleys in a row, and that's it. Leaving after firing 2 shots. What do you think Grandpa Turtle's and Grandpa Pig's beast army is? Little ones, it's time for a bloody massacre. Kill them all. Don't let a single one of them escape. What are we? We are pests, we are pests." In an instant, along with the angry roars of the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, the nearly 100 million beasts in the evil army all roared loudly, roaring the war song of the evil army. The void was horrified, and the ferocious aura was too fierce. Murderous aura soared into the sky. Hearing this war song, Yi Xian, who was in the distance in the void because his figure was only about 10 feet tall and he had deliberately restrained the aura in his body, looked extremely inconspicuous. For a moment, he was not noticed by the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise at all. He almost fell into the void. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, when he looked at the 2 old fellows again, the expression on his face was already incomparably strange, revealing a helpless expression. These 2 old fellows were really too good at tormenting people. These 2 old fellows actually came up with such a shocking battle song. When he heard it suddenly, he almost flipped over on the spot. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Yi Xian immediately said through divine sense, "All right, stop tormenting people. We're all family, so who do you want to kill?" Although he was now in the form of the violent star ape, and the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise could not recognize him, they could still recognize his voice. And the truth was indeed so. As Yi Xian's divine sense voice entered their ears, the 2 old fellows who were about to leap over trembled, and their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Subconsciously, their gazes followed Yi Xian's voice at the same time, and their eyes widened so much that they almost fell out of their sockets. "Stop howling. This Star Master doesn't want to reveal his identity yet." Seeing that the 2 old fellows seemed to be about to speak, Yi Xian immediately said through divine sense again, "If there's anything you want to ask, just use divine sense again. In addition, tell those fellows behind you to stop howling, they're so noisy. It's really you, kid. Holy shit. You scourge, you're actually still alive." As soon as his voice fell, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise's divine sense voice had already been transmitted, revealing a strong sense of surprise that couldn't be dispersed. At the same time, they had obviously also issued orders to the higher-ups of the legions under their command. The nearly 100 million beasts that were roaring in the void behind them all quieted down. Although they were all confused and didn't know what was going on, they were quiet. In the void behind the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise, they gradually gathered, "Your cultivation, hiss. 7th order desolate venerable. This is impossible." In the next moment, the 2 old fellows' divine sense voice sounded again. They finally noticed Yi Xian's cultivation, and their expressions changed wildly as they gasped at the same time. Although Yi Xian concealed his cultivation, he didn't deliberately do so. Now he was in the 9th state of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, and he just used the Bloodsea secret technique to shrink his body size. The primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise were now 1st order mighty figures. Even if they were hundreds of millions of miles away in the void of the universe, they could clearly sense it. It's not that scary. My real cultivation is only 6th order mighty figure. It's just that I used some kind of bloodline ability to forcibly raise my cultivation by a large realm. Yi Xian casually explained. In addition, my current identity is now the master of the Magic Hall, and the Forbidden Land of Rising behind me is the headquarters of the Magic Hall. The ones who were fighting with you just now were the 4 legions under the Magic Hall, and now I've ordered them to withdraw. By the way, when did the 2 of you come to this piece of void of the Chaos World fragment? Why haven't I heard anything about you before? In addition, speaking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the topic of discussion suddenly changed. What's going on with the battle just now? Why did the 2 of you suddenly fight? Hearing this, the primordial porcupine and primordial tortoise turned their heads and exchanged a look, and the divine sense voice instantly transmitted. How would we know that you're the boss of this magic hall? It hasn't even been a month since the entire ferocious beast army entered this void. They were originally in another area, but then they were lured here. It seems that there's a mastermind behind this matter. Who did you offend? Someone actually wants to trick you. Someone deliberately lured you here? Hearing this, Yi Xian was surprised, and then his face sank. His eyes were as gloomy as water, and the terrifying divine sense of the Seventh Order desolate supremacy surged and quickly extended to the surroundings. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4775. Dong Zhaotian did not go far. After successfully luring the all-evil army to avoid more than 20 billion miles away from the forbidden land of Rising Sun, he quietly retreated to the right side of the void. From a distance of 40 to 50 billion miles, he secretly paid attention to the progress of the battle on this side. His mission this time was not as simple as just luring this army of ferocious beasts to the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Although this army of 100 million ferocious beasts was extremely ferocious, it was not enough to cause any substantial trouble to the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The commanders of the army were only two first-stage supreme beings. As long as the master of the magic hall appeared, he would be able to blow them up on the spot. This was exactly what Dong Zhaotian wanted to see. Calculating the time, it had been 2 years since the master of the magic hall last appeared. In these 2 years, the 4 armies of the magic hall in the forbidden land of Rising Sun did not appear much outside. The master of the magic hall seemed to have disappeared without a trace and was hibernating in the depths of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. However, according to the news received by the Human Federation, half a month ago, in the void not far from the forbidden land of Rising Sun, there was a shocking heavenly tribulation. No one knew who was going through the heavenly tribulation. Today, the Demon Hall had long ruled the world in this fragment of the primordial world. Even the 5 major alliances had been forced to submit 2 years ago, becoming an external force under the Demon Hall. The 4 extremely powerful primordial supreme beings, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, completely disappeared after the battle 2 years ago and never appeared again. If there were no accidents, they should be hiding in a secluded place, recuperating, or cultivating. In short, the magic hall was now the dominant force and no one dared to provoke it. Therefore, in the past 2 years, the forbidden land of Rising Sun where the magic hall was located was basically the border of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and no external forces or idle starry sky powerhouses dared to set foot in it. In this way, the truth of the shocking lightning tribulation that occurred in this star region more than half a month ago was unknown to the outside world, and they even had no way to guess. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. That lightning tribulation was most likely related to the master of the magic hall. 2 years ago, his cultivation had already reached the 6th order Desolate Venerable. If this astonishing lightning tribulation was truly because of him, then, the Demon Palace Master's cultivation had most likely already broken through to the 6th order. In other words, it was extremely likely that the Demon Palace Master's cultivation had already broken through to the 6th order. He successfully stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. That was definitely not an existence to be trifled with. Even if all the slumbering bloodline ancestors in the ancestral lands of the various races and forces of the Great Five Alliance were to awaken, they would probably still not be a match for him. If that was the case, they could only give up on the idea of rebellion and submit to him. However, if not, some of the slumbering bloodline ancestors in the ancestral lands of the various races and forces would awaken and descend upon this star region. Then it would be time for the Great Five Alliance to rebel against the Magic Hall and overthrow it in one fell swoop. The reason why Dong Zhaotian stayed behind was to wait for the master of the Magic Hall to appear. He wanted to see what kind of cultivation level the master of the Magic Hall had reached. This goal was completely achievable because the 4 major armies under the Magic Hall were definitely not a match for the 2 first-order powerhouses of the evil army. If the master of the Magic Hall did not make a move, then the 4 major armies under his command would most likely be wiped out. Although it was indeed too dangerous to stay behind to see the true situation of the Demon Hall Master, Dong Zhaotian was confident in his powerful cultivation of the 8th order. Under the circumstances of deliberately concealing his aura, and the distance of 40 to 50 billion kilometers in the void, he just had to be careful. However, it was still quite safe to leave immediately after obtaining the information that he wanted. However, what he didn't expect was that although the master of the Magic Hall had appeared as he expected, What happened next was completely out of his expectations. It was so strange that he couldn't understand it. Both parties were about to start fighting, but at the most crucial moment, the four armies of the demon palace suddenly stopped. Before he could react, all of them retreated into the rising sun forbidden land. Immediately after that, even the beast army that was roaring endlessly stopped. They no longer charged forward but gathered behind the two almighty beast commanders. Everything was strange. Everyone knew that something must have happened. With this kind of bewilderment, Dong Zhaotian subconsciously extended his divine sense and immediately captured a faint fluctuation of divine sense in the void. At the same time, he finally saw a figure that was only about 3 meters tall and completely unremarkable in the magic hall. Master. It was only then that Dong Zhaotian finally realized that this was all because of the master of the magic hall. He seemed to be communicating with the two almighty beast commanders through divine sense. Furthermore, he was deliberately hiding it. This was clearly not something that could be seen. At this moment, Dong Zhaotian suddenly understood. He had a strong intuition that the master of the magic hall and the two almighty beast commanders were most likely old acquaintances. They knew each other. Only this could explain everything that had just happened. Thinking of this, his breathing immediately quickened. Although the master of the magic hall's cultivation aura wasn't too strong when he appeared, he could vaguely confirm that he wasn't at the heavenly Dao realm. It was most likely that he had only broken through a small realm. He had only attracted the shocking lightning tribulation from before. To Dong Zhaotian, this was the result of his investigation. His mission was considered complete. Moreover, they had received even more shocking news. The Demon Hall Master and the two Almighty Realm ferocious beast commanders in this ferocious beast army were most likely old acquaintances. If that was the case, it would not be long before he could deduce the origin of the Hall Master of the Demon Hall. As these thoughts flashed through Dong Zhaotian's mind, he immediately wanted to leave. He no longer hesitated and had no intention of staying. After withdrawing his extended divine sense, his figure flashed, and he instantly turned into a ray of light as he sped away at full speed. He was heading in the direction of the Human Federation's star sector. Rip, rumble. At this moment, a clear sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from 100 million miles ahead of him. A small crack was torn in the void. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, a figure walked out of the crack. It was the master of the magic hall. How dare you do such a thing behind my back? Are the upper echelons of the Human Federation tired of living? Yi Xian guessed Dong Zhaotian's identity the moment he saw him. This guy wasn't a remnant. His body had the aura of the 3 main dimensions of the universe. This meant that he must be from the Human Federation. The master of the magic hall? Dong Zhaotian's body shook violently. His expression changed drastically as he gasped and exclaimed in shock, "I don't understand what you're saying. I'm just passing by. Please remember the domain name of this book." Mobile version of this book. Chapter 4776. Do you think I'm retarded? Bang. Rumble. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Before he could finish his words, he had already disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Dong Zhaotian. Without saying a word, he punched out. A shocking explosion was heard. Dong Zhaotian's expression changed drastically once again. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to explain, but before he could say anything, his entire body was hit by a terrifying force. He exploded into a cloud of blood mist and spread out. Whoosh! Yi Xian acted as if he had just done something trivial. With a casual wave of his hand, he gathered the blood mist from Dong Zhaotian's body and compressed it into a blood ball, which he kept into his body. Although he was not a ferocious beast, and the blood mist that exploded from his body could not be used to condense ferocious beast blood essence, it was almost useless to Yi Xian. However, to ferocious beasts, even the flesh and blood of humans were food. After all, Dong Zhaotian was a rank 8 mighty figure. He was only one step away from entering the half-step desolate venerable realm. This blood ball would be of great help to the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. This was what he deserved. Previously, he had schemed against the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. Now, he had ended up in the stomach of a ferocious beast. Hiss! After doing all of this, Yi Xian waved his hand, and another spatial crack was instantly torn open in the sky above his head. His eyes flashed with a light as he stepped into it, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun in front of the army of all evil. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, the compressed blood ball was sent out by Yi Xian. It shot toward the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise. At the same time, his voice was heard, "This is the guy. He should be an old monster from the Federation's Senate. He has a rank 8 cultivation base. His flesh and blood will be of some benefit to you. Just eat it. He was destroyed so quickly. That's a rank 8 almighty. You killed him instantly with a wave of your hand. You brat, I haven't seen you for a few decades, but you've become so strong. You're a freak." Shock appeared on the faces of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. They looked at Yi Xian strangely, but didn't hold back. With a wave of the primordial hairy tortoise's hand, the ball of blood that shot out was instantly split into two. The two of them directly opened their mouths and swallowed it. Their spirits were suddenly lifted. All right, now that we've dealt with this tale, there are no more outsiders within an area of 100 billion kilometers, so there's no need to communicate via divine sense anymore. As he spoke, Yi Xian pointed at the forbidden land of the rising sun and grinned. That is the forbidden land of the rising sun. It is also where the magic hall is located. Now that I am the master of the magic hall, this place will naturally be your headquarters in the future. After that, Yi Xian didn't stay any longer. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire figure instantly turned into a ray of light and blasted away in the blink of an eye. Roar! Screech! Seeing this scene, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise raised their heads and let out a wild roar. The voice of divine sense also instantly spread out, "Little ones, go home." Roar! Roar! In the void behind them, countless star beasts in the army of evil raised their heads and roared wildly, revealing endless joy. Although Yi Xian didn't communicate with them via divine sense just now, and he wasn't in the form of the primordial little demon ape, nor was he in his original human form, they instantly guessed the identity of the starry sky beast just now from the words of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise. The identity of the violent ape. The entire army of vicious beasts was originally led by the primordial porcupine, the primordial hairy tortoise, and the primordial little demon ape. Together with the demonic ape, they were brought out of the source of all evil starfield. In the eyes of all the vicious beasts, there were only 3 of them. However, the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise had always been with them. Only the primordial little demon ape was not by their side. Now that they were going home, it was enough to explain everything. Rumble. Boom, we are pests, we are pests. Amidst the endless roars, the entire vicious beast army marched forward under the leadership of the primordial porcupine and the primordial hairy tortoise while singing the battle song of the army of evil. Soon, they entered the forbidden land of rising sun. Inside the forbidden land of rising sun, in the void, there was silence. But as far as the eye could see, the scene was extremely majestic, giving people a strong sense of pressure. Although the 4 major armies under the command of the Magic Hall withdrew from the edge of the forbidden land of rising sun under the command of Yi Xian, they did not disperse. Now, the 4 major armies were all in the void inside the forbidden land of rising Sunday. Among the 4 major armies, the vicious beast army of more than 100 million star beasts was hibernating on the left side of the starry sky, quiet and silent. Next to them was a giant starship with a diameter of more than 10 million feet, which was more than 1 million meters. As for the right side, more than 1 billion battleships of the nomadic army and the captive army were spread across the void, so vast that there was no end in sight. And in front of the 4 Magic Hall armies were 6-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sangji and the other survivors. Along with Green Cow and Yu Linglong, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, as well as the emperors of the 3 races, a vast amount of over 1,000 figures, all of whom were emperors and above, and all of whom were the upper echelons of the Magic Hall. Without exception, they were all gathered here. At this moment, everyone saw Yi Xian bring this incomparably ruthless army of vicious beasts into the forbidden area from outside the forbidden area. As for the two supreme expert-level beasts in this army of beasts, they were clearly following behind Yi Xian. They seemed to be extremely familiar with each other. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly became even more strange. They were completely baffled by Yi Xian's order just now, not knowing why it was like this. After all, both sides had already started fighting. The nomadic army and the remnant army had already launched 2 waves of attacks at each other from their hundreds of millions of fortresses and tens of millions of gigantic battleships. Under such circumstances, even if the demon hall wanted to stop the battle, the invading army of ferocious beasts would definitely not give up so easily. All the ferocious space beasts in this army were extremely violent and ferocious. They were not easy to fool at all. But now, they had just retreated to the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and less than half an hour had passed, and the demon master had returned with the entire army of ferocious beasts. He seemed to be enjoying himself. This was simply incomprehensible. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. He turned around and looked at the 6-headed blood dragon and the rest of the upper echelons of the demon palace. He immediately said, "From this moment onwards, they are the 5th army under the demon palace." The 5th army? The all-evil army? The upper echelons of the magic hall, including the 6-headed blood dragon, were stunned when they heard this. Then, they were enlightened. Since they were called the all-evil army, they were obviously the vicious beast army that had walked out from the source of all evil Starfield. They were very close to the Sky River Starmaster, Yi Xian, so it was no wonder that they were so close to the magic hall. In the previous battle, it was clear that the flood had hit the Dragon King Temple. Thinking of this, the 6-headed blood dragon, the green ox, the 3-clawed dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the others looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4777. This time, the Magic Hall had gained a lot. With the addition of the All-Evil Legion, the original 4 legions of the Magic Hall would become 5 legions from now on. The 5th legion was the All-Evil Legion, and its commanders, Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Turtle, were first-stage supreme beings. Apart from them, there were dozens of Universe Supremes, hundreds of Universe Masters, and 200 to 300 Universe Knights. As for Undying Emperors, there were more than 1,000. It was definitely the most powerful legion among the 5 legions of the Magic Hall. All this made the higher-ups of the Magic Hall, including 6-headed blood dragon and green cow, extremely happy. Because, before this, other than the master of the Magic Hall, who was extremely powerful, the most powerful being in the Magic Hall was 6-headed blood dragon. However, even he was only a late-stage Universe Supreme. In the entire Magic Hall, there was not a single powerful being from the primordial era. Even Universe Supremes were so few that they could not be brought out. This made 6-headed blood dragon and the other higher-ups of the Magic Hall feel extremely pressured and embarrassed. However, now that everything was finally resolved, they let out a long sigh of relief. The stone that had been weighing on their hearts instantly disappeared. Soon, the higher-ups of the 5 legions were familiar with each other. Yi Xian did not stay there for long. He ordered 6-headed blood dragon to arrange a place for the All-Evil Legion to set up camp and assign them a life star. Then, after that, he brought Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Turtle back to the cave-dwelling star. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After entering the atmosphere of the star, Yi Xian led the 2 old guys directly to the Magic Hall. After taking a seat, he told them about his experiences over the past few years. He told them about the Hongmeng Star Domain, the Milky Way Star Domain, and the base camp of the Source Nest Star Domain. Yi Xian did not hide anything from them. After all, these 2 old guys were still reliable, so there was no need to hide anything from them. I did not expect you to experience so much over the past few years. Even so, he didn't die. He's really lucky. After listening to Yi Xian, the Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise immediately sighed. However, these 2 old fellows had always had bad mouths, so their words were not pleasant to the ears. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. While feeling depressed, he suddenly thought of Old Boar, and his spirits were instantly lifted. He turned to look at Primordial Porcupine, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "Old boar, if we didn't mention this, I would have almost forgotten that I've prepared a huge surprise for you in the Primordial Starfield's Source Nest Starfield's base camp." "What the hell?" The Primordial Porcupine immediately became vigilant. Its eyes flickered with vigilance as it stared at Yi Xian and sized him up. "You're smiling so slyly, you're definitely up to no good. Tell me the truth, since it's a surprise, there's no point in saying it out loud." Xian immediately shook his head, and his expression was extremely firm. "Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. You'll naturally understand once you get there." Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, 2 rays of light shot out and stopped abruptly in front of Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise, quietly hovering. The 2 old fellows were startled. They subconsciously extended their divine sense into it. In an instant, their expressions changed drastically as they gasped. The 2 rays of light were 2 storage magic treasures. They contained a large number of cultivation resources, including 9 colored divine medicines and chaos great medicines. However, there was no purple gold treasure medicine. After all, with the cultivation level of these 2 fellows, if it wasn't the best, it really wouldn't be of much use to them. Of course, in addition to these, there was also a level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill in each of the 2 storage magic treasures. These 2 fellows were now First Order Almighties. They would need it sooner or later, so it was better to give it to them now. The Grey Great Medicine is a Chaos Great Medicine. Its medicinal effect is better than the 9-colored Divine Medicine. It's best to consume it at the moment of breakthrough. Forget about it during normal cultivation. After nodding his head, Yi Xian continued, "As for that medicinal pill, it is a level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill. Consume it after reaching the 9th Order Great Perfection. It will allow you to smoothly break through to the Desolate Sovereign Realm in a short period of time." Previously, Yi Xian had only refined a total of 15 level 29 Desolate Sovereign pellets. Such as, today, he gave 1 to Primordial Porcupine and 1 to Primordial Hairy Tortoise. There were only 13 level 29 Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pills left in his hands. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. As for Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise, after hearing his words, they were immediately dumbfounded. For a moment, they were completely speechless. It was obvious that they were thunderstruck. They never expected that after not seeing each other for decades, Yi Xian had already refined a supreme resource like the Desolate Sovereign Treasure Pill that could allow one to break through to the Desolate Sovereign Realm in a short period of time. At this moment, a familiar throbbing came from Yi Xian's body. It was the movement of the Yang Luo, which made his heart skip a beat. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Soon, Primordial Porcupine and Primordial Hairy Tortoise hurriedly left. They had not tasted the 9-colored Divine Medicine and the Chaos Great Medicine, so they could not wait. After they left, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly took out the Yang Luo. Swoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Bao Luo whistled out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was 100 feet in size. It slowly rose and fell in the void in front of Yi Xian, revealing an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. While, the moment Bao Luo was taken out, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing's voice sounded, revealing a strong sense of joy. "Master, we are awake." Before entering hibernation this time, the cultivation of the 7 beautiful cultivators had already reached the 6th stage of the Desolate Era. They were only 3 stages away from the peak of their previous life. Again, before entering hibernation this time, the cultivation resources that Yi Xian provided them were no longer the 9-colored Divine Medicine, but the Chaos Great Medicine. Its medicinal effect was obviously far superior to the 9-colored Divine Medicine. It could even be said that there was no comparison at all. They were not on the same level. At that time, Yi Xian was already certain that after ending this hibernation, the 7 girls would definitely step into the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era. However, he did not expect that the 7 girls would wake up again in just over 2 years. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Just as his heart was surging, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out continuously. 7 figures rushed out from the Yangluo, fluttering in the wind in front of him. While in the void in front of Yi Xian, there was a row of 7 beautiful cultivators, including corpse ancestor Huqing, who were in hibernation in the Bao Luo. They were all existences whose names shook the desolate era. No matter which one it was, they were all people with outstanding appearances and figures. "Greetings, Master." After their figures appeared, the 7 beautiful cultivators smiled and bowed to Yi Xian at the same time. They called out Master softly and laughed continuously. It was obvious that they were in a good mood. And the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies was just as Yi Xian had guessed. They had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the desolate era in his previous life. In other words, half-step desolate supremacy. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 4778. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a weak sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian waved his hand and sent out 7 rays of light. They stopped abruptly in front of Shi Zhu and Han Ba and turned into 7 balls of light. Light in the balls, other than the 9-colored divine medicine and the chaos medicine, there was also a level 29 desolate supreme pill. As a result, there were only 6 level 29 desolate sovereign pellets left in Yi Xian's hands. Other than the one he had, there were at most 5 that he could distribute to his subordinates. It was truly a bit of a case of too many monks and too little porridge. In addition, there were not many 9-colored divine medicine and chaos medicine left. He had to find time to refine a few more batches. In the balls of light, other than the 9-colored divine medicine and the chaos medicine, there is also a level 29 desolate supreme pill. The 7 girls habitually waved their hands and put away the ball of light in front of them. Yi Xian faintly smiled, then continued, "Now, your cultivations have recovered to the peak of the 9th step of the supreme expert realm from your previous life. The next step is to break through to the desolate sovereign realm. As it is no longer recovering your previous life's cultivation, you will definitely need a level 29 desolate supreme pill, and this matter cannot be rushed. You have just completed a closed-door training. If you rush for quick success, you will not achieve it. It is better to rest for a while and adjust your state of mind. When everything is ready, you can start the breakthrough. Once you succeed, you'll become true primordial sovereigns. Even if you encounter that old geezer Xingbo, you'll definitely be able to protect yourself if the 7 of you work together. So, this might be the last time I'll provide you with cultivation resources. In the future, you will have to rely on yourselves. Thank you, Master." The 7 girls' eyes were filled with tears, and their voices were choked. Thinking back to the time that Yi Xian had accompanied them, their hearts were already filled with emotions. "Master, we plan to go out and travel, but we will not go too far. We will walk in the surrounding star fields. Master, can you accompany us all the way? Or, you can send a clone to accompany us." One of the clones said. After lamenting for a while, the 7 girls slowly calmed down and proposed the idea of going out for a walk. This was Yi Xian's idea. They had just finished a closed-door training, so they should go out for a walk and stabilize their state of mind. "I still have to go into seclusion to make a breakthrough, so I'm afraid I don't have time to accompany you guys for a stroll." Xiao, nodding, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand as he spoke. In an instant, a ray of light shot out. It was none other than the demon dragon mount. After that, he continued, "When traveling outside, it's inconvenient for female cultivators. The demonic dragon imperial chariot is yours to carry. During this period of time, you can use it as a means of transportation. In this way, if I need to contact you, I can send a message through the carriage immediately. After all, this is a primordial treasure that I made myself. With my current level of cultivation, as long as it is in the void of this primordial world fragment, I can sense it at any time." "Thank you, Master." When the 7 girls heard this, they were overjoyed and immediately thanked Yi Xian again. Then, they quietly left with the demonic dragon, Xiao. After the 7 girls left, Yi Xian walked out of the magic hall and arrived at the valley behind the giant mountain. This time, he was not going into closed-door training, but to make medicine. He did not have much purple gold medicine, 9-colored godly medicine, and chaos medicine left. Taking advantage of this breakthrough, he was going to make more of these 3 medicines as backup. Rumble. Xiao, xiao, xiao. After entering the valley, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out the shrunken Shunnong treasured cauldron. Then, with a thought, he took out the remains of 108 primordial creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. The remains of these primordial creatures were the main ingredients he was going to use to refine the great medicine. However, at the same time, he also took out a large amount of top-grade precious medicines of all kinds. There were too many to count. The first thing he needed to refine was the chaos medicine. Therefore, the remains of the treasured bodies of primordial creatures he took out were not weak. There were 108 of them, and all of them were at least universe supreme beings. Among them, 18 of them were treasured bodies of ferocious beasts. Similarly, the spring water used to make medicine was also extravagant this time. He took out a mixture of innate yin cold liquid and dark furnace lotion as a substitute. Rumble. Rumble, xiao. After everything was ready, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, all the materials that were floating on one side of the void automatically flew into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, they melted under the temperature of the 9-colored flame and mixed together. Xiao. Xiao, xiao, xiao. After taking a deep breath, Yi Xian's hands danced like butterflies, and obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain. Straight after entering the Shunnong treasured cauldron, the runes covered the sky and covered the earth, densely packed. The refinement of this cauldron of chaos medicine began, at the same time, at the edge of the void of this fragment of the universe, rip. In the originally tranquil space of the universe, the extremely clear sound of ripping suddenly resounded. An enormous black rift was torn open in the horizon, and then a figure flashed out from this rift. It was a ferocious beast, a ferocious lion that was over 10,000 feet in size. Its entire body was as red as blood, and its aura was ferocious. Its aura had reached the 7th order of the Desolate Era. This blood-colored lion was the bloodline ancestor of the Lion Clan, which ranked 3rd among the top 10 clans in the Second Universe, the blood-devouring lion. In the desolation at the very beginning of the Ancient Era, there was a blood-slaughter lion in the camp of the Green Eyes of the Heavens. Its 9 transformation of the Berserk lion was incomparably powerful and had once shone brilliantly in the battle of the Primordial Era. It was a bloodline divine ability called the 9 changes of the Berserk lion. It was no less powerful than the sky-falling bow, the most powerful divine ability of the Desolate Era Yaksha. Every one change could make the body size soar by 10 times, and the strength of one's cultivation increased by 1 level. After 9 changes, the strength of one's cultivation increased by 1 level. Hong. In the early stages of the Desolate Era, even though the Bloodslaughter Lion was only a 3rd-order sovereign, when he executed the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion, even the Void Tortoise, Golden Divine Dragon, and Desolate Ancient Yaksha, who were all at the perfection stage of the 9th-order sovereign realm, were afraid of him. Once they fought, unless they used the sky-falling bow, they were almost no match for him. The blood-devouring lion was the bloodline descendant of the blood-devouring lion. At the end of the Primordial Era War, the blood-devouring lion also belonged to the camp of the Green Eyes of the Heavenly Way. He had fought side by side with the 9-headed blood-devouring dragon and the Azure Sky Rock. After the battle, the 3 of them were seriously injured and went into hibernation to recover from their injuries. Back then, the blood-devouring war lion was the weakest among the 3 of them. The 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock were already half-step Desolate Supremes at the peak of rank 9, while the blood-devouring war lion was merely a rank 1. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4779. But in fact, his actual combat power was the strongest among the 3. There was no doubt about that. Even the 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Sky Rock could not compare to him and could only admit defeat. This was because the bloodline of the blood-devouring lion came from the blood-ferocious lion. Slaughter the blood-ferocious lion was the same as the blood-sea devil dragon and the Kuan Peng. It was a powerful primordial supreme, and its combat power was extraordinary. It was in existence on the same level as the Void Tortoise, the Golden Divine Dragon, and the Primordial Yaksha. No, like the Blood Sea Devil Dragon and the Kuan Peng, the blood-ferocious lion had disappeared before the end of the Primordial War. No one knew whether it was dead or alive. Until now, no one knew whether it was dead or alive. But the blood-ferocious lion's 9 changes of the berserk lion was continued by its direct descendant, the blood-devouring lion. After countless years of reproduction, the Battle Lion clan of the Second Universe was born. Not long ago, the Blood Dragon clan and the Azure Sky Rock clan's first-generation ancestors, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, had successfully broken through to the primordial supreme realm. They left the ancestral land immediately and went to the primordial world fragment Void together. But the Battle Lion clan's first-generation ancestor, the blood-devouring lion, stayed behind. In the past 2 years, the blood-devouring lion's injuries from the battle at the end of the primordial war had finally recovered completely. Moreover, it had improved even more, breaking through to the current primordial supreme 6th stage in one fell swoop. Although it was only a 6th-stage mighty figure, on the surface, it was inferior to the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, who were already 1st-stage Baron Supremes. But in fact, even if the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock joined forces, they were far from being a match for the blood-devouring lion. Since as the first-generation descendant of the blood-ferocious lion, who was able to contend with the Golden Divine Dragon, the Void Tortoise, and the Primordial Yakshaw, and was the first-generation ancestor of the Battle Lion clan, the blood-devouring lion had obviously completely comprehended the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline. In other words, as long as he was willing, he could enter the 9th transformation of the Berserk Lion at any time. Under the state of the 9th transformation, the blood-devouring war lion was the same as Yi Xian. His cultivation level would increase by a large realm. Now that he was already a 6th rank mighty, once he entered the 9th transformation of the Berserk Lion, he would instantly become a 7th rank Desolate Supremacy. This was a late-stage Desolate Supremacy. Even the current Yi Xian's strongest combat power was not comparable to this. It was enough to show how powerful the blood-devouring war lion was, and this time, he clearly didn't come alone. Here at this moment, his body, which was only 100,000 feet tall, rushed out of the spatial rift. Immediately after, all kinds of battleships appeared one after another. Previously, when the 9-headed Bloodflood Dragon and the Cyan Rock left, they had already told the 2 clan leaders in the ancestral land that the Bloodflood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Warrior Lion clan would migrate together under the leadership of the blood-devouring war lion. This time, when the blood-devouring war lion left the Second Universe and arrived at the void fragment of the Chaos Land, other than himself, all the members of the Bloodflood Dragon clan, the Cyan Rock clan, and the Warrior Lion clan were all mobilized to migrate. In the ancestral land of the 3 clans, there were still some bloodline ancestors whose cultivation levels ranged from the Universe Supreme level to the Primordial Supreme level and even the Primordial Supreme level who were in deep sleep. But this time, these hibernating higher-ups of the 3 clans were also kept in a special storage treasure and migrated together. Hong, hong long long, the earth-shattering roar continued to resound and did not stop for even a moment. Here at this time, the blood-devouring war lion had already retreated hundreds of millions of miles away. Its body was suspended in the void space. Its expression was calm, but there was a dim light in its eyes. Obviously, it was not in a hurry. It was quietly waiting for the armies of the 3 clans to gather behind it. All of this lasted for 3 whole days. During this process, the spatial rift that was torn open slowly closed several times. However, every time, the blood-devouring war lion would attack and tear it open again. After 3 days, no more battleships rushed out from the huge spatial rift and it began to close slowly. But, in the universe void space in front of the spatial rift, there were already 3 enormous battleship armies gathered. The 3 armies were gathered in clans. They belonged to the Bloodflood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. Among the major clans and powers of the 3 main planes of the universe, these 3 clans were the only ones who had migrated to this fragment of the universe. From now on, the second plane of the universe, and even the 3 main planes of the universe, had nothing to do with them. Since the clans had migrated, everything in the past would become history. To these 3 clans, such a decision was tantamount to cutting off all means of retreat. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. If they were unable to gain a foothold in this primordial world fragment, the Bloodflood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan would most likely completely decline, drifting everywhere like rootless duckweed. Because of this, All the clansmen of the three clans were filled with the solemn and heroic feeling of a hero severing his arm, and when all of this converged together, it imperceptibly transformed into an indescribably solemn aura that suppressed the entire expanse of space. As far as the eye could see, each of the three armies had more than 5 billion battleships of various types. Combined, the total number of battleships was close to 20 billion. They were spread out in the void, and there was no end to them at all. In terms of high-end battle strength, aside from the blood-devouring war lion, there were 7 or 8 figures in front of each of the three battleship armies. All of them were powerful figures of the primordial era and above. Plus together, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan had already awakened and migrated here. There were a total of 25 powerful figures of the primordial era. This, although the 25 powerful figures of the three clans had not reached the supreme master of the primordial era, it was not impossible for them to have the battle strength of a desolate master for a short period of time if they used some kind of secret bloodline technique at all costs. 10 billion battleships, 25 powerful figures of the primordial era, and the blood-devouring war lion, whose strongest battle strength could reach the 7th rank desolate master realm. The battle strength of this newly arrived army was absolutely shocking and incomparably powerful. Roar! The blood-devouring war lion looked up and let out a shocking roar as it scanned the three armies gathered in the void space ahead. At the same time, it activated a secret technique that only it, the 9-headed blood flood dragon, and the green skyrock knew. Through this secret technique, the blood-devouring war lion could keenly sense the divine sense imprint left by the 9-headed blood flood dragon and the green sky rock even from a long distance away. The three old fellows had fought side by side since the end of the primordial era. In this aspect, they had a tacit understanding. Roar! Soon, as the secret technique was activated, the blood-devouring war lion immediately sensed it and let out a roar. Its body turned into a ray of light and shot toward the void space on the right side. Boom! 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 In an instant, an earth-shattering roar filled the air. The battleships of the three clans behind all activated their kinetic energy cabins and followed the blood-devouring war lion as they sped forward. In this direction, they were heading straight for the Star Alliance's star sector. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version website. Chapter 4780. The Star Alliance was made up of the races of the Second Universe, one of the three main planes of the universe. Among the top 10 races of the Second Universe, the Dark Turtle clan had always been a lone wolf. After entering the void fragment of the universe, they broke away from the other races of the Second Universe and joined the Milky Way sector. Therefore, in fact, there were only 9 of the top 10 races in the Star Alliance. They were the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, the Warrior Lion clan, the Enji clan, the Raging Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan. This, the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Warrior Lion clan, which were the top 3 of the top 10 races, had all been captured and became captives of the Magic Hall. They had always thought that the 9-headed Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Sky Rock clan were the only commanders in the Star Alliance. As for the other 3 races, although they would come later, there was no sign of them. Now, after the last battle against the Magic Hall, the 9-headed Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Sky Rock clan were nowhere to be seen. The entire Star Alliance only had a few universe supreme beings to keep up appearances. Their days were extremely awkward, and they had to tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. During this period of time, the races of the second universe of the Star Alliance had been holed up in the star sector that the Alliance occupied. Almost no one dared to leave the star sector and show themselves outside. If they ran into the subordinates of the Magic Hall, they would definitely be bullied and could only swallow their anger. There was no need for that. This, the 6 universe supreme beings of the Enji clan, the Raging Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan were gathered in the palace of the Alliance headquarters. Since, after being forced to submit to the Magic Hall, the frequency of these meetings had become less and less. Previously, they had only met once every 3 to 5 days. After, they only met once every 10 days. Now, the 6 universe supreme beings only came once a month to gather in the palace of the Alliance headquarters. The committee, it's too awkward to meet, And no matter how much we discuss, it's pointless. That's why this situation is so natural. Alas, it's been 2 years. What a cowardly life. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man in a silver robe. Of course, this was his human form. Basically, every race in the second universe had the bloodline of a dire beast, but it was more convenient for them to transform into humans. This is the middle-aged man in the silver robe was named Devour, and he was an elder of the Enji clan. He was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme realm. Among the 6 Universe Supremes present, he was the most powerful. With the 9-headed Bloodrakes and the Azure Rock in seclusion, the entire Star Alliance was under his control. But just as he said, Devour's life has not been easy. Ever since the Big Five Alliance was forced to submit to the Magic Hall, their lives have been extremely miserable. Even he, a 9th Order Universe Supreme and a Half-Step Supreme being at the pinnacle of the Alliance, could only hole up in the star sector occupied by the Alliance. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to go out. It's so depressing that it makes one speechless. Counting the time, the army of our races left in the second universe will be here soon. He sighed. After a sigh, the Universe Supreme of the Barbarian Bull clan took over the conversation and said with anticipation, "This will be the last batch of battle power of our races to arrive. All the races will migrate one after another, including the bloodline ancestor who is still sleeping in the ancestral land. Let's not talk about the others, just my Barbarian Bull clan alone has 1 primordial ancient supreme and more than 10 primordial ancient supreme beings. Basically, the top 10 races in the second universe are all like this. All of them have bloodline ancestors at the level of primordial ancient supreme. Not bad." When the Barbarian Bull clan ancestor finished speaking, the Universe Supreme of the Colored Python clan took over the conversation, and a cold light flashed in his eyes from time to time. Even his tone was extremely cold. "Let's not talk about the Dark Turtle clan. There are 9 of the top 10 races in the second universe. Among the 9 races, there are primordial ancient supreme beings in hibernation. Previously, the ancestors didn't know the situation, so they didn't wake up easily, but now, it's different. Which of our races doesn't have a long history? Now that we've formed an alliance, we're being suppressed by the Magic Hall of the Raging Ape. Even if we can tolerate this grievance, the bloodline ancestors in our races who are still in hibernation won't be able to tolerate it. That's what it should be." The Universe Supreme of the Greedy Wolf clan was excited to hear this, and a fierce aura burst out of his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's about time. We just need to wait for the last batch of our army to arrive in this space fragment of the ancient universe. Then, we'll definitely wake up the ancestors in our races." Although that violent ape is powerful, with just its own strength, it can already fight against the 4 powerful Desolate Supremes, the Blood Chileen, the 9U Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon and the Azure Sky Rock, and that Sky River Star Master Yi Xian. I don't know what kind of luck he has. In just a few decades, his combat power has increased to such a terrifying level, and he's even colluding with the Master of the Magic Hall. However, even if the 2 of them were to join forces, they would at most be able to deal with 8 primordial sovereigns, or even fewer. After all, the Heavenly River Star Lord, Yi Xian, doesn't have the secret blood technique of the Demon Palace Master, so he can condense 2 Blood-Sea clones with the same battle prowess. Under such circumstances, we only need to wake up at least 5 barbarian saints. Then, with the help of 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile and Bloody Unicorn, we'll be able to crush the high-end combat power of the Magic Hall. This is our only hope. Beside him, the Tree Spirit Ancestor nodded, and this time, there won't be any more accidents. Don't forget, other than our Star Alliance, the other alliances also have their own primordial ancient supreme beings, and even the Supreme Primordial Ancient Supreme is still in hibernation. We're not the only ones who want to get out of the Demon Hall. The other 4 alliances won't stay out of this either. This time, the Demon Hall will definitely be annihilated. It's only a matter of time before this day comes. Boom. Rumble. His words made everyone present nod repeatedly. The haze that originally shrouded their hearts seemed to have dissipated by quite a bit. The expressions on everyone's faces became much better, and their eyes revealed the light of hope. Suddenly, without warning, an earth-shattering rumble erupted from the atmosphere of the planet where the Star Alliance's headquarters was located. Their auras were too shocking. Even the entire planet beneath their feet trembled slightly. Just by releasing their suppressive auras and not officially launching an attack, it was already so shocking. The existences that suddenly descended from outside the planet were definitely at the level of a desolate supremacy. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, Ji-Dao and the others' faces suddenly changed. Their bodies shook violently, and they stood up in shock, gasping in horror. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of this book. Chapter 4781. Hong. Hong Long Long. Outside the atmosphere of the star where the headquarters of the Star Alliance was located, an earth-shattering rumble could be heard without any warning. The power was too shocking, even the entire star under their feet trembled slightly. Ji-Dao and the other 5 Universe Supremes who were in the middle of a discussion suddenly changed their expressions. Their bodies trembled violently as they stood up in shock, exclaiming softly, "A desolate master? Not good, it must be the master of the magic hall. We're done for, we're done for. We were too arrogant. We actually thought that by hiding in our own nest, we could talk about a powerful desolate venerable. From the looks of it now, we were clearly discovered by him and he came in anger. With the temper of that raging ape, I'm afraid he won't let us off easily. We were too careless and forgot our place for a moment, inviting a fatal disaster. Everyone, should we escape immediately, or should we go out and admit our mistakes and beg for mercy? Where there's life, there's hope. From what I see, we should go out and admit our mistakes to the Demon Master. He's a magnanimous person, he won't be too calculative with ants like us. At most, he'll punish us, and we'll just grit our teeth and bear with it. All right. Hong. Hong Long Long, a bunch of trash, listen to what you're saying. With such virtue, such cowardice, do you still deserve to be the elders of the top 10 races? Where's the blood dragon? Where's the green rock? Where are they? Why did you leave them alone? Howl. Without waiting for Ji-Dao and the others to finish their words, outside the atmosphere of the star, another rumble could be heard, accompanied by angry roars and roars. This was clearly the sound of the blood-devouring war lion, the elder of the war lion race. That's right, it must be him. Damn it, we made a mistake. What a disgrace. The one who came is not that raging ape, but the elder of the war lion race. He's as famous as the 9-headed blood dragon and the cyan sky rock. Another powerful desolate supremacy has descended. I wonder if the army of the tree spirit race has come along with the war lion race. Fellow Taoists, we've been stifled for so long. The days of vexation are finally here. Our Star Alliance will soon be able to hold our heads high. Let's go out and welcome Patriarch War Lion. From the sound of his divine sense just now, it seems like he's not close yet. He's most likely just arrived at the edge of the star field. Roar, 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 roar. At the end of their speech, all 6 of them looked agitated. They leaped into the air and dashed out of the great hall of the headquarters of the Star Alliance. Around them, several Universe Knights and Universe Masters came forward to greet them. They followed them as they made their way toward the star sector controlled by the Star Alliance. At the edge of the cliff, he sped away. After a short while, the 6 of them led the elite troops behind them and rushed to the edge of the star field. Outside of the Star Alliance's territory, 3 massive fleets were rumbling toward them. Each of the fleets had more than 5 billion warships of all types and types. The total number of warships in the 3 fleets was close to 20 billion. They were spread out in the void space, and there was no end in sight. In terms of high-end combat power, aside from the blood-devouring war lion, there were still 7 or 8 figures in front of the fleets. All of them were at least as powerful as the primordial era. This time, the blood dragon, the green rock, and the war lion race had awakened and migrated to the starfield. There were a total of 25 powerful beings from the primordial era, and all of them were in front of the 3 fleets. Although there were only 25 powerful beings from the primordial era, and their combat power had yet to reach the level of a primordial era supreme, it was not impossible for them to have the combat power of a desolate master for a short period of time if they performed some kind of bloodline technique at all costs. However, the combat power of a desolate master was obviously not comparable to that of a primordial era supreme. It was basically equivalent to a half-step desolate master. The scene was too shocking. 20 billion warships, 25 powerful beings from the primordial era, and the blood-devouring war lion, whose combat power could reach the 7th rank Desolate Master. The entire army spread out in the void, and stretched as far as the eyes could see. The overall strength of this army was absolutely shocking. It was incomparably powerful, and made Ji Dao and the others tremble slightly. They were really too excited. Roar. At this time, as the three fleets gathered in the void space in front of them, the blood-devouring war lion, who had maintained a distance of 10,000 feet, raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At the same time, the blood-devouring war lion's voice rumbled through, frightening Ji Dao and the rest of the Star Alliance's higher-ups and experts. A bunch of trash, what did you just say? Where is the blood dragon? Where is the green rock? Where are they? Why did you ignore this? You are a disgrace to the top 10 clans. Roar. At the end of the sentence, the blood-devouring war lion roared again, his anger soaring to the sky. Compared to the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock, his temper was the most violent. The words he heard just now were unbearable, and he was already infuriated. After roaring violently, he immediately continued, "Where is the violent ape that you mentioned just now? What *T master of the magic hall? I will go and destroy him immediately." Hearing this, Ji Dao and the others trembled in fear. Their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately tried to persuade the blood-devouring war lion ancestor, "We should consider this matter at length. Yes, that violent ape is too strong. The blood unicorn, the 9-headed demon crocodile, the 9-headed demon ancestor, and the azure rock ancestor were not his match even when they joined forces. They have already been defeated twice by him. There is no way they can contend against him. It's not only the master of the magic hall, but the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian, is also a supreme primordial. His battle strength is not weaker than the violent apes. With the two of them joining forces, they are now ruling over the Chaos Fragment. It's not only the Star Alliance formed by the clans of the Second Universe, but also the Myriad Race Alliance formed by the slave clans of the First Universe, the Human Race Federation formed by the two human camps and the original Thousand Luo Federation Senate, as well as the Ferocious Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance that originally existed in this fragment of space. All 5 alliances have now submitted to the Magic Hall. Even if the 5 alliances join forces, the 4 Supreme Primordial and the 12 Supreme Primordial are not Magic Hall's opponents. That's right, both the Violent Ape and the Sky River Star Master, Yi Xian, are too strong. Now, the other Desolate Supremes have not yet arrived, and the 9-headed Demon Ancestor and the Azure Rock Ancestor are still recovering in seclusion. The matter of overturning the Magic Hall can only be considered at length. Consider. Blood-devouring war lion ancestor, please calm down for now. This is a serious matter, so please don't be rash. Impulse is the devil. What? Even the combined forces of the blood dragon, the green rock, the blood unicorn, and the 9-headed demon crocodile are not a match for that violent ape. Could it be that he is at the peak of the 9th rank? These words caused the blood-devouring war lion's expression to change drastically. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4782. Up in the air, Ji Dao and the other leaders of the Star Alliance looked at each other. Bitter smiles appeared on their faces, then they sighed. Finally, one after another, they began to speak. Of course not. But that ape possesses the Blood Sea secret art. Zhong Xian muttered to himself. Once he uses it, he can form 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant. Each one has the same combat strength, and he is now a late-stage 7th stage Baron Master. In this way, once the violent ape uses the Blood Sea secret technique, it is equivalent to splitting into 3, becoming 3 late-stage Desolate Venerables of the 7th Order. What is even more outrageous is that this secret technique seems to have been completely comprehended by him, and he has not been able to use it in 2 consecutive battles. At the very least, even if the 9-headed Ancestor Green Rock, the Blood Chelene, and the 9 Hell Devil Alligator worked together, they would never be able to force him to the end of the secret technique's time limit. Every time Bao Yuan's 3 Blood Sea clones were still breathing fiercely, the 4 of them would be beaten up. They ran away. When he spoke up to hear, Ji-Dao and the others turned their heads once more and exchanged glances with each other. After that, they didn't make another sound, and their faces revealed aggrieved and indignant expressions as they shook their heads and sighed without end. A late-stage 7th stage Baron Master? This kind of strength is not weak, but it's only on par with me. And I haven't heard of him in the primordial age. He must have cultivated to this level in later generations. Since he's a late-stage Baron Master, he naturally doesn't have the primordial fortune from the beginning of heaven and earth. This causes him to be congenitally weak. Even if his strength is on par with mine, I can definitely kill him under normal circumstances. At this time, the blood-devouring war lion had also calmed down, and a proud expression appeared on its face. It nodded and said, however, that's only under normal circumstances. Since Bao Yuan has the Blood Sea secret technique, it's not fair. Although I'm not afraid of him, I have to admit that if all 3 Blood Sea avatars were to attack at the same time, I wouldn't be a match for Bao Yuan alone. In that case, I can't be too impulsive. That's tantamount to giving Bao Yuan a chance to defeat us one by one. That would be too easy for him. However, this kind of method is no different from cheating. I'm really shameless. When the blood-devouring war lion said those words, its face was filled with pride and righteousness. He made it sound as though although his strongest battle power could reach the 7th rank desolate venerable realm, it was not achieved by using a secret technique. Across from them, Ji-Dao and the other Star Alliance leaders exchanged glances. The corners of their mouths twitched as they realized what had happened. They were embarrassed. Raw. Since that's the case, why don't you first lead the 3 clans' army into the starfield and distribute the life stars and settle them down first? After raising its head and roaring, the blood-devouring war lion turned around and shot towards the void to the right. Its figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, but its voice still echoed in the void. As for this senior, I'll go find the 9-headed beast and the azure peng first. These fellows must have been waiting for this moment for quite some time. Boom. Rumble. As the blood-devouring war lion left, the countless battleships of the 3 clans, which had been hovering in the void, once again opened their kinetic engines. Amidst the thunderous rumbles, they slowly made their way towards the starfield occupied by the Star Alliance. With the addition of 20 billion battleships, the Star Alliance's combat power had increased tremendously. Besides the blood-devouring war lion, the 3 battleships alone had 25 powerful beings from the primordial era in front of them, including universe supreme beings. There were more than 100 supreme beings, all of whom were as strong as Ji-Dao and the other Star Alliance leaders. Besides, the 3 battleships also had powerful beings from the Blood Dragon, the Azure Peng, and the War Lion race who were still in hibernation. There were even desolate venerables. The Star Alliance did not dare to be careless. At the same time, on the other side of the Chaos Fragment, on the left side of the vast starfield occupied by the alliance of 10,000 races, for the past 2 years, the leaders of the former slaves of the first universe in the alliance, like the Star Alliance, had not dared to show their faces outside. The Magic Hall was the dominant force in this part of the world. They were powerless to resist. Even if they encountered the wandering battleships of the Magic Hall, they could only avoid them and take a detour. Rip. At the edge of the starfield, there was a sudden and clear sound of ripping silk. The sound was loud and clear. When one looked closely, one could see a gigantic crack in the void of the universe. It spanned over 1,000 miles from top to bottom and had a diameter of over 100 miles. It was also 100 miles wide, and it was like a vertical eye in the void, causing people to feel a sense of horror. Boom. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Almost in the next instant, a thunderous rumble came from the spatial crack. It continued without end, causing one's heart to tremble. The spatial crack that suddenly appeared also began to expand in all directions from this moment on, although its speed was very slow. However, it continued to expand without stopping for a moment. It was as if a small hole had been torn open in the void, and an invisible force was spreading out from the inside of this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. It was extremely strange, and the commotion was not small at all. Not far away was the alliance of 10,000 races formed by the races of the first universe. Now that such a change had happened near the star sector, a large number of battleships and high-level members of the alliance rushed out from the star sector occupied by the alliance of 10,000 races. More and more experts and battleships gathered, and this void crack, which was originally only 1,000 miles long and 100 miles in diameter, kept expanding with low rumbling sounds. Time passed slowly, and after half a day, the void crack that was originally 1,000 miles long had become a huge black hole. It was oval-shaped and about 1,000,000 miles in diameter. It was like a star that had appeared in that remote star area, causing tens of thousands of people to fall. The crack in the void where the army of evil had arrived was exactly the same as the one in the star field. Moreover, this huge black hole that had just been formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura emitted from the black hole vaguely revealed the strong aura of a plane-level space wormhole. At this moment, the continuous low rumble finally disappeared. At this time, in the cosmic void not far from the black hole, the experts from the Alliance of 10,000 Races had already surrounded it. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces, but they did not make a sound. The entire void had completely fallen into a dead silence. Boom. Rumble, roar. Roar. The dead silence in the void did not last long. In less than half a meal's time, from the depths of this huge mysterious black hole, there was an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. There were also endless roars of beasts. Their auras were very powerful, as if they were all ancient mighty figures. There was even the aura of desolate supremacy mixed in. Every roar of the beasts revealed endless joy. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4783. Hong. Hong, long, long, howl. Howl, howl, howl. There was a dead silence in the void space, but it didn't last for long. After about half a meal, from the depths of this mysterious black hole that suddenly descended and condensed, there were earth-shattering rumbling sounds of thunder coming out. In addition to the thunder, there were endless roars of beasts. Although they couldn't see their figures, the auras coming from the black hole were very powerful, as if they were all great beings from the primordial era. There was even the auras of desolate masters mixed in, and there were quite a few of them. However, the strange thing was that every roar that came out of the giant black hole seemed to be filled with endless joy. All of this was too unexpected and inexplicable. Not far away in the void space, countless great beings from the Myriad Races Alliance who had just come out of the base camp were stunned. All of them looked surprised and doubtful. They turned to look at each other, and there was suspicion in their eyes. The Myriad Races Alliance was formed by the original slave races of the first universe. As for the most powerful forces, they were the Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Phantom Demon Alligator. However, these two powerful primordial supreme beings had disappeared after the battle in the Magic Hall 2 years ago. No one knew where they were hiding to find a place to recover and cultivate. They didn't return to the Myriad Races Alliance. Because they had nothing to do with the slave races of the first universe to begin with, and after this unforeseen event, they had abandoned the Myriad Races Alliance. Therefore, from a certain point of view, the Myriad Races Alliance, the Blood Kirene, and the 9U Demon Crocodile were basically separated. It didn't matter. The Myriad Races Alliance was in the same situation as the Star Alliance. The most powerful beings in the base camp of the Myriad Races Alliance weren't even great beings from the primordial era. They were only universe supreme beings. In terms of numbers, there were now more than 20 universe supreme beings in the Myriad Races Alliance, and most of them were at the initial stage of this level. Only a few races, such as the Giant Ferocious race, the Hellant race, and the Space Rat race, had a few 7th level or 8th level universe supreme beings. A late-stage supreme being. Now, these 20 universe supreme beings were all here, but they didn't dare to get too close. They were hundreds of millions of miles away from the giant black hole that suddenly formed. Their eyes were filled with suspicion as they watched everything with rapt attention. Hong, long, long, howl, roar. Within the black hole, the earth-shattering roars continued without stopping for even a moment. Moreover, it was filled with a sense of welcome. This scene continued for about half an incense stick of time. The roars coming from the black hole became clearer and clearer. It was as if a large number of powerful existences were rushing out from the depths of the black hole, getting closer and closer. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the black hole. It was huge, and its body was filled with an incomparably dense aura of a mighty figure. Moreover, it was not an ordinary early-stage mighty figure. This figure was actually at the peak of the late-stage ninth stage Great Perfection realm, which was half a step. Venerable Bu Huang. What was even more surprising was that this half-step desolate supremacy was clearly a gigantic spatial rat. Seventh forefather? You've awoken from your slumber. The surprise came too quickly. In the void space far away from the giant black hole, the late-stage universe supreme elder of the Space Mouse clan was stunned at first, then he cried out involuntarily. There was a strong sense of ecstasy in his words that could not be dispersed. Screech, howl. Almost in the next moment, without waiting for the late-stage universe supreme elder of the Space Mouse clan to finish his words, more than 20 figures rushed out of the mysterious black hole hundreds of millions of miles away along with violent roars and howls. These figures, there were both ferocious beasts, hell ants, and all kinds of space beasts of different races, but without exception, they were all ancestors of the slave races of the first universe. In just a short time, a total of 24 figures rushed out of the mysterious giant black hole, including the Space Mouse at the beginning. Without exception, all of them were late-stage mighty figures. Ancestor. Hiss. What did I see? The fifth-generation ancestor of my slime clan has awoken from his slumber and descended. More than 20 ancestors of various races, all of whom are late-stage or even pinnacle mighty figures. This is clearly the rhythm of the prosperity of the various races. Our alliance is finally rising. As these 24 figures rushed out of the mysterious giant black hole one after another, the expressions of the great beings and the upper echelons of the various races of the alliance, who were hundreds of millions of miles away, changed again and again. Finally, it turned into an earth-shattering sound. The sound of exclamations filled the air. Because of this, the entire expanse of the void was thoroughly boiling. Hong. Rumble. Everything did not end there. As the 24 almighty patriarchs of the various races in the first universe descended, after a short period of silence in the giant black hole behind them, in just half an incense stick's worth of time, sounds came again in an instant. The rumbling sound of thunder was earth-shattering, and it was even louder than when the 24 great beings of the various races had arrived. Hiss. What's going on? Could it be that more ancestors of the various races have arrived? Judging from the sound, it seems to be the rumbling sound of battleships. Could it be that the ancestors did not come alone? Have all the clansmen left in the ancestral land of the first universe migrated here? It seems that the commotion is not small. At least tens of billions of battleships are rumbling here. Even if not all the races of the first universe migrated here, I'm afraid that at least half of the forces, or half of the races, have arrived. Shio, shio, shio. Along with the cries of surprise, a large number of battleships rushed out of the giant black hole. There were all kinds of battleships, and most of them were 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters in diameter. There were also quite a few of them that were 50,000 meters and 100,000 meters in diameter. This scene lasted for 2 full days. During these 2 days, a large number of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various types, had been rushing out of the mysterious giant black hole without stopping for a moment. At first, the high-level officials of the various races of the Alliance of the 10,000 races cheered excitedly, but later, they gradually became numb and ordered the army to retreat, because the vast void hundreds of millions of miles ahead of them was full of battleships and troops of various races. Half a day later, the mysterious giant black hole gradually came to a stop. No more battleships rushed out. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the total number of battleships gathered in the void had actually reached a total of 350,000 battleships. There were around 40 billion ships, a terrifying number. Roar. Screech, roar. When the higher-ups of the Alliance thought that it was over, another 4 earth-shaking roars drifted from the depth of the mysterious black hole. Their chi was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 4784. Roar. Screech, roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded, and from the depths of the giant black hole in front of them, 4 figures rushed out. These 4 figures were not very large. Obviously, they had not fully displayed their bloodline true body, and were only about 10,000 feet tall. However, the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was extremely powerful. They were all in the Supreme Desolation realm, and they had reached the mid-stage of this realm. All of them were at the Fourth Order Supreme Desolation realm: a space rat, a hell ant, a giant ferocious, and a purple-gold evil spirit slime. This time, the original slave clans of the first universe that migrated from the first universe were only space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime. For this migration, each of the 4 clans had awakened a mid-stage desolate venerable ancestor who was in a deep sleep and 6 late-stage desolate venerable ancestors. Now, all the clans of these 4 clans were resting in various types of battleships. The 4 clans had an army of 40 billion, and each battleship had countless clans. At this moment, as they arrived, the 4 powerful desolate venerables slowly swept their eyes across the crowd, and the voice of divine sense was instantly transmitted. I heard that the slave clans of the first universe are now united in this piece of the void of the Chaos World fragment, forming a myriad release alliance. Is this true? Now, the other clans have not migrated yet. Only our space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime are here. From this moment on, the myriad release alliance will be temporarily led by our 4 clans. The other clans must listen to our orders unconditionally. Roar. Children, all of you, go to the base camp starfield, and be assigned to your own starfield. As for the senior clans of the original Myriad Release Alliance, gather at the Alliance headquarters immediately and report to us the battle situation. Before the voice fell, the 4 powerful mid-stage desolate venerables had already shot toward the depths of the starfield where the Myriad Release Alliance was stationed. The 24 late-stage supreme venerables from the 4 clans also followed closely. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the various races of the Myriad Races Alliance were overjoyed. Without any delay, they hurriedly followed behind. They had to report everything related to the demonic palace to the 28 patriarchs of the 4 races, who were all almighties and above. Then, they would release the news that the Myriad Races Alliance would withdraw from the demonic palace and become independent again. In just a few days, the void of the primitive world fragment had undergone a drastic change. Of the 5 great alliances that had submitted to the Demon Palace, 2 of them had actually experienced a sudden surge in their combat strength. As for the Star Alliance, the Blood WRM, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans had all migrated to the Star Alliance. The Alliance's military strength had increased by 20 billion battleships, 25 primordial era experts, and the blood-devouring War Lion, which could reach the 7th rank Desolate Sovereign Realm when activated by a secret technique. As for the alliance of 10,000 races, the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Slime had all migrated to the Star Alliance. The Alliance's military strength had increased by 40 billion battleships, 24 late-stage Supreme Venerables, and 4 mid-stage Supreme Venerable. The commotion caused by this sudden change was simply too great. Just the sudden appearance of the 2 giant mysterious black holes was enough to alarm everyone in the surroundings. In fact, there were more than 2 such giant black holes. Including the one that first appeared and allowed the army of 10,000 evils to descend, there were actually 3 of them. These 3 giant black holes that had unexpectedly appeared did not dissipate or close up after they were formed. Instead, they continued to exist like stable wormholes in the void. In just a month or 2, 3 mysterious giant black holes had appeared. All of them were extremely large and stable. They had condensed into wormholes that could be used to travel back and forth. All of this was obviously not simple. Although no one knew the cause of this change and how it was formed, one thing was certain, and that was that the void of the primitive world fragment had clearly started some unknown change. This change might be the prelude to the end of the primitive world. Although it was only a guess, it caused the various forces and countless experts to panic. The entire vast and boundless void strangely fell into silence. Even the Magic Hall, which had just been included in the army of 10,000 evils and had the 5th army under its command, remained silent and did not do anything even though they knew what was happening outside, within the Human Clan Federation and the Federation headquarters in the Star, inside the Federation Hall at the peak of the towering mountain. Now, there were only 8 Human Federation experts sitting in the hall. Dong Zhaotian had been here not long ago, but now he had fallen and never returned. The various changes that had happened in the outside world these few days were immediately known by the 5 major alliances. Naturally, The Human Federation was no exception. Now, Devour had gathered the other 7 Human Federation experts because of this. For the past 2 years, whether it was the Human Federation or the other 4 major alliances, they were extremely quiet. They did not continue to jump around outside. On the surface, it looked as if they were really willing to submit to the Magic Hall and become its subordinates. However, in reality, this was obviously impossible. It could be said that the 5 major alliances were temporarily dormant. Everyone was quietly waiting for an opportunity. They were quietly waiting for the core forces of their respective clans to descend before they could make changes. If there are no accidents, the desolate sovereign patriarch from the 2 camps of the Human Clan and the Federation's Senate will descend here within a year. A cold light flashed in Devour's eyes as he turned to look at the other 8 primordial experts. He continued, however, in the past 2 years, the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, have been quiet and have not made any moves. This is not a good thing, and it makes people uneasy. We originally thought that Dong Zhaotian could use the Beast Army to lure the Master of the Magic Hall out and even trigger a war between the Beast Army and the Magic Hall. It was not entirely impossible that the Master of the Magic Hall and the Master of the Sky River Star, Yi Xian, would turn against each other. Perhaps. But now, it seems that this plan has clearly failed. This time, not only did we not gain anything, we even lost an 8th level expert. And now, the Magic Hall has a 5th evil army. This is simply, Devour's eyes flashed with hatred as he said this. He sighed unwillingly. Then, he changed the topic and continued, apart from this, I'm sure you have all received news of what has happened in the outside world during this time. The 5 major alliances were originally quietly waiting for reinforcements to arrive, but now, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races have finally arrived. As for the Star Alliance, the Blood Dragon Clan, the Azure Rock Clan, and the Battle Lion Clan have all migrated here. The Alliance's military strength has increased by 20 billion battleships, and as many as 25 primordial experts. Please remember the domain name of this book. The mobile version of this book. Chapter 4785. With the addition of the blood-devouring lion, which can reach the 7th rank Desolate Supremacy, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Cyan Rock, the Star Alliance now has 3 powerful Desolate Supremacies. The Alliance of 10,000 Tribes has also made a lot of movements. The Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime have also migrated here. The Alliance's military strength has increased by 40 billion battleships, and 24 late-stage powerful figures have arrived, as well as 4 mid-stage Desolate Supremes. Speaking of this, Devour's eyes flashed, revealing a touch of worry. Among the 5 alliances, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes have suddenly increased their battle strength, and most of the other tribes in these 2 alliances are also migrating here. Gradually, their strength will become stronger and stronger, and it's only a matter of time before they surpass the current dominant Magic Hall. In addition, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance have also made changes. Although we can't speculate what it is, according to the intelligence, the Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance, who have always been enemies in the starry sky, have recently been communicating with each other. They are secretly communicating with each other. This is not a good sign. The Beast Alliance and the Survivors Alliance are not simple. In their respective ancestral lands, there are also powerful figures and Desolate Supremes in hibernation. If necessary, they can join the battle after paying a certain price. Now it seems that among the 5 alliances, only the Human Federation is still at a standstill. Although the follow-up reinforcements are expected to arrive soon, it's still unsettling that they haven't arrived yet. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, this old man has made a decision. Speaking of this, Devour's eyes flashed. He took a deep breath and paused for a few breaths. Then he continued, as you all know, this old man is not a human, but a mechanical life created by the human technological pioneer Xingbo, like the leader of the Tianji clan, Die. To be honest, this old man doesn't know the situation on Die's side. After all, he was created by Xingbo first, and this old man is second, but on this old man's side, after Xingbo created this old man, he left layers of fields in my body. These fields are both potential and seals. Over the years, this old man has broken through layer by layer, and his cultivation has also increased. Now, I still have 3 domains left in my body, and my cultivation has reached the late stage of the primordial age. Therefore, according to this old man's prediction, if I can break through another layer of the seal, my strength will definitely increase tremendously. It shouldn't be a problem for me to break through to the early stage of Supreme Master of Desolation in a short period of time. Although the early stage of Supreme Master of Desolation is not very useful to the Human Race Federation in our current predicament and is far from being able to compete with the Magic Hall, I can use a secret technique to let the reinforcements of the Human Race Federation arrive at this void fragment faster. Nearly half a month ago, when the armies of the 3 clans of the Blood Dragon clan of the Starry Sky Federation arrived, this old man has already used a secret technique to pass through the void and send a message back to the immortal star. Over there, the 2 camps of the human race and the headquarters of the former Wan Luor Federation have already made preparations. Once this old man breaks through this layer of seal and breaks through to the Supreme Master of Desolation, I can use the secret technique to take advantage of the upheaval in the void fragment that has already begun in this void fragment to open up a stable space around the star area where the Human Race Federation is located. Then, I can lock onto the coordinates of the immortal star and lead the reinforcements here. At this point, the dim light in Devour's eyes appeared again. He looked around at the other 7 Federation's powerful figures, who had already been stunned by his words, and then stood up. Everyone, this time I will be in seclusion for about 3 days. During this time, the Human Race Federation will be in charge of everything. I will leave it to you. After he finished speaking, his shoulders shook and his entire figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. For the Starry Sky Masters, a short 3 days was negligible. In the blink of an eye, it would pass by. 3 days later, Devour's figure flashed and reappeared in the main hall of the Human Race Federation. There was a smile on his face, and he was calm and composed. The cultivation aura in his body, which was originally at the late stage of the Almighty Realm, had now reached the 2nd order of the Ancient. Previously, he had said that there were 3 layers of seals in his body. Now, only 1 layer of the 3 seals had been broken, and he already had the cultivation of a 2nd order Desolate Venerable. It could be seen that if the remaining 2 layers of seals were broken, his cultivation strength was very likely to skyrocket to the late stage of the Desolate Venerable realm, or even the peak of the 9th order. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 7 powerful figures of the Human Race Federation in the main hall turned pale with fright. When they looked at Devour again, the look in their eyes changed instantly. Previously, they had only thought that Devour was very mysterious, but they had never thought that his foundation would be so terrifying. Everyone, everything is ready. Next, we will open a stable wormhole at the edge of the star field occupied by the Human Race Federation. Let's bring in the reinforcements. With a faint smile, Devour finished speaking and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the star field occupied by the Human Race Federation. The other 7 powerful figures of the Human Race Federation did not stop and quickly followed. However, they only stood in the void behind and did not approach. Whoosh! As a cold light flashed in his eyes, Devour urged the power in his body and fully activated an unknown secret technique. With a shake of his hand, a fine light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it was hundreds of millions of miles away to the right. In an instant, there was a burst of light, hiss. In the next instant, as the fine light bloomed with endless light, there was suddenly a clear sound of silk ripping in that void. The movement was not small at all. Looking over, a huge crack in the void of the universe in the distance had been torn open. It was thousands of miles long from top to bottom and hundreds of miles in diameter. It was like a vertical eye in the void. It was horrifying. Boom! Boom! Immediately after, from this crack in the void, there was a continuous rumbling sound of thunder, which made people tremble in fear. Moreover, as these muffled sounds of thunder continued, this crack in the void that had suddenly appeared was clearly expanding in all directions. It was expanding. Although the speed was very slow, it was continuous and did not stop for a moment. At a glance, it was as if a small hole had been opened in the void. Then, there was an invisible force that pushed out from this small hole, making it bigger and bigger. And this void crack, which was originally only thousands of miles long and hundreds of miles in diameter, continued to expand in the midst of the low rumbling sound of thunder, becoming bigger and bigger. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. The void crack, which was originally thousands of miles long, had become a huge black hole. Its diameter was terrifying, and it was hundreds of millions of miles wide. It was far bigger than the 3 mysterious black holes that had appeared before. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4786. This piece of eldritch world fragment void had already started some kind of unknown mysterious change. The 3 starry sky wormholes that were like giant black holes that had unexpectedly appeared one after another previously were proof of this. However, those 3 starry sky wormholes were naturally formed. And now, this starry sky wormhole that had appeared outside the star sector occupied by the Human Clan Federation was caused by Devour, whose cultivation had already reached level 2 desolate supremacy, using some kind of secret method to make use of this piece of eldritch world fragment void to start the change that had already started. Thus, it was artificially located and forcibly torn apart. Therefore, under the influence of human factors, its formation was obviously faster. After only half a day, this black hole no longer continued to expand outwards. Instead, it completely stabilized. The low rumbling that had been going on all this time also disappeared. This piece of eldritch world void, which was originally extremely remote, completely fell into a dead silence. It was exactly the same as half a day ago. However, this huge black hole that had just formed was obviously not as simple as an ordinary black hole. The aura that was emitted from the black hole was not only extremely similar to the plane-level starry sky wormholes that connected the 3 main starry sky planes, but it was also extremely large. Even its diameter was extremely terrifying, reaching tens of millions of miles, close to 100 million miles. Even a giant star could pass through this starry sky wormhole. This scene was really too shocking. The other 7 almighty experts of the Human Clan Federation who were standing in the void far away were already stunned, their faces full of horror. They did not understand why Devour had made this starry sky wormhole so vast that even stars could pass through it. It was simply speechless. However, there was one thing that they could be sure of. That was, even if Devour had used some kind of power of law that had already started to change in this piece of eldritch world fragment void, and he was now a level 2 desolate supremacy, but this one was so terrifying and stable. It was absolutely impossible for him to build such a starry sky wormhole with his own strength. Without a doubt, on the other side of the starry sky wormhole, there must be the Human Clan's technology camp, which was the upper echelons of the everlasting dynasty, helping. Moreover, the cultivation level of the person who helped was definitely not weaker than Devour, or even stronger. There was more than one person. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 7 almighty experts of the Human Federation were suddenly invigorated. They turned their heads and exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of surprise. Now, the Human Federation already had Devour, a second-order early Baron Master. If they could get 2 more Baron Masters, they wouldn't be any weaker than the Star Alliance or the Alliance of 10,000 Tribes. Furthermore, if the 3 alliances reached an agreement and joined forces, with the addition of the 4 Desolate Supremes, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, and the Azure Sky Rock, the pinnacle of the Magic Hall, suppressing the Master of Magic Hall and the Master of Sky River, Yi Xian, would not be a problem. Boom. Rumble. Behind them, in the star area occupied by the Human Federation, a large number of battleships were sailing out. Some of the star area experts with high cultivation bases were crossing the void with their physical bodies. The commotion that happened outside the star area was too big. The experts of the Human Federation who were in the stars with life in the depths of the star area were alarmed. When they arrived, they saw the giant space wormhole standing in the void. After being stunned for a moment, a look of horror appeared on their faces as they exclaimed, "Oh my God, what happened? Why would such a vast space wormhole suddenly appear outside the star area? The diameter is close to 100 million miles, and the aura of the wormhole is extremely stable. This is obviously a giant plane passage that can even pass through a giant star." Hiss. Look, the State Preceptor's cultivation base, Second Order Supreme Ancient Master? How is that possible? In just a few days, The state preceptor's cultivation base has increased by a few small levels. Is he now a early Baron Master? It's like a dream, so unreal. No matter what happened, at least the state preceptor's cultivation base is real. The Human Federation finally has a supreme ancient master. Compared to before, we have more confidence. And this space wormhole with a terrifying diameter. I heard that the Star Federation and the Alliance of 10,000 races have undergone great changes. Several large races left in the three main star areas have migrated here. Could it be that the reinforcements of the Human Federation have arrived? Boom, rumble, just as the edge of the star area behind them was filled with endless exclamations, an earth-shattering roar came from the giant space wormhole in front of them. This was clearly the rhythm of a large number of battleships coming from the other end of the wormhole. At this time, the 8 supreme experts of the Human Federation, including Devour, were all present. It seemed that they had been prepared for this. Perhaps the appearance of this giant space wormhole had something to do with them. Then, there was no need to guess which camp the battleships coming from the wormhole belonged to. It must be one of the 2 camps of the human clan, or the army under the jurisdiction of the former alliance of 10,000 races, which had always had a close relationship with the human clan. In addition to a large number of battleships, there must be many supreme experts and even supreme ancient masters among them. After all, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races each had more than 20 primordial experts and several primordial supremes. The 2 human factions and the Council of Elders of the former Luo Federation were stronger than them. If they sent reinforcements, their overall strength would be greatly reduced. How could they be weaker than them? As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the experts of the Human Federation gathered at the edge of the star area behind them and watched from afar instantly became excited, their chests heaving up and down. Even the eyes of the other 7 powerful figures of the Federation, who were standing in the void far behind Devour, were blazing with brilliance. Their faces were filled with thick, undispersible anticipation, which was rapidly spreading. However, the roar of thunder in the giant black hole in front of them continued, and it was getting louder and louder. It was clear that the battleship army coming through the wormhole was getting closer and closer to the exit of the wormhole. However, even after waiting for 2 hours, all they could hear was the sound of the ship, but they couldn't see it. The giant black hole was empty. Not to mention a battleship, not even a single strand of hair could be seen floating out of it. Rumble. Just as the experts from all sides were beginning to feel a little impatient, the roar of thunder from the giant black hole in the void hundreds of millions of miles ahead suddenly became louder. Subsequently, a colossal figure that no one had expected charged out from within the enormous black hole. Even an enormous wormhole that was almost 50,000 kilometers in diameter was barely enough for it to pass through, and this clearly showed how enormous and terrifying its size was. At this moment, the void fell into a dead silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide and gasped, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After a few seconds, someone cried out in surprise, "What? This is the Immortal Star?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4787. Rumble. With an earth-shattering boom, an unimaginable behemoth charged out of the gigantic black hole. It was so massive that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Even a gigantic wormhole with a diameter of nearly 50 million kilometers was barely enough for it to pass through. It was obvious how massive and terrifying its size was. The moment this behemoth rushed out of the giant wormhole, the entire vast void fell into a deathly silence. All the experts who saw this scene with their own eyes opened wide. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their eyes widened. After a few seconds, someone cried out in surprise, "What? This is actually an immortal star?" Along with this exclamation breaking the silence, numerous exclamations of shock and astonishment instantly resounded in the sky, and they covered the heavens and the earth as they surged over like a furious tide. How is this possible? The science and technology faction actually teleported an immortal star over? It's no wonder they made the wormhole's diameter so terrifying. In fact, with a diameter of nearly 50 million kilometers, it's barely enough for an immortal star to pass through. If the wormhole was any smaller, it would be stuck inside. A miracle. This is definitely a miracle. Moving a gigantic planet and all the living beings on it from one starry sky realm to another starry sky realm. What kind of heaven-defying means is this? It would probably take at least a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence to do it. This is too shocking. It's amazing. It's definitely a big deal. The Human Federation can finally hold its head high. We don't have to suffer the humiliation of the demonic palace in this piece of the untainted world anymore. SSS. Quick, look behind the immortal star. Good, you still have other big guys. Boom. Rumble, along with the earth-shattering cries of astonishment, a second big guy rushed out of the giant wormhole that had just emerged from the undying star. This was also a star, but it was only slightly smaller than the immortal star. It was clearly one of the 9 satellites around the immortal star. This was still not the end. Rumble. After the first satellite charged out, in less than half an hour, the second satellite charged out of the gigantic wormhole and headed towards the immortal star that had already floated to the right of the wormhole. This scene was so shocking that it once again stunned the countless starry sky powerhouses in the surrounding void. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and once again, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets from staring. What happened next made everyone a little numb. The stars that rushed out of the giant wormhole were all familiar. They were the satellites that surrounded and protected the undying star. There were originally 8 such satellites around the immortal star. With the addition of the immortal star, there were exactly 8 satellites and 9 satellites. They stood in the space of the Third Universe's science and technology faction. Now, after the immortal star charged out, there were exactly 8 satellites that charged out of the gigantic wormhole. They were the 8 satellites that had stood around the immortal star in the space of the Third Universe's science and technology faction. It was not until 6 hours later that these 8 satellites all charged out of the gigantic wormhole and gathered around the immortal star that had descended first. Their formation and position in the space was exactly the same as before in the space of the Third Universe's science and technology faction. It was exactly the same in the void of the camp, showing a 3-dimensional 9 palaces. During this process, the entire vast void of the universe had completely fallen into a dead silence. Other than Dir, who had a faint smile on his face, even the other 7 powerful figures of the Federation who stood in the void behind him had the same expression. Their faces were full of shock. Let alone the other experts of the Human Race Federation further away. As the undying star's 9 palaces system fully descended and reappeared in the space to the right, the deathly stillness lasted for another half an incense stick's worth of time. Only then did the experts of the Human Federation wake up from their daze. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. Like a wave of astonishment, they once again resounded throughout the space. Is this too much of a dream? In the space in front of us, there is clearly a familiar star with 8 satellites and 9 satellites. Could it be that we have returned to the science and technology faction of the Third Universe? What a terrifying method! He actually teleported the undying star and the 8 satellites around it into the void of this fragment of the untainted world through a giant wormhole. What a terrifying method! He teleported the undying star and the 8 satellites around it into this fragment of the untainted world. This is clearly the rhythm of the human race's science and technology faction's complete migration. Now that the Emperor Star has arrived first, will the next be the Emperor Stars of the 3 empires and the capital stars of the various superpowers under the empires? Hiss. That scene is simply terrifying. Even if it's just the human race's technological camp, the void territory it occupies is vast and boundless, with countless administrative planets. If all of them migrate here, what can a small demon palace amount to? No, listen. After a short silence in the gigantic wormhole in front of us, there is clearly another rumbling sound, and it is getting louder and louder. This is clearly the rhythm of things not over yet. Heavens, it won't be more stars descending one after another, will it? What kind of terrifying existence has awakened in our human race this time? This is simply too shocking, I can't imagine. Boom. Rumble. Sure enough, as the exclamations in the surrounding space resounded again, there was another rumbling sound from the gigantic wormhole that had just rushed out of the 9 gigantic stars. From the sound of it, it was clearly not any weaker than when the immortal star's 1 master, 8 satellites, and 9 palace had rushed out of the wormhole one after another. Soon, as the rumbling resounded, the surrounding space fell into a deathly silence once more. It wasn't just the countless champions of the Human Federation who were watching from the edge of the planetary system who did not show any unusual movements. Even the Immortal Star and Nine Palace that had just arrived did not have a single figure rushing out of the wormhole. It was as if the champions of the Immortal Star already knew about it all, and were not in a hurry to rush out of the wormhole, and were instead waiting for it all to be over. Whoosh! Rumble, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, as an earth-shattering rumble of thunder sounded, another behemoth rushed out from the giant wormhole in the void in front of them. But this time, it was no longer a round planet. It was a continent, or to be precise, a gigantic palace that was not much smaller than the Immortal Star. It was entirely silver-white in color and emanated a searing radiance. The Temple of Glory? That's the Temple of Glory. That's actually it. Legend has it that the Council of Elders at the headquarters of the 10,000 Net Federation is a silver palace the size of a star. It is also known as the Temple of Glory, but no one has actually seen it before. Is it finally showing itself today? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version, M. Chapter 4788. Whoosh. Rumble. With a thunderous rumble that shook heaven and earth, a behemoth rushed out of a giant wormhole in the distant void as everyone watched, and this time, the behemoth that rushed out was not a planet. Instead, it was a colossal palace that was not much smaller than an imperishable star. Like a colossal continent that stretched across the stars, it was entirely silver-white in color and emanated a searing radiance. After a brief silence, someone in the void quickly recognized the colossal palace, and exclamations of shock echoed like tidal waves. According to legend, the Council of Elders at the headquarters of the 10,000 Luo Federation was a silver palace that was as large as a planet. It was also known as the Temple of Glory, but no one had actually seen it before. In fact, it was said that it did not even exist. That was because there was no real conclusion all along. But now, with the arrival of this colossal palace that resembled a celestial continent, the legend was finally confirmed. The 10,000 Luo Federation was all but a name now, with the various races of the second universe no longer obeying their orders and withdrawing from the Federation. Now, only the two human factions were left amongst the various races and factions of the 10,000 Luo Federation. Be that as it may, the truth was that even the core leaders of the two human factions had never once underestimated the 10,000 Luo Federation or looked down on them. To the two human factions, they simply did not care about the so-called rallying power of the 10,000 Luo Federation in the second universe. What the leaders of the two human factions truly valued was the Council of Elders of the 10,000 Luo Federation, in other words, the silver-white palace that stretched across the void like a continent. The Temple of Glory was the Council of Elders of the 10,000 Luo Federation and the foundation of the 10,000 Luo Federation. As long as it existed, the 10,000 Luo Federation's true depth and foundation would not be weakened at all. Ever since the 10,000 Luo Federation was founded, the two human factions and the various races of the second universe had provided untold amounts of cultivation resources. These resources were all used by the myriad Luo Federation's Council of Elders to recruit wandering old monsters in the starry skies. They would sit in the Council of Elders and become the so-called elders of the Federation of different cultivation bases and levels. As time passed, no one knew how many celestial champions were slumbering within the silver-white Temple of Glory. Still, one thing was for sure. Every elder of the Federation who had the right to stay in the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal planet was at least above average immortal tier. The so-called sector overlords were existences that hadn't even reached the sempiternal realm. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter. As for the most powerful beings slumbering in the depths of the Temple of Glory, it was said that there were no less than 3 paragons of the ancients, but they would not awaken so easily, even if it was just a temple. The Temple of Glory was exceedingly mysterious and had such shocking depth that no one would dare to underestimate it. At this moment, as it rushed out of the giant black hole and descended into the void of the primordial world fragment, the gazes of countless experts of the Human Federation gathered at the same time. They were all secretly guessing in their hearts. Inside this mysterious silver-white palace, now that it had awakened, what was the cultivation of the most powerful being that was guarding it? Rumble, Right at this moment, in the giant black hole in the distance in the void in front of them, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder rang out again without any warning. Around the void, every human Federation champion was taken aback. Then, their eyes lit up and their breathing quickened, and they turned expectantly towards the giant black hole in the distance. They were certainly looking forward to it, and it was certainly worth looking forward to. First, out of the giant wormhole that was almost 100 million miles wide, the immortal star was the leader of the 8 planets and 9 planets. In other words, the immortal star was the entire planetary system. Then, before anyone could react, the Temple of Glory, which had always been a legend in the 3 main planes of the stars for tens of thousands of years, and which no one had ever seen with their own eyes, came roaring out of the wormhole, descending with a rumble. The 2 behemoths that had rushed out before were beings of that level. And now, with another thunderous rumble echoing from the giant wormhole, how could the 3rd behemoth that was about to rush out be an exception? No matter how weak it would definitely be something extraordinary, that was certain. Everyone was guessing what the being that had rushed out of the giant black hole this time was. Only Devour was still smiling faintly, clearly already knowing the result, and was confident. Whoosh! This time, the rumbling of thunder in the giant wormhole didn't last for too long. After only half an hour, a grey shadow rushed out of the giant wormhole with a sharp whistling sound. It did not go far, but stopped abruptly in front of the wormhole, standing side by side with the immortal 9 stars and the Temple of Glory. Everyone was left dumbstruck in that very moment. Their mouths were slowly hanging open, a look of astonishment appearing on their faces while their eyes were at a loss. This time, what was charging out of the wormhole was neither a planet like the 9 stars of eternity nor a colossal continent like the Temple of Glory. Even if it was as massive as a planet, there was no way to tell what it was at all, since it was just a canopy. It was just a blurry grey shadow, standing there like a grey black hole. Grandmaster, that is, after a brief moment of blankness, the 7 great beings of the Federation who were hovering in the void behind all turned to look at Devour at the same time. One of them asked tentatively, the look of anticipation on his face thickening. They were all ancient great beings from both human factions, and yet they did not know what that blurry grey shadow that resembled a planet was. Realizing this, the great beings of the Federation who were hovering in the void suddenly became interested. They all held their breaths and listened attentively, wanting to know the truth and origin of that blurry grey shadow from Devour. Devour smiled faintly. There's nothing else. Tianju Palace. Although the Tenju Celestial Palace was also a cultivation sect, its position was unique and transcendent. Although it was not like the Immortal Dynasty in name, which commanded the entire cultivation camp and had great authority, in reality, it was only one of the Tenju Celestial Palaces. Even if several other sects and countries joined forces, they were still far from being a match for it. Its position as the supreme overlord of the cultivator faction had already been established. The ancestral ground of the Tenju Celestial Palace was located in the first palace, also known as the Sky Palace. The Palace Master of the Sky Palace was the highest leader of the entire Tenju Celestial Palace. The second palace was also known as the Sky Palace. The Palace Master of the Sky Palace was in charge of external affairs of the sect, and was in charge of communication with the Immortal Dynasty and the 10,000 Net Federation. The third palace was known as the Sky Palace. The Sky Palace Master of the Sky Palace was in charge of the punishment of the Tenju Celestial Palace. These 3 palaces were the most powerful and mysterious of the Tenju Celestial Palaces, and their positions were extraordinary. The Tenju Celestial Palaces were located in different environments. One was an incomparably huge celestial body, while the other was a boundless continent suspended in the void. The sky was round and the earth was round. However, the Sky Palace had never appeared in the eyes of the world. Who would have thought that it would actually appear this time? Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4789. In the void of space outside the Terran Federation's planetary system, following the arrival of the Sky Extinction Palace, which resembled a star but was actually a blurry grey shadow that resembled a grey black hole, the gigantic black hole in the void ahead finally quieted down. There were no more rumbling sounds, and no other beings rushed out. From the looks of it, the arrival of the Terran Federation's so-called reinforcements had finally come to an end. At the same time, in the void in front of the wormhole, 3 colossal objects were lined up in a row. The sight was shocking and eye-catching. On the left were the 9 immortal stars, with the main star at the center and 8 satellites surrounding it, forming a 3-dimensional 9-palace layout. On the right was the Temple of Glory, which resembled a gigantic continent. It was silvery white and dazzling, exuding a sacred and awe-inspiring presence that made people not dare to look at it directly. In the center was the most mysterious sky extinction palace. It resembled a star, but was merely an almost circular blurry light. It was gray in color, and its interior was so dark that nothing could be seen. It was so mysterious that it gave rise to endless fanciful thoughts. The 3 colossal objects came from the 3 major factions of the Terran Federation, and were all core existences. From this, it could be seen that although the 2 major factions of the Terran race still had a large number of subordinates in the third universe, they had not migrated here. However, the general trend of the migration was basically set, and the subsequent migration would be carried out gradually. However, those were not the issues that the Terran Federation champions who were now in the void of the Chaos Fragment were concerned about. They were more concerned about the 9 immortal stars, the Temple of Glory, and the Sky Extinction Palace that had arrived here. They were curious about the cultivation level of the strongest individuals that were in charge, and how many of them there were. Over the last few years, they had been suppressed too much by the magic hall that had appeared out of nowhere in the void of the Chaos Fragment. Everyone's heart was filled with resentment, and they could not calm down. Moreover, the master of the magic hall and Yi Xian, the Star Lord of the Sky River, were so powerful that even with the 2 of them working together, they only had a few barren supremacies fighting power. There was really no hope. Moreover, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races had recently risen as well. Whether it was the slave races of the first universe or the second universe, they were no match for the 2 major factions of the third universe. Now that the 2 major factions of the Terran race and the Temple of the Elders of the 10,000 Net Federation had arrived at the same time, it would be too disappointing if the peak existences in charge were too few and not enough to be brought out. Of course, no one doubted the number of superior beings and desolate supremes slumbering in the imperishable star, Sky End Palace, and the Temple of Glory. However, whether those pinnacle beings were still slumbering or had already awakened was completely different. It was impossible for all of them to have awakened. The only thing that the experts of the Human Federation in the surrounding void were hoping for was that the top existences that had already awakened could be as many as possible. They longed for the feeling of being able to hold their heads up high. These few short years of grievance and cowardice were simply like boom, rumble. Just as all the experts of the Human Federation in the surrounding void were secretly pondering, there was another earth-shattering roar in the void in front of them. Be it the immortal 9 stars, the Sky Extinction Palace, or the Temple of Glory, all of them moved. Inside the immortal 9 stars, countless fortresses and fortresses of various sizes rushed out from the atmosphere of the 9 stars and spread out in the void ahead. In a short time, they occupied the void with a radius of nearly 100 million miles. There were countless battleships of all kinds. What rushed out of the Tianju Palace were starry battleships of various shapes and sizes. Without exception, they were all extremely large, and their number was also extremely shocking, more than 10 billion. As for the number of experts of the human clan in the battleships, the Tianju Palace was filled with them. It was easy to imagine. It was a sight that left everyone dumbstruck. The hazy grey shadow that represented the Sky Extinction Palace was only the size of a single star, and yet so many colossal starships had rushed out of it. From the looks of it, it would not be able to hold them all. Clearly, the insides of the mysterious, hazy grey shadow must have been like a real black hole, with a world of its own. Or perhaps, it was a mobile, independent world of its own. Aside from that, many warships and battleships were rushing out from the Temple of Glory on the right. Although they were few in number, numbering only 1 billion in total, every single one of them was a behemoth with a diameter of 1 million feet. Like the Sky River star, every single one of them was a superstar of the same class. In less than half a day, 3 frightening legions had appeared in the void before them. The total number of warships and starships was around 40 billion, and would not lose out to the Star Alliance or the Alliance of 10,000 races. Still, that might not be all of them. Who knows, there might be more warships and starships in the immortal 9 stars, the the Sky Extinction Palace, and the Temple of Glory? Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. We haven't seen each other for a few decades, and I didn't expect you to be a mid-level desolate venerable already. Congratulations. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, more than 20 figures rushed out of the immortal star. The leader was the immortal emperor. He was walking in the void with a smile on his face, and he was already saluting the imperial advisor, Devour, congratulating him. The aura that emanated from his body had reached the 4th level of the primordial great beings, and he was a mid-level great being. But in fact, the immortal emperor was not the strongest existence among the 20 or so figures. Among them, more than half were universe supremes, and there were also 12 primordial great beings like the immortal emperor. The 2 human race elders who were walking at the back were emitting the terrifying aura of a middle-stage desolate supremacy. You are too kind, great emperor. Seeing the immortal emperor again after a few decades, Devour showed a warm smile on his face. He waved his hand and replied politely, Great Emperor, you did not fall behind in your cultivation either. In the 3 main planes of the starry skies, you have also broken through to the mid-level great beings. Now that you've reached the intermediate almighty realm, you're even more worthy of celebration than me. As the 2 of them chatted, almost 30 figures rushed out from the Sky Absolute Palace and the Temple of Glory on the other side of the void. Their auras were so shocking that they attracted everyone's attention. As if they had agreed beforehand, the figures that rushed out from the Sky Absolute Palace and the Temple of Glory were 12 Universe Supremes, 12 Primordial Great Beings, and 2 Primordial Great Beings. When added together, the overall strength of the top leaders of the 3 factions of the Human Federation was simply shocking. There were a total of 36 Universe Supremes, 36 Primordial Great Beings, and even 6 primordial great beings. Including Devour, who had just broken through to the desolate venerable level, the Human Federation now had a total of 7 desolate venerables. Force. Whether compared to the Star Alliance, the Alliance of